and I'm not cause today
I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no face. I'll show you a heart full of fire. Looking in the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made of.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali gon' girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet. 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit. 그 문 열지 마 that's a rock day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 메시지 monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different.
All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的味道，不断往前，Oh you never way down。This is how I do it every day。Wow wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，Giving it all。No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. You know who it is, coming round again. We want a dose of this, right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad girl, girl, girl. And when I start to talk like that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는 rev
off, disappear. I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor. Murder business, we're my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking there, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 you도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like a ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you loud, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mess. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold.
shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grips in there. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them McDowell. She make music with her body, she that #1 single. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, money. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, money. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Money, pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money, money. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like ice, chicks like ice, chicks like ice. Coming in and in the light. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like ice, chicks like ice, chicks like ice. Coming in and in the light. Go chugging on my balls, running the empire. First lady of the camp, presidential stamp. These tramps, they sweater like winter wool. Got my pimp hook, I make like sprinkles on my balls like bow. Oh, she's sexy, bragging on 6 skills beyond ordinary. Sit still, watch the realness keep 'em coming. Yo, girl, be on the side. He used to messing with tricks, running through they family. Got 'em all up on Maury like you ain't the daddy. This here exclusive, limited edition, demand high, supply limited. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like ice, chicks like ice, chicks like ice. Coming in and in the light. Order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like ice, chicks like ice. Come on, chicks like ice. Coming in and in the light. Put your order in now, ain't no guarantees you get one. I'm like my own species, speak easy, diamonds on the tongue, CEO. Company, higher on S-Corp. I'm the madam who running the S-Corp. Top fluid, the best stores, get me the A-girls. Clap, clap for my girls who running their own show. Get that money, ma. What you know about a boss lady, baby, who making my own moves? I could really care less about what I do. If he ain't on my level, so what? On my ball, bitches, throw your hands up. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like ice, chicks like ice, chicks like ice. Coming in and in the light. Put your order in now, put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like ice, chicks like ice, chicks like ice. Coming in and supply.
Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Somebody call 911. My mind no ones and I'm undone. Try to hide, but it's not better run from. Bye bye, little guy now. Run, run. It's my time, I'm alive and I'm young. And I'm in the prime and I'm one. Better get a watcher when I get him feeling like I'm about to hit him with a shot from a stun gun. And I'm about to get him on a different kind of level. I'll be on it like I thought it would be. Ain't nobody ready for it. Better get him out. I'm about to make it harder than a pot of lava on the one time. Call it what you want, man. I wanna see the only one who's winning. And I gotta be a little bit offended by the way you're trying to talk to me. I'm about to come and check and ask what you really want, son. Y'all don't get it, neither do I, look, I'll admit it. Y'all are trying to take island visits. I'ma run my own island business. It don't exist, I'll invent it. Man, I'm about to be childish with it. Money about to be piling up this so high we might see a pilot hit it. Bang, you gon' remember my name. I got the infinite aim, bringing the infinite pain. Working to get to the fame, then I'ma dip in a similar vein. Whipping the whip when I'm switching the lane. Admitting I'm gifted is simply insane. Man, let me work. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Yeah, all I do is work, all I do is work. Keep it on the low like work. All this money crazy, too absurd. I'ma do the money dance, you get served. Lambo or Bugatti, which do you prefer? You standing there in silence, you should use your words. Look, actions speak louder than what you have heard. We bout that action, so you know we bout to do it. Word. My, what a business. Money crazy, so I know just what it's like to be senseless. They say that I can't be crap. Somebody find me a dentist. I'm about to buy up your town. So soon you might be evicted. I'm saying, man, oh man, we get money all day. I can hear you talking, I don't care what y'all say. Out of getting nothing, and it's what you call pay. You think that you working, man, that's what they all say. Work.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. I'm the coldest, get it done in freezing rain. When I get in my zone, I can feel it in my veins. I go tunnel vision, ain't nobody that can stop me. I'm legendary, they just want the jersey on my body. Put up in numbers, people trying to say they love me. Work out every summer, cause the winter gon' get ugly. Feel like the world against me got me going even harder. Take off like a rocket, I'ma snipe it like I'm hearted.
When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
Boy, don't lie, do or die, it's my time. 14 inches, put it all on the line. I'm a big boss, yeah, I do it, I decide. I really run this, you just running out of time. I'm pushing a rock, when I dish it, it's a dime. But it's a decline, but I'm still in my prime. All this hard work, only right that I shine. All I know is grind, putting over time. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck, keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
Scenario, win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Words out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
그래 너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐.
네가 누군지 알아, 걔도 누군지 알아. 빛나던 너한테 속았어. 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라. 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라. 넌 날 속였어. 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어. 완전히 밸런스 잡았어. Not to left, not to right, just right at the center with the word. 네 시간 이제 끝나가. 나보다 네가 더 잘 알잖아. 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어. 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고. 걔가 너보다 훨씬 눈부시더라고. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 잦은 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. swag은 완전 간지 네 swag은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 네가 그 자리에 있으면 너도 대세될 줄 알았어? 짱 먹을 줄 알았어? 넌 그렇게 뱁새같이 따라해. 네 다리는 황새 줬다 아파해. 이제 너는 개의 심판 속에 떨어질 일만 남은 지랄 같은 운명 속에 넌 히컵해 하늘에서 비웃어 땅 위에서 비웃어. 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리. swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 잦은 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. swag은 완전 간지 네 swag은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. 걔가 완전 이겼어 깨끗하게 이겼어 깨끗하게. 너는 완전 다졌어 비참하게 다졌어 비참하게. 걔가 완전 이겼어 swag은 완전 새끈 네 swag은 완전 잦은 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy. swag은 완전 간지 네 swag은 정말 먼지 넌 정말 웩웩웩 nasty boy.
기억나니 네가 했던 말 나만 있으면 세상 그 무엇도 필요 없다던 지킬 수 없는 약속이라도 받고 싶었어. 어쩌면 우린 다르지 않을까. 하지만 너무
RNG and T1. Two teams that have absolutely crushed their opposition at MSI 2022. Two teams with arguably the most storied histories in League of Legends esports. Two teams with a combined 15 domestic titles and 4 MSI championships under their belt. So why not go back in time to where it all began? 2016, after a crushing defeat to EDG in the MSI 2015 finals, but winning the 2015 World Championship, T1 is back in the MSI Finals. And this time, they did not let the opportunity go to waste. In dominating fashion, the Korean powerhouse took down none other than RNG in the semifinals before clean sweeping the LCS's Counter Logic Gaming to win their first ever MSI trophy. This also made them the first team in history to win both a World and an MSI championship. But T1 did not stop here. After winning the 2016 World Championship, T1 returned to the MSI Finals in 2017 with a slightly changed roster. They brought in Huni and Peanut for Duke and Blank, and frankly, the opposition stood no chance. After only dropping one game in the knockout stage, T1 was now the back-to-back world champions and MSI champions, cementing their legacy as the greatest team of all time. In 2018, T1 star slowly faded away, and it was time for someone else to rise to the occasion. Royal never give up, led by their superstar bot laner Uzi, surrounded by now veterans and finalists Xiaohu and Ming, finally took down the era of Korean dominance. They defeated King's Own Dragon X 3-1 and secured their first ever international title. Little did they know back then that this would be their last for 3 years. RNG went through 2 difficult years in 2019 and 2020, barely scraping into playoffs at times. They only qualified for Worlds in 2019 and were eliminated in groups. But RNG did not give up. They role swapped Xiaohu to the top lane. They acquired a new jungler in Wei, and they built on the newly formed bot lane of Gala and Ming, leading them to an incredible 2021 spring season, which culminated in the unthinkable, bringing down the seemingly invincible Korean powerhouse Damwon Kia to win their second MSI trophy. RNG and T1. One of these two teams will once again go down in League of Legends history tonight. One of these two teams will pick up their third MSI championship and be crowned the sole kings of the Mid-Season Invitational. Will T1 win the title on home soil in front of an erupting crowd in Busan? Or will RNG crash the party and secure back-to-back championships? The MSI 2022 Grand Finals start right now!
Nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up.
Hello and welcome to beautiful Busan, South Korea for the final day of MSI 2022. The title and glory for an entire region is on the line today as the LPL and LCK champions RNG and T1 face off in one last battle. Now, one of these teams will make history as the first team with 3 MSI titles in the dream finals we've all been waiting for. RNG are the reigning champions, but standing on the other side, we have the most winning team in League of Legends history, the hometown favorites, looking to reclaim the throne in their first MSI or World Finals since 2017. Hello, everyone. I'm Dash. This is Kobe. That's Emily Rand, and of course, Lyric here, rounding out the analyst desk for our finals today. How's everyone doing?
Great. Ready for finals. We got RNG Dash. Of course I'm doing great.
Yeah, that's true. Lyric's riding
Biased
high.
LPL analyst on
We're
the
coming
end
in
of the
strong.
desk here.
I've been anxious every day. Today's the day to flip the script.
You're not anxious now?
Oh, of course.
This whole tournament you've been anxious about RNG's performance and LPL's chances, and now you feel like it's locked up? Or
now
what?
we come in against the most, winningest team in league history. I'm feeling solid.
Okay, so it just doesn't really matter what happens at this point.
wow,
I see what
okay.
you're saying. I see what you're saying. Let's refresh ourselves on how we got here. It was a couple of clean sweeps in the semifinals with RNG over the Evil Geniuses and T1 over G2 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, T1, I was really impressed with their victory over G2 yesterday, mainly because I saw different facets from them that I've seen previously in the tournament. Going into this, we knew that both teams kind of hadn't shown their true potential. They'd kind of struggled a bit in groups compared to expectations, and especially with Faker's picks and his carry potential and Carria, it was just such a great series.
Yeah, it was fun to watch from the perspective of T1 and the expectations that were laid upon them coming into this tournament.
Absolutely.
People have been waiting this whole tournament. Hey, where's the T1 that was promised? Where is the T1 that dominated and went undefeated in the LCK? And there are two main things that people are looking at. Their Baron flips, which as you can see here, were solved. They turned off the Baron. They went for the pick instead. And the individual performance of Gumayushi. The other thing that was also proven again here by T1, he stepped up huge. So I think that series gave a lot of confidence back to some of the doubters that had been questioning T1 so far this tournament.
Yeah, Lyric, yesterday the beast definitely awakened.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a tall task facing this T1 roster. And even just hitting on, Kobe talking about some of the elements being shored up. Just the fact that members like Zeus, members like Carria are consistently able to have S-tier performances is a scary thing for anyone facing T1.
But by the same token, while we talk about the dominance that T1 displayed yesterday, I don't think that should overshadow, again, the overall performance of RNG at the tournament. Of course, the #1 seed out of the Rumble stage, but as well their 3-0 performance over EG to get to this exact same point.
Yeah, and, for RNG, even though it was a little bit back and forth, RNG consistently had gold leads. I remember one point where EG was able to find a Baron and get plus 5K gold back. They were still 6,000 gold down, even at that point. So I feel like for RNG, they still have a lot of the same things they've been relying on all season long. Their mid-game macro play, their vision control, having their own standout players like Gala and Xiao who can step up. And heck, in that series, Gala didn't even need to pop off. We didn't have any pentakills.
That's true. That's true. But as we've done all tournament long, as we see a team exit the tournament, we reflect on their tournament run. So G2 exiting just yesterday. Let's not forget, while a tumultuous journey through this tournament, the 4-0 start to the Rumble stage. Emily, I know at times we've talked about them as, defining and the meta and challenging other teams to step up to them early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they came into this tournament with the best understanding of the MSI meta, and then once other teams kind of caught up to that, they really did struggle. They were particularly outmatched, I think, in some of their early games, and then additionally by teams like RNG once they got to the mid game. The other cool thing is this G2 team is another good mixture of veterans and rookie young talent, which I think is also cool. We've talked about this with EG, so hopefully they can go back into summer and continue to improve, because their rate of improvement from playoffs through this tournament, I think, is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was such a fun ride to watch. I mean, they came in on this win streak and extended it. They almost made it to the longest win streak of all time, stopped short by PSG. But it was so fun to watch, especially the stars, Yankos and Caps. Monster performances in this tournament. They showed that they still have it for international events when the crowd are really hyping them up.
And I even feel like, even watching them in their press conference, right, that there's some key learnings they could take away, right? They said they know they can't use this early game going back to LEC. They have to shore it up.
All right, well, again, as we talked about teams needing to step up and throw curveballs at G2 throughout the tournament, that was no different yesterday in the series against the LCK champions. In game one, the LCK champions took complete control of the early game, led by Faker's Tristana. Emily here's going to take a closer look in Neighborhood Tactics presented by State Farm.
Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about T1's early game and just their overall understanding of timings and where they can move on the map. This is something that I've talked about all tournament, and it was apparent yesterday in G2 with Faker's Tristana. So how did we get here? Well, G2 actually decided to split the map, similarly to how they'd done in their previous game against T1. So you see what started was that Yankos actually started here, cleared, and then he's prepping to wrap around as Targamas and Flacket are pushing in. On the opposite side, we have Owner coming up here and prepping to dive here. Now, the most important thing that we're actually going to watch here is Faker and Caps, because this entire time, Faker has pressure in the mid lane, and we're going to watch, again, as G2 are setting up a dive here, T1 are setting up a dive on the top side, and the top side dive happens first. Caps is going to respond by TPing top. You notice Faker is already moving down towards bot. So he is already in rotation as Caps is going top. T1 get the kill top, and they actually almost kill off Caps as well, even with the trade kill that Caps is able to get. Down on the bot side, it ends up being a disaster for G2 as Faker's Tristana, who's already ahead in lane and had the push, ends up getting a double kill on the bot side. So I think this is just another example of, we've talked about T1's early game, how they play around these timers, prepping the wave to go topside, responding to the way that G2 wanted to split the map. And for more on that and the Tristana pick, after T1's clean sweep over G2, Yinsu was actually able to catch up with the GOAT himself, Faker, in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. I've got Faker with me here. First of all, congratulations on securing yet another grand final, your first one in quite a while as well. What does it mean to you to be able to get here, especially after getting your revenge on G2?
네, 다시 한번 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 이번 승리를 통해서 굉장히 또 오랜만에 결승 무대를 밟게 되셨는데요. 이렇게 G2에게 정말 중요한 순간에 복수를 하게 된 그런 소감이 또 어떤 의미를 갖고 있을까요?
네, 복수 자체도 뭐 물론 좋지만 그냥 승리 자체가 기쁜 것 같고 또 다시 이제 G2를 3대0으로 또 잡고 오랜만에 결승전에 올라가는 것 같아서 그 부분도 기분이 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I'm happy that we were able to get our revenge, but what matters more for me is about the victory itself, and I'm happy that we were able to actually beat them 3-0 and head to finals.
Yeah, it was very clean from you guys. You in particular, we saw the Tristana. You're still 100% win rate on it. Your LeBlanc, absolutely iconic at this point. And the Akali, I feel like, was a little bit brutal towards the end there. What was the reasoning behind these picks for today, given that in the tournament so far, you've kind of been that facilitator role for the rest of your team?
오늘은 또 페이커 선수가 다양한 픽을 많이 활용해 주셨는데요. 트리스타나는 여전히 100% 승률을 유지하고 있고, 르블랑은 말할 것도 없고, 이번에 마지막 판 아칼리는 정말 잔인할 정도로 엄청난 파괴력을 보여줬는데, 사실은 토너먼트 진행하면서 페이커 선수가 되게 팀적으로 서포팅하는 그런 롤을 많이 또 플레이했던 것 같은데, 오늘 이렇게 다양한 픽을 꺼내게 된 계기는 어떻게 되나요?
사실 그렇게 많이 준비된 픽은 아니었는데 연습 과정에서도 많이 꺼낸 픽들은 아니었는데 팀원들이 또 지지해주고 도와줘가지고 좋은 결과가 있었던 것 같고, 그리고 뭐 미드에서 서포팅하는 그런 역할도 럼블 때는 많이 했는데 이번에는 상황이 좀 캐리를 해야 되는 그런 픽들이 좀 구성이 돼가지고 상황에 따라서 선택했던 것 같습니다.
So yeah, well, to be honest, those picks were not that we prepared or practiced a lot previous to this match. Not the pick that we prepared during the scrims either, but I think my teammates had great faith on me, so I was able to give it a go. And also, yeah, I've been playing a lot of facilitator mid on during the Rumble stage, but this time around, I was given the pick that I have to carry the team, and I was able to pull it off really well.
Yeah, we've seen you do that time and time again. Lastly, the grand final, you're going to be going up against RNG. You know them very well. We also know what Xiaohu like to do, you know, the roams he pull off, the way that they play around him. What do you think will be the strategy for you and your team to shut that down?
네, 이제 또 결승전에서는 RNG를 만날 예정인데요. RNG는 또 굉장히 익숙한 적들 중에 한 명인데, 샤오 선수는 이번 MSI에서 굉장히 미드 중심으로 이제 로밍을 많이 다니고 미드 위주로 플레이하는 그런 모습이 많이 나왔습니다. 이런 RNG를 파괴하기 위해서 어떤 전략을 준비하실 건가요?
RNG가 초중반에 교전으로 이득 보는 걸 좀 좋아하는 것 같아가지고 그런 부분들을 저희가 잘 공략을 하려고 할 것 같고, 내일 경기에서도 마찬가지로 저희가 기본기 위주로 잘 한다면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So we kind of figured that RNG always snowball off of the early game skirmishes. So we're trying to kind of focus on that. And also, as long as we can focus on our fundamentals, we'll be having a great game as well.
Thank you very much, Faker, for joining me, and best of luck in the grand final.
Did not even prep the Tristana pick. I thought it was such a smart pick. I mean, I love that they're like, yeah, we didn't prep this in scrims. He still sees himself as more of a facilitator, but the carry potential is always there. And that facet for T1 is so important.
I mean, that's what you get when you've played more international games than any other player in the world, right? The confidence to be able to pull something out that you've definitely put games on in the past, but maybe haven't been workshopping, in that moment. Also scares me, though, for what kind of prep they did do, right? It's like, we'll just save that for RNG or something of the like. But since this is the final day of MSI 2022, we thought it was high time to put the experts, that's those three, not this one, and everyone at home to the test here with our MSI quiz. So let's dive straight into it. Oh, we got music. I didn't even know we had music to go along with it. All right, question number one, my lovely contestants. Faker alone has 175 games played in MSI and Worlds history. How many international games do the remaining T1 players of their 2022 MSI roster have combined? This is multiple choice. We're going to help you out a little bit. Is it A, 76, B, 93, C, 127, or D, 152?
I already know my answer.
No matter what, they collectively have less, which is amazing.
I'm going to go with way less. I'm going to say most of them are carriers. I'm actually going to go A76.
A76. All right, that's Kobe's bet. Emily, what are you thinking?
It's literally just last year and then Carria. Carria's the wild card.
Quick maths right now.
I also want to go 76, but since Kobe went that, I'll go 93. And
you're going to go B, and then Lyric?
I'm okay with being
one of us is going to be right.
Agree.
Okay, I was going to say, because I was going to go B, so I'll stick with the answer.
Okay, so we have two Bs and an A. I'm going to wait for the response here. All of you are incorrect, unfortunately. The answer is C, 127. Zeus has 19. Owner and Gumayushi each have 33. And then Carria, you are correct, has the most out of the squad, but only at 42, being dwarfed by Faker. All right, question number two. Everybody still even on the scoreboard. Zeros. Both Xiaohu and Faker have played 78 games in MSI history, the most of all players. Now, which of them has won more games, and how many?
I'm gonna go with
How many is the bonus point?
I don't know about how many.
You get 1 point if you get the first part right, and then if you can guess how many.
Games only.
MSI only. Where
I feel like T1 have been a lot more dominant, so which means less games, right? So I'm gonna go Xiaohu.
No, one more games. Because remember, to get, for example, you're talking about group stages and Rumble.
Like,
I was like, well, best of fives, you still have to win 3 to move on.
But I think those have been like
Rumble and group stages.
One thing I remember from MSI's, SKT would always lose games in group stage. They would always lose group stage games and then build up to it.
Yeah, like 2016. I'm gonna go Xiaohu.
Kobe,
maybe 9 more.
Xiaohu.
Okay, all three are saying all are saying Xiaohu. Does anyone have a guess on a number of how many more games?
Actually, I'll go 4 more games.
4 more games?
I'll go 5.
5 more games?
7.
7 more games. The correct answer is Xiaohu with 61 wins.
Close.
Faker only has 58, so it's 3. All 3 of you pick up a point for the correct initial answer. Very, very close on that extra point, Kobe. We are still neck and neck. Let's see what question 3 has in store for us. Name the lineups of both teams when they last faced off in a best-of-5 series. So this is not necessarily isolating to MSI. But the last time that these two organizations faced off against each other, what were the lineups? I'll give you a hint. Faker was on one of them.
Wow.
I mean, Faker and Xiaohu
Wait, Xiaohu was on the other.
Okay, we got 3 out of the 10.
We know Xiaohu Uzi Ming.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're 3/5 of the RNG lineup. Let's see if we can complete that. Karsa.
Yeah, definitely Karsa.
Let me, or is it tie?
I am actually going to differ. I'm going to go MLXG, and I think it was Let Me.
Think it was that far back?
2017.
Nah, maybe. Actually, you're probably right.
It was 2017.
Yeah, Kobe.
It's definitely MLXG.
Karsa was everybody's now flip-flopping MLXG.
No, he's right. He's right.
I know.
Okay, okay, now SKT's lineup. Well, SKT at the time, T1 now.
That's
2017.
2017.
They changed top laners so much.
So it's Bang and Wolf.
Ooh.
2017, Bang and Wolf.
Bang Wolf Faker.
Who was the jungler?
2017 was Peanut.
Also, just because I'm pushing you along does not mean I'm verifying. I don't know the answer to this question.
This
so
question
I'm
is
not
definitely the one that's going to take the longest.
This is a group effort.
This is going to take the longest.
We're all
like it.
working together. It was Peanut in 2017.
T1's top laner in 2017 is what I can't remember.
Who was it with? It wasn't Kana, was it?
It was Duke.
They're all
I
just
think.
on they're on a team now. They're not even trying
It
to
was
compete
Duke,
with each
right?
other.
I'm trying to think of 2017 MSI. It was Duke. Yes? No?
I mean,
think so.
Stop
I
looking at me
think
for
so.
the answer.
Okay, shoot it. Fire.
Okay, let's go. We're going
Because
to
I interviewed him
The
in that
answer is it was Worlds 2017
Oh, I
semifinals. T1's lineup at the time was Huni, Peanut / Blank.
I'm sorry,
because
Huni.
both had managed to play Faker, Bang, and Wolf. RNG was let me.
Hey, I
get
got
on
RNG.
that one.
Yeah,
MLXG.
you got
The
us with
only
the
one we
MLXG
missed
take.
was
Thank
was
you.
Huni then.
So there you go. 2 points to Lyric and Emily. Most awarded. Kobe only get 1. I don't know why. That's what the
what?
prompter
We
says. Take that. All right, question number 4. Which player has the highest KDA across all of MSI 2022?
no.
Another multiple choice.
Highest
The possible
KDA.
answers are Faker, Gala, Owner, and Wei. I think I know this one, so I'll be a little disappointed if y'all don't get it.
Like, I'm
I feel
between.
like it's Gala.
I think
was
it's
gonna say, I'm
Gala.
between Gala and Owner, but I was going to go Gala as well.
I also think it's Gala,
Yeah.
just because I know that specifically he had like a 63
Yes.
KDA.
I'll
Exactly.
try to flip
You-
it. I'll go Owner.
Okay,
because
so-
there were more kills in
I
yesterday's
like it.
game.
Emily's looking to
Yeah.
separate herself from Lyric,
Well,
but we
this
got
is the
double.
only
We
way I
got
can
double
win,
Gala
okay?
over
This
here.
is
I got a
the only way I can
-1 for no reason.
I don't know. Okay, let's see what the answer is. Wei with
What?
7.8 KDA. That is incredible. Okay,
played
so no
volleyball in this
points
tournament.
here.
What?
That's fascinating. Honestly, it must have been that last series that really
Yeah.
jumped him
We're
up.
all terrible.
I was told that Kobe has
Kobe
a
has a
bonus
special question.
and it'll act as the tiebreaker between
Yes, I've got a
Lyric and
bonus
Emily.
question
Oh,
for you.
no.
Okay, so since Gala was not the correct
Also,
answer.
if I get it right and you guys get it wrong, I win. All right?
all right.
I'm in.
You take
Gala
it
was
off.
not the correct answer of the previous question. I have a bonus fun fact about Gala. His teammates have a nickname for him, Gala 8. Where does that come from? What is the 8?
Why'd you
I feel like you should know this.
Why'd you take an LPL
We're on
question?
a 15-second clock for this
you
one.
taking
You better get this
You
right,
should.
Lyric.
I have
I'll give you a
no
hint.
clue.
It has to do with other games besides League of Legends.
Oh.
I got nothing. I got the RNG 2017
Come
line.
on, James.
I did my job.
8. Okay,
I'm going to be so mad.
If it was a
because this is-
7, I would know
now
it
you're
was
making it
clear
sound like I
Wolverine.
should know this.
8. Okay, I'm just gonna give you the
Just
answer.
tell us.
Nobody gets credit. The
Oh,
tie
okay.
is not
We all
broken.
said it. All right.
It's because they're memeing on him for being bad at teamfight tactics and always coming
Oh, he comes in late. I said you're right.
poor
I said
guy.
I
had
don't
it.
feel bad about not
Kobe?
knowing this now.
Yeah.
Kobe, guess what? Production is elected to award you a point for stumping the other
Yes.
two, which means we ended in a tie.
Kobe.
3s across the board. You're all equally as smart as each other. After the break, or as dumb.
Exactly.
After the break, we'll take a look back at the history of these two Titans and the epic battle between Xiaohu and Faker. As we go, let's check out a standout moment from MSI 2022 when EG's Danny made an epic escape with some help from his teammates and State Farm Assist of the Week.
Don't blink, or you'll miss this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. In an extended bot lane brawl, Inspired found a flank that would decimate G2 Esports, and in the blink of an eye, saved Danny for a great escape.
Leaping back in. It's Madness with the shield just barely keeping alive Danny. Manages to survive. He's blinking. Lee Sin, what a hero.
anything I want to. Don't stop me now when I'm juggernaut. Yeah. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, don't turn around. Yeah. We'll say it loud, saying everything we want to. Get it up like this, burn it up, burn it up. No.
其实事先就是比较有自信可以赢下一季吧，但是赢的过程中还是有一点波折吧。对，在 BO5当中，我的对线及团战都会打得更放开、更凶狠一些。我们必将一路凯歌，冠军王座绝不旁落。如果最终能夺得 MSI 冠军的话，我觉得至少在今年的前半段的话，我是世界上就是表现最好的中单。我觉得就算没有这次 MSI 冠军，就是在过去的3年中也已经证明了 LPL 是非常强大的赛区。3冠王注定会先是我们。
RNG and T1 are two of the most storied teams in league history, each with 2 MSI titles. Now today they face off in the finals with a 3rd title and regional pride on the line. Let's go ahead and take a look back at the history of these organizations who have been flagships for their regions since the beginning.
If you talk about stories, James, nobody's got a better story than Faker himself on T1. SKT was formed around Faker. All the way back in 2013 when he was pulled from solo queue, they formed a team around him and they won Worlds that year. And from 2013, for the next 5 years, SKT established themselves as the winningest, most dominant organization in all of League of Legends. Crazy success for this team. But then for the next 5 years, the rest of the world took over. That 2017 was the last remnants before this slow downfall of T1 and the rest of the LCK and the surge of the LPL.
Yeah, so RNG in 2018, it's funny you say that, Kobe, when they started kind of ramping up, that was actually the year that Uzi won his first LPL title. He hadn't won it since then. And then, you know, they really picked up the mantle for their team despite having made it to Worlds Finals as, you know, Royal Club and then Starhome Royal Club. The big thing with this team, I think, is obviously the addition of Xiaohu post-GAMT days in 2015. And then this RNG team ended up getting kind of stymied. Like you said, the LPL took over, right? But then they had MSI success. They were unable to get World success still. That was an IG Worlds instead of an RNG Worlds. They almost Royal Roaded that year.
Almost. Still something that hasn't quite been attained here, so still something to shoot for all of our League of Legends organizations. Let's take a look at the trophy case, though. As we mentioned, 2 of the winningest teams in the history of League. Obviously, T1 still is going to far outweigh anybody, but between the 2 of them, 15 domestic titles. Those international finals right there, we can add 1 to each of them. It'll be now 5 and 8 as of today. Both teams sporting 2 MSI titles themselves, looking for that 3rd, and then T1 with 3 world titles to their name.
Yeah, RNG is going to ignore the bottom side here because we're at MSI.
Exactly.
We're not at Worlds.
Right. We'll worry about that one in a few months.
Exactly. T1's got a very big lead as far as Worlds titles, but these are the 2 organizations that have won the most MSI, and of course, looking to be the first to get 3. It has huge honors that go along with it. You know, it really does mean a lot for each organization. I'm excited to see what they will get moving forward because T1, most of those titles were actually in those first 5 years that we mentioned, that huge success period.
And Emily, I gotta believe it means just a little bit more that they're here facing each other, right? Last time was 2017 World Semifinals in a best of 5 for these 2 orgs. So for them to be able to add 1 to these trophy cases, but against the other, you know, dynasty in a sense, that's huge.
Especially since, like, there's 2 things going on here, right? Like, Xiaohu internationally has kind of always met Faker, and even if, you know, he's not always getting beaten, it seemed like Faker was this kind of monolith that he could never overcome in terms of his gameplay. People heavily criticized him after pretty much every time he had to go up against Faker. And then for T1, I can't believe I'm saying this still, but this is the first time they have a chance to win an international title on domestic soil.
That is a wild statistic, given, again, the dominance that they've shown over the course of the last decade. But of the players on stage today, 2, of course, have faced off in countless duels across the past 6 years, and now they clash yet again, both chasing their 3rd MSI title. Our featured matchup for the final, presented by Mercedes-Benz, is, of course, Xiaohu versus Faker.
It has felt inevitable that these two teams, these two leagues, and these two players would face each other in the finals.
Shane's gonna land. There's the Q. There's the kill. Xiaohu takes down Faker. Faker looking to make it more than equal. Going in for Xiaohu. The solo kill in the mid lane. 1-0 for Faker.
The King has finally returned to an international final for the first time since 2017.
Faker, it's bad. SKT are once again the champions.
Every true fan of League has missed watching this player with such genuine love and dedication for the game, aiming for the top.
Cap splashes away, but Faker just assassinates Blacken in the backline.
However, standing in his way is the only other mid laner with 2 MSI titles.
For the first time ever, RNG's chasing success. Royal never give up, rule the world.
Dom1 has no ability to stop this. It's game over. RNG on the way to their 3rd MSI title.
Xiaohu has clawed his way to this esteemed position by becoming the pride of China.
Here he is looking at Xiaohu, big damage. Oh, just deletes Jojo Pyun.
2 players with enormous history, longevity, and one of the greatest rivalries in League of Legends.
Could not be happier with the mid lane matchup that we have in store for us today. Xiaohu on one side, Faker on the other. 2 veterans of the mid lane, 2 veterans of the global stage, Kobe. We're gonna start, though, with the unkillable Demon King himself. It's Faker.
Yeah, and they're both company men as well. You know, we mentioned Faker. This team was originally built around Faker as SKT. 10-year career on that team. Xiaohu's got 6 on RNG as well. But the one thing that really I feel like should be highlighted with the longevity of these 2 players' careers, their success over so many different metas, is their versatility. You know, Xiaohu, of course, has won in multiple roles, went up to top lane, but Faker has played 76 unique champions over his role, over his career, and that's almost half of the entire champion roster of League of Legends, and we keep on adding more to it. It's incredibly impressive, you know, how versatile he remains and how much success he can still have after such a long career.
Yeah, roughly 150 champions in the game. He's played half of them, as you said. Pretty sure if you click that mid lane icon in champion select, there won't even be 76 champions there, which just, again, speaks to his prowess as a player. We also had that little clip from him in the interview. He's willing to pull stuff out that he hasn't been practicing.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
why the heck not?
Because he's got 10 years to pull back on of success.
Yeah.
I remember this counter pick.
The man knows the game. But if we're going to talk about versatility, as Kobe mentioned, it's not just Faker who's got it. Emily, on the other side, is a man who's won titles in 2 different lanes. Xiaohu's got plenty of versatility up his sleeve.
Yeah, you know, Xiaohu, he might just roam top. He played Orianna and Syndra top famously when he first started. I think with Xiaohu, it's less about like his champion versatility and just more about his overall map understanding, right? When we talk about him, he and Ming are kind of the 2 core central people on this team. Their side lane understanding, his ability to pick things that, again, take advantage of how the team preps waves in sides. And then historically, just like, he's always been kind of known as the king of spring. So this is his time.
Perfect time.
This is when he's more successful historically.
Yeah, I mean, so let's talk about history. Because plenty of people, I think, you know, have heard the stories of Faker and his rise to dominance, you know, creating that first dynasty in League of Legends. But on the other side, as Kobe said, a company man in Xiaohu.
We had that 1 year in Gamty, you know, with the panda hoodies.
Right.
I will say as well, you know, we're talking about the history of these 2 players, these 2 organizations. You know, whether it was RNG or even at Starhorn Royal Club, though, they never beat T1 in a best of 5. They've always lost to them. So it is another layer added on to this matchup and the importance there.
And that's where I think the perception of Xiaohu coming in, because, again, like, even if the win rate isn't like, oh my gosh, Faker is just absolutely dominating him, I feel like in a lot of those matchups, obviously it was mid T1 Dynasty, and he kept having to inevitably go up against Faker at international competition. So for this now, with both of them being on these teams, I think they both still take the role as facilitators, although then yesterday, once again, I have to keep bringing it up, we saw Faker just take these insane carry picks and absolutely destroy G2.
He was facilitating those turret plates pretty well.
I was going to say, I
And
think
some
we might need to like pull up the definition of facilitator and rethink how we're throwing that term around because, yeah, I do want to talk about the roles on their current teams. Obviously, we talk about their ability to play the map, but you look at some of the statistics between these two players, Kobe, and I'm actually a little bit surprised at how dominant those CSD stats, for example, are for Faker.
Yeah, I mean, the entirety of T1 have dominated the early game and dominated their lanes, and Faker's no exception. They have really put emphasis, especially on draft and getting counter picks, getting picks for your lanes, and so it shows up in the stats. Faker has way higher CSD, and that's not even counting the turret plate gold. So the gold difference early is also huge. And then you see the iconic, you know, basically setup here for Xiaohu is a CC champion that he can roam with to set up the side lanes and team fight with. So they're very much more focused on team play for Xiaohu and on building up the rest of the team and being able to move to the maps. Meanwhile, T1, they really do believe in that any person can carry on their team.
Yeah, I know that it's not going to look as pretty 2.9 compared to 1.7 in terms of, you know, the largeness of the difference in numbers, but that speaks to, again, what Xiaohu's willing to do. Hold even in lane, get elsewhere on the map, and start funneling that goal to somebody else on the team to make a difference. Now, in addition to Faker and Xiaohu, there is one more player in today's matchup with 2 MSI titles, RNG's Ming. Lyric is here, though, to break down the support matchup between him and Keria.
Thanks, James, because at this MSI, we have the 2 best support players in the world going head-to-head for the trophy. But these are 2 players at very different points in their journey. Ming had won 2 LPL titles and was an MSI champion before Keria had even played a single game in the LCK. And Ming is a player who is defined by his experience. Ming's debuting in 2017, playing with one of the gods in League of Legends in Uzi, at this point has won 4 LPL titles and is a 2-time MSI champion. Ming's name already going down in the history books as one of the best players to ever play the game. On the opposite side, Keria might be very young, but he's a very similar trajectory. Keria came in debuting in 2020 as one of the most promising prospects in the LCK, also playing with a legendary AD carry in Deft on DRX, before moving to T1 in 2021, and then finally in 2022, picking up his first LCK title, as well as being the first bot laner in LCK history to pick up the LCK MVP award. First, in a league that's had Mata, had Ruler, has Deft in it still, Keria has been outdoing expectations. Now, coming into this MSI, I feel like these 2 players lean on very different strengths. For Keria, I think of his champion Ocean. This guy's playing things like Camille, the Zac in LCK. He's brought out the Rumble here at this tournament. He can play anything that T1 needs to find advantages in draft, or even just augment his laning phase. Because when I think of Keria, I think of aggressive 2v2 laning, him and Gumayushi always looking for blood, and then Keria uses that to go into the mid game and then be the flashy playmaker that T1 need to effectively close out games. On the other side for Ming, I think it's a lot more about intelligence, about consistency. Ming has a much more controlled, effective champion pool. Sure, he still has a niche pick here and there. We've seen the Shen and the Set in this tournament, but it's about setting him up for his roam timings and his coordination with the team. For Ming, whether it's finding 3v3s in the top side, or even just enabling Xiaohu to be able to roam and open up side lanes, which is RNG's bread and butter, it all starts with Ming. And now both these players might have their unique play styles, but their play styles fit their teams to a T. And now today, we're gonna see, can Ming pick up his 3rd MSI title, or can Keria start etching his name into history with the international events? In today's final, we have, again, probably the 2 best supports in the world facing off in the bottom lane. And we'll be right back to preview the action right after this.
Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like diddy dee. Ooh, that's that magic. Jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3.
the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we don't hold back. Jump on the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like dum diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dum diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Heat it up. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot of we're top of the line. Fake boy, don't waste my time. First place for the bag of rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot of we're top of the line like dump diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dump diddy dee.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it gone.
Hello and welcome back to MSI 2022. I've prepared a segment focused entirely on vision control for this neighborhood tactics presented by State Farm, because one of my favorite quotes of all time is that all warfare is based on deception, and RNG embody this perfectly. Their use of the fog of war in setting up for objectives against the evil geniuses won them so many objectives without even having to have to team fight to take it over. No blood lost. So in the first clip, we're gonna set it up. This is 30 seconds before the dragon. So as you can see, every RNG member has recalled and bought control wards imperative in vision control setups for these objectives. Plus, all of their trinkets are also off cooldown. And so they're gonna do one of the more standard openings where they path through mid lane to push mid lane up and then move into the river here to set up their vision around the objective and cover all flanks. So let's play through the beginning of this clip and you'll be able to see the movement here. So push up the mid wave first, then every member moving into the river as a giant group. Popping the sweeper there. Ming goes super deep to get very deep vision flanking here for the possibilities. And then Impact is coming over to fight them off. As the rest of RNG move away, this point will remain critical as Bin goes and drops his control ward. This is why it's necessary for every member to have their own control ward. Meanwhile, if you look at the top side of the map, they already have placed an existing control ward here through the blue jungle. So they go Xiaohu, mark the top flank. Bin on the bottom side flank here, forcing evil geniuses to come into the river, and they keep this semicircle with the objective in the middle of them, being able to flex to either side, either flank that EG go for. As we'll see with these control wards, evil geniuses try and make a play towards the top side flank with Inspired going for the blast cone here, but Xiaohu, he lies in wait and he does not immediately go for his play onto Inspired. He waits for Gala the extra damage to walk closer before giving away his position. This is critical because if you don't burst down Inspired, he'll be able to escape and EG will be able to fight off the objective. So as you see here, Xiaohu waits, he calls over Gala. Every member of the team collapses perfectly on this timing. They burst him down, and then there's no necessity for a team fight. They immediately take down this dragon, and we'll move on to clip number 2. So This is further into the game. RNG have now stacked up 3 dragons. They're looking at Soul as well as the downed inhibitor. Setup number 1 comes from pushing the side lanes here. So bottom lane, they're going to send Bin down here, and they're going to show like they're doing a 4-1 split push. However, Xiaohu knows that there is Evil Genius's vision here, blue ward in the river, and then a blast cone will be popped by EG to get them vision here. So he knows he only has one route and will track Xiaohu as he goes through the fog of war, these small areas that they do not have vision, to make the flank play on the single EG member. Slowly move through here, and watch as he also pauses on their own Scuttlecraft, waiting for those 2 side lanes to push up so they know they have perfect safety. Then down here into the Tri-Brush, wrapping around Impact. And as we turn the Fog of War into Evil Genius's vision, they think that he is still with the rest of the members in mid lane until now. He pops up, they pick Impact, and yet again, it is a single vision play, a single pick for RNG that this time gets them 2 towers bottom side, inhibitor bottom side, and Dragon Soul, all without needing to team fight. Just one single pick off of a vision play, and that's how RNG have dominated the objective game in the mid game in so many of their successful stories. And even in the LPL, Lyric, they came back in so many games where they didn't have to have an early game lead.
Yeah, so many times, James, where they were taken down early, but RNG, you always find a way back.
Absolutely disgusting control of the map. Also, just to your point, the way they kind of warp the battlefield, right? They're the ones dictating what it looks like by virtue of the vision and the control of that vision. It's definitely going to be a tall order for any team to stack up against RNG when they have setups like that.
Well, T1.
That early game, though.
Yeah,
they haven't been tested.
Like, it's really interesting when you compare these teams, because I do think RNG have faced a lot of teams kind of like T1 in top esports in terms of like laning pressure. As we look at these phenomenal stats from the T1 laners in terms of just their absolute early game dominance, and kind of what I talked about earlier in my neighborhood tactics segment with getting those timings down, like pushing the wave, knowing when your jungler is going to be, knowing exactly where the enemy jungler is going to be, and being able to make those cross-map plays to further your lead. So RNG have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest threat in T1 in my mind is that after seeing yesterday's series, anyone on this team can step up and be a carry, right? Faker obviously still has it in him. Seiyu's probably been the best player in the tournament in my mind. And then you have Gumayushi, who had a phenomenal split before coming to MSI, but shorted up a bit yesterday.
Exactly. And the reason, you know, that graphic is so important with the gold leads that T1 have got, it's way harder to control vision if you're behind over 3,000 gold in the early game. The EG Dragon fight, that was even gold. And so the setup is there for RNG to be able to control the vision, slowly work through these other pieces. But if T1 have these early leads, that's how they control their objectives. They get there first. They've got the extra wave push as well to give them that pseudo vision.
Yeah, just like that, those landing stats alone equated to about 3K plus, you know, up at 14 minutes for T1 on average here at this tournament. And to your point, Lyric, that was even with kind of a middling, you know, Rumble stage performance where it was argued that the bot lane was underperforming. And yesterday, it really feels like they kind of changed the tune of that story.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just been the scary thing, right? Even when they were struggling, they were averaging like a 2.5 to 3,000 gold lead in the Rumble stage. But still, we've already hit on it. RNG have faced similar monsters. I don't think they faced anything like exactly T1. T1 are very clean, I think, in being able to transition. But still, RNG's mid-game completely unmatched, in my opinion, not only in this tournament or in the LPL, but really just in the world as a whole.
And I'm really curious to see how these drafts come out, right? Because, like, I know I was talking to you behind stage the other day, and you're like, I'm surprised we saw the Tristana today, because now RNG know that they already have that answer in draft, right? As we see behind us, because Tristana will have the push into that Galio and really be able to stop what Xiaohu does. When we've seen RNG struggle, it has been by teams, even like Saigon Buffalo, for example. I keep bringing up what they did with Beanjay and Froggy to just constantly make sure that Xiaohu cannot hit those roam timers on side lanes.
Or is it an intimidation factor of Faker has played 77 champions over his career? Guess what? He's willing to pull out any of them. They didn't practice it. He can go back, pick out the Master Yi or something.
Vayne against the Galio.
Kobe, what is it? What was the quote? for deception?
All warfare is based on deception.
Maybe that's all it was. It's just deceiving them. Hey, we're going to pick the Tristana. And then they swap right back to those Gallios.
What it really highlights, though, again, is re-emphasizing that point and that emphasis that T1 have on the lane phase and on the early game. They focus their draft as one of the biggest tools in getting them those leads. They will pick counter pick in every single lane if they can, all lane focused counter picks, so that they can build up this gold lead. And then the way to victory is much easier, laid out in front of you when you're sitting with a 3-4K gold.
And it's not just Faker, right? Because yesterday we saw Zeus pull out Yone for the first time. I looked up, I was like, he has to have played this before because he looks so comfortable. Nope. That was the first time he was bringing it out. So, it's not just Faker on this team. It's even their young rookies just coming onto this team from Academy, which is really, really impressive.
I mean, I think Zeus for many has been the best performing player at the tournament on an individual level.
Absolutely.
And then again, we even look at those statistics. While we've talked a lot about what Faker can do, the only person on his team to eclipse him in gold difference in CSD is Zeus up there in the top lane.
Yeah, and just the confidence and, again, being able to bring out these types of picks, which are very volatile, right? If you start falling behind a champion like Yone, you're not really going to have a through line into the game against more traditional team compositions, especially like what G2 are drafting, these late game scaling comps. But I feel like to contrast T1's draft in terms of like the creativity, the willingness to bring out these crazy picks, RNG have been the opposite in my mind. They're very consistent with the champions that they're willing to bring out. It's very meta. They'll maybe, dip into a niche pick here or there, but their drafts, I think, have been consistent, which is why we've never looked at an RNG game and said, wow, they have gotten destroyed in drafts, so they're going to lose.
And it's not like they're without a unique pick or a comfortable counter pick either, right? We pull up this draft here, Emily, the Lissandra, the Braum. I mean, those were big responses to what EG brought to the table.
Yeah, and the Lissandra was an answer that we'd already seen previously in this same series, but then the Braum into the Misfortune was like a really good pick that, again, Ming is incredibly comfortable on, and you saw how much damage he was able to soak up.
The TPs.
The Braum, the surprise Braum TP.
Yeah, the level 4 support Braum TP. Come on.
Yeah, right?
Honestly, though, those core tenets that you mentioned that keep these RNG drafts kind of more expected, maybe something that T1 come into it and they're trying to pick apart and get those counter picks, but RNG have been so successful with just keeping, as you said, meta top lane. It's been like 8 games in a row of only Gwen or Gangplank for top lane, for mid. Meanwhile, as long as Xiaohu has some mid lane champion that has crowd control to go roam with, can push the lane, these Galio, Lissandra, Twisted Fate, these types of champions, he goes and sets up those side lanes, and then they also make picks for their team fights and try and control the vision in the later stage of the game to set up on their objectives.
I think the scary thing for me about RNG's draft is exactly as you say, while at times it can be more expected, I almost never come out of a draft and go, there's a problem with RNG's comp. Like it seems to fit their identity. I know that they're still going to be strong enough in the early game to get some stuff done. They're going to be monster team fighters in the mid to late game. And I don't know how they do it, just time and time again.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because even all year long, when they didn't have this identity of like roaming through mid, back when Xiaohu was a primary carry, it's always been formulaic in terms of when they find a style that works, they'll consistently go to the pieces, but have 1 or 2 parts that can be flexible enough to where, again, they either come out of draft even or they'll come out of draft winning, and you look at the other team like, my God, you stand no chance against RNG.
4 minutes to go till the kickoff this series. It's time for us to check in with our MasterCard fan predictions. Let's see who the fans think will lift the MSI trophy and pick up that 3rd title. Nice drum roll. You didn't hear it, but Emily's got it. Emily's got it. Boom! It's the hometown favorite team, T1.
Everybody loves Faker.
Of the vote. I mean, it would just be so fitting in his 10th year as a professional to just to put another trophy in the trophy case.
This team has been constantly remade and reformed around Faker over and over and over again. And this iteration, for it to be like this second coming of the old SKT winning ways is actually so exciting to have another chapter still left in Faker's book.
No, look, you guys say it's fitting. You know what would be fitting now to like finalize the passing of the torch from like the Uzi era to the Xiaohu era of RNG finally beating T1. They've never been able to do it. This would be a great time where, again, RNG didn't come out of LPL looking super dominant. People thought Victory 5 would be here. People thought Top Esports would be here. And if RNG could get it done today against the T1 who has, kind of struggled on and off for a few years. I think would be really nice now that T1 are back at the peak.
That's why I like the test today, because RNG in the LPL, they dealt with teams that are very early game teams. They dealt with teams getting big gold leads on them, and they still came out ahead.
I will say, I think T1, even with all of the things we've talked about with their Barons and their, picking fights, even in the G2,
they learned their
game,
lessons.
Yeah, they're not top esports. Top esports are a little, they're a little bit more fighty.
Yeah,
I would say
it's a perfect
they pick
clash
worse
of styles between our two finals teams. I also want to see how the clash between analysts breaks down in our predictions. Kobe, you're first on the graphic.
I mean, I can't go against Faker. Honestly, this guy, this team being remade around him, I love the stories that follow around Faker, but really I'm most excited about the younger players on the team.
Yeah.
Zaze has won over my heart. This kid leaves it all out on the Rift. He plays so aggressively. Also, as you mentioned, going for these counter picks on top lane. Honestly, I have to go T1, 3-1.
3-1
right.
for T1. Emily, what do you got for me?
I am so happy this is our final, first of all. I love both of these teams. T1's journey from last year at Worlds to having not nearly as many expectations, with the team growing, adding Zaze to the lineup as a starter. I really have loved, in particular, Owner's growth as a jungler, yet another jungler that kind of Faker is helping raise through his actions in the mid lane.
As a coach.
Yeah, there you go. So it's all it's all coming together. It's all coming full circle. I do think it's going to be close in terms of gameplay, which is why I'm going T1 3-2.
3-2.
Let's go.
One a little bit closer.
Again, I've been nervous.
Yesterday.
I've been nervous all this long.
Yeah.
That's gone. We are coming in strong. RNG are going to 3-1 T1. I think people have seen it online. Kenju, the coach of RNG, won LPL Summer, won Worlds with EDG, won Spring Split, and now would be able to win MSI. And I believe Xiaohu will finally be able to overcome the barrier that is Faker. They will manage the early game, and then mid-game RNG is just better.
You talk about the Golden Road run. There you go. It would be right there.
That's
the first person in league history if he does pick up this title here. I'm with you, Lyric. If it weren't for yesterday's series from T1, I would have been squarely behind RNG, but I do think it's going to go back to the unkillable Demon King. I think T1 might be starting a new era of dominance. The stage is set. The teams are ready. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get inside that arena to kick off the MSI 2022 final with the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
Xiaohu, big damage. Oh, just deletes Jojo Kyun. RNG in the fight. T1 unwilling to go quietly into the night. You woke the beast. The beast is angry.
System on the rear. Hey, back doors up, clear. I can't play no more. No matter we still push for the ops, they do woods for it. Like matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurk at the waters and bushes, oh man. Cold eyes, we amping. All of we down, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't talk dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on. Bang, 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 bang. what time it is. Ain't wait on this ground floor. All we throw is fists to the cold we live. Bring down the biz. Set it up like this. Set it off 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 like what? Set it off like this. Make some noise. Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like what? Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Too many enemies up. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Yeah. Too many enemies up. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Yeah. Too many enemies. Yeah. 조금 밑에 모여 봤더니 이 몸만 뺀. 형 이겼으니 형은 늦은 거만 내. 봐줄 테니 갈 때 내를 시원하게. 넌내 손 안 내. 살려줄게요 순간이 간다면 안 해주면 내 심장이랑 상처. 연구만 있어 잘 그려라면 안 해주면 바로 매국 이상형. Go ride it, go ride it, gasoline 나는 go fire. 기사에서 dynamite oh my. 너의 시작에 do you go on the 들어갈까요 나면 그렇게 어떻게 Go riders, go ride, gasoline lighters, more fire. Steel tires, full of dynamite, need more wires. 너의 시작에 do you go on the 조용하게 일어나면 그렇게 하지. Set it off like this. Set it off like what? Set it off like this. 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 Burn it up, burn it up. Set it off like this. 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 Burn it up, burn it up. Set it off like this. 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 Burn it up, burn it up. Take notes.
Welcome to 부산. Welcome to MSI. 다시 한번 부산에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 올해로 8회째를 맞는 미드시즌 인비테이셔널. 대한민국에서 펼쳐진 첫 번째 대회. 이제 어느덧 파이널만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 그것도 각각 3회 우승에 도전하는 두 팀이 대결하게 되는데요. 자, 그럼 먼저 그룹 스테이지 1위, 럼블 스테이지 1위, 디펜딩 챔피언 2회 연속 우승에 도전합니다. LPL의 RNG! 자, 무자비한 공격력을 자랑합니다. 탑핀! 그 누구도 내가 가는 길을 막을 수 없다. 정글러 웨이브! RNG 플레이의 중심 미드 샤오 호! I will show you 바텀 갈라! 4강 KD 14.3 미쳤습니다. 좋은 의미로 서포터 매! One more time! LPL의 RNG! 이에 맞서는 17년도 이후 무려 5년 만에 세계 무대 정상에 다시 한번 도전합니다. 그것도 악연이었던 G2를 3대 0으로 꺾고 결승에 오른 LCK의 대표 T1! 4강전 보신 분들은 그의 미친 퍼포먼스에 모두 반했을 겁니다. 신이 내린 탑솔로 제우스. MSI 내내 최고의 정글 장악력을 보여준 코리아 갓 정글러 오너. 이번엔 어제와 동일한 멘트로 가도록 하겠습니다. 왜냐면 이것이 가장 정확하니까요. 언킬러블 데몬킹 greatest of all time faker. 그에게 자야 주지 마라. 적재적소에 카이팅하는 모습이 정말 인상적이었습니다. 본투비 바텀 구마유시. 고향인 부산에서 세계 최고의 자리에 오르기 위해서 내가 캐리한다. 서포터 캐리 아! 여러분, T1이 가지고 있는 유일한 어드밴티지는 바로 여러분입니다. 여러분 한 번 더 부탁드립니다. LCK의 T1! 한 명도 고를 타선이 없는 역대급 명승부. 아름다운 부산에서 펼쳐온 대회 이제 파이널만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 달려보도록 하겠습니다. Let the finals begin. 2022 MSI 대망의 결승전을 함께 하시는 많은 분들의 뜨거운 환호, 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
RNG and T1.
Two of the most dominant teams we have ever seen.
T1, RNG's #1 nemesis on the international stage.
It was Uzi's team for so long, but Xiaohu is to me the epitome of RNG.
MSI 刚开始的时候，我那个时候接了很多采访，每一次问我的目标是什么的时候，我都说的是 MS 的冠军。
4년, 5년간의 공백 이후에 이번 MSI에서 T1이 우승한다면 그거는 제가 봐온 20년 넘게 봐온 제가 봐온 것 중에 가장 예상하기 힘든 그런 일이 벌어지는 것이라 생각합니다.
MSI 여정이 순탄치만 않았어요. 모든 승리와 패배 속에서 저희는 많은 것들을 배우고 여러 생각을 나눴죠. 이 순간만을 위해서.
RNG just feels inevitable.
RNG tactical, controlled, incredible to watch. Xiaohu and Gala reigning supreme.
어떤 토너먼트든 언제든 스토리의 결말은 같을 겁니다. RNG가 저희가 트로피를 들어올리는 걸 보는 거죠. 이번 결승전은 한국을 위한 겁니다. 팬분들은 저희의 힘 그 자체입니다. 여러분과 함께라면 저희는 무엇이든 해낼 수 있습니다.
次赛事之初，我就知道我们终究会在总决赛相遇。虽然许多人觉得你们是世界上最伟大的队伍，但是即将到来的决赛将决定谁才是真正的至尊王者。我们彼此都在角逐第3个季中冠军赛的奖杯，但我们一定会将这次的冠军收入囊中。我们才是真正的季中冠军赛之王。
부숴버리겠다.
Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up.
What a way to start a day of what is destined to be some of the best League of Legends we've seen this year, if not this decade. We'll have to wait and see how strong the games are today. I'm Medic, this is Azael, that's Vedius, and we are here for the finals of MSI 2022.
Couldn't be any more excited. It feels like it has been these two teams on a crash course towards each other all event long. RNG and T1 decimating their opponents in the semifinals. And now we finally get to find out, who really is the best team in the world today.
Yeah, and we've got to start big picture, because when we look at the LPL and the LCK, it has been LPL dominating over the last few years. It has been the LPL reigning control over the vast majority of international competitions, and T1 will look to do what Damwon could do. Damwon was able to take down the LPL back in 2020, but once again, RNG, they climbed back to the top last year at MSI.
Absolutely, and I mean, over the last 4 years of competition, there have been 7 international tournaments. Of course, no 2020 MSI. The LPL have won 5 of those. In the prior 4 years, it was LCK just absolutely dominating, and we are so far removed from that now. T1 trying to bring the LCK back to the forefront and their own organization back to the forefront of competitive League of Legends.
Yeah, we'll hear it tons of times today, but T1 haven't had a world title for 5 years. It's since 2017 MSI that this team has remained at the top of their region in a lot of respects, but haven't been able to perform internationally. Let's get into the draft, though. RNG picked the blue side. They won a coin toss yesterday. They will remove LeBlanc and Desire. Ari and Lucian taken away by T1.
Something we saw a lot of yesterday from T1 was this priority on the Xayah. We saw G2 drafting a lot of dive compositions that would try and force engages, force team fights, and the Xayah pick was something that T1 was happy to pick for Gumayushi and gave him a lot of safety, or also a lot of agency in lane. By removing the Renata as well, RNG is heavily suggesting they're looking at something along the lines of a Galio comp once again.
I was so interested to see if we were going to get the first pick Gwen, because both these guys are comfortable to play GP into Gwen or Gwen into GP. Bin especially is also very happy to bring out things like the Jax as an additional answer. And I think a lot of this series may pivot on this top lane matchup, because Gwen has been such a high performing champion at MSI. It has been by far the most played of the top laners and has been absolutely dominating. So if you can come out of the gate with a strong answer to it, and it's going to be Jace as that answer. So if Zeus can actually win this matchup, it can really shift priorities and start to change what pick and ban looks like.
A very volatile top lane matchup for sure. I expect to see junglers making their way towards that side of the map. One of the big champions that we've been seeing rise in popularity as the tournament has gone on has been this Nocturne. Nocturne paired alongside things like the Galio have been very common. Nocturne alongside Twisted Fate. The ability to attack side lanes, the ability to find picks and kind of work together with your mid laner is a very effective dive comp execution that many teams are find a lot of success with.
And a big thing for T1 as well is they haven't played either of these champions for a long time. No Nocturnes so far in the tournament for Owner. Zeus played Jace once in the group stage versus Red Canids, I think. So T1 bringing a lot of new things to this draft already.
What you'll notice here is that they can lock in the Galio, because if they go for the Tristana, then they're going to be full AD. Yep. They've already got the Jace, they've already got the Nocturne, so RNG very quickly realizing, we see our window, you're not going to bring that Tristana out like you did yesterday.
And it'll be interesting. I mean, do they go for it anyway? You still could try to look for it. Instead, it's actually going to be an Azir, something we haven't really been seeing whatsoever at the tournament. But some powerful disengage there, the ability to actually sweep back what is 3 melee champions that have already been drafted here by RNG. And Viego's such an interesting one to me, because Viego has been struggling at MSI, but not for these two junglers in particular. It's 11 and 26 at MSI overall, but Wei is 4 and 1 on the pick. Without Wei and Owner, this champion is like a 15% win rate.
And already, as you say, the Viego obviously a very interesting pick, but T1, these 3 picks are so surprising to me. Not because I don't think these guys can play the champions, but as I said, Zeus has 1 Jace game, Ona has no Nocturne games at MSI, and Faker has no Azir games. We haven't seen Azir the entire tournament. T1 obviously well prepared for today.
Well, one thing I will say is that often when you think of certain players, you think of certain champions. And Faker, with his very long tenure, does have quite a few champions to his name. Azir is one of them. It is a champion that he can often default to, often rely on when the chips are down, and it's something that he has very consistent success on. The question is, does it make sense in this composition? You've got a Nocturne that wants to dive into the backline. You've got a Jace that wants to leverage the poke. You've got Azir who is both disengaged, does have long-range poke, also good scaling. Right now, T1's composition is a little bit all over the place, whereas RNG has a very dedicated and clear-cut plan.
And we'll see if they can actually have some picks here to pull it all together, right? Because I agree with you. Sometimes you can kind of get trapped. When you're looking for a denial pick, you're saying, okay, if they want to go Galio, we don't want them to have the Nocturne. But if you allow that to really kind of disrupt what you're trying to build with your own 5v5, that can sometimes be problematic. You can destroy your own composition with that. So we'll see if they can have some picks to pull together.
If I'm counting this correctly, that is 6 AD carry bans that have been removed from the pool, which means
this is
that
gonna be super interesting.
we're going to be going very deep. Aphelios is things that we're looking at right now. Oh, the Caitlyn.
Oh, do we get like a Caitlyn Lux or
It
something?
was fabled coming into the tournament. It was something that I was speaking with Kadril about extensively. And in the LCK, this was like pick ban. This was a champion that you could not afford to give T1. And now they're finally going to be bringing it out. Range is very clearly the identity of T1's composition.
6 games, 6 wins for Gumayusi on the Caitlyn this year.
And and generally when we see Caitlyn, we see it paired with range supports, right? So now RNG have to decide what do they actually want to go to. Yes, there are some things like the Aphelios, but the laning phase is definitely weaker. It can actually, I think, suffer into things like that Caitlyn Lux potentially. If you want to go for something like Tristana, that really would suffer. So I think your options become more limited because T1 has heavily focused ADs in the pick ban. RNG did as well. And potentially with the last pick support, T1 is going for that 2v2 dominance. They have been incredibly strong. And when you think to how RNG has had success, not just here, but also regionally in the LPL, it was largely through Gala's team fighting. When they would fall behind against top, you could always rely on Gala to crush in team fights. And can you rely on that with the Tristana pick here early against Caitlyn? And we're going to find out if it's going to be Karma or Lux. I'm expecting it to be an aggressive pick and really just try to slam it home.
And this is a brave thing to do for T1 because Gumayusi has not had the tournament of his life. Like a lot of people saying he played better in the LCK than he has been playing at MSI. Gala and Ming, on the other hand, having a very strong tournament, especially around those team fights.
I will say, though, Guma, I think, has really stepped it up. Another option is Morgana, which would be really old school, but into Nautilus, it's so good. And I think it actually fits so well. I'm glad I got the time to actually jump in there and say it because this, to me, is the throwback, but this makes so much sense in the draft because I was looking across, Galio taunt, the Nautilus ultimate is so easy to actually land a successful Black Shield on. And this is going to be really, really exciting because we just never see it anymore. It's almost always Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Karma. Morgana can be very, very hit or miss, but this is an extremely dominant lane 2v2. You want to have Owner playing around that bot side, trying to protect them. Wei and Xiao, who you already know are going to be trying to get down there, get Gala going, because in an isolated 2v2, you can expect T1 to blast them.
I'm just excited that we are getting a very expected clash of styles. RNG throughout the LPL was not known for their early game dominance, but their mid to late game, we've demonstrated it throughout the tournament, how intelligent they play the map, how efficient they can be in terms of maximizing their farm, controlling vision, and playing around objectives. You contrast that to T1, who are the early game monsters. They average ridiculous early game gold leads, and they will decimate you in lane and will snowball the game to victory. The big question for today is which style will come out on top, which one will be able to secure the MSI title. And already in game 1, we have both teams with their identities on full display, ready to secure game 1.
And it's not just a battle for the pride of the individual teams. T1, of course, looking for their 3rd MSI title. RNG trying to do the same. It is a battle for the pride of your region. LCK have been down in the dirt for the last 4 years. Only Damwon have been able to dominate against China. And that LPL consistent victory after consistent victory may end today. T1 versus RNG. Game 1 of MSI 2022 finals. Let's get on to the Rift.
And starting things off, I'm just so curious to see how Owner is going to be able to perform on this Nocturne, because they didn't have any additional dive picks to actually kind of be a dive buddy with him. Like, sure, Morgana theoretically can kind of like flash in there, but generally speaking for support, you're not really going to do that unless you're like super fed.
Uma looking for the jump across the wall, but he's taunted, he's rooted, and with the explosive charge down, tick, 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 Gala gets first blood.
That is not the start you want if you are T1, though. You're drafting for 2v2 dominance. You're drafting to smash Gala here in this 2v2, and Tristana starts with first blood. He's even going to get the base off. He's starting double longsword and 4 bots. How are you going to push him out of lane?
This is exactly what RNG did against EG. They did it on the top side, but
Predator invade.
RNG with a strong level 1, they were able to take advantage of the Predator Galio. They were able to punish Gumayusi. He didn't want to commit any of the summoners, and I think it was wise because RNG, they know how to punish that. I think when we look back to their EG series, the moment that Impact lost his flash, what did they do? They dived him at level 4, they dived him at level 6, and they know exactly how to punish. So while he does hold on to his summoners, we'll see how much it affects the lane.
Well, and I'm really curious, did he actually skill E, right? Did he try to skill E and like try to get to the wall and jump over? I wonder if that's why he was actually holding onto the flash. Because if that's the case, that can really hurt. He did skill Q, so he didn't actually do it. So yeah, he just held on to it. They're going to be playing for lane, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. Trist, you know, with double longswords and the additional potions here, still, you know, Carriot can help with the shove, and we'll see how effective they can be. If you can land the binding, it's easy to follow it up with the trap. That's the kind of combination you're looking for. It's such a long amount of CC. And Gala, as a result, is going to have to play Cleanse.
And as we already talked about, coming into this matchup, expectations were that T1 would have that early game lead. When we look at their averages throughout the tournament, T1 typically dominate in the early game. We see them having ridiculous gold leads. You can see 85% of first heralds, 100% of first heralds. They average 4.5 kills at 14 minutes, and they average a 3.5k gold lead. It is ridiculous, and RNG is already going toe-to-toe.
We're looking for Faker in the mid lane. Tor's going to come out here. Faker able to get underneath this tower, should be safe. Just a bit of chip damage down onto the bird in the mid lane.
And the reason why I wanted to bring attention to T1's early game dominance was because this is actually a style that RNG is very used to. Domestically, Top Esports was a team that would be hyper-aggressive in the early game, look for early advantages, yet RNG was actually able to weather the storm.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And largely it was about their team fighting. And as we said, it was about Gala in the later stages, playing around him having success, you know, in that 5v5 stage later on. Ming able to clear out the traps that Guma did put down there. That was a really late rock jump. I think he was trying to buffer it. Maybe he was expecting he might get hit, so buffering the rock jump. But early on in the game, it's a very long cooldown, so we'll see if they can look to punish that whatsoever. Carrier also is playing Comet and Ignite, so again, very lane-focused here for T1, so it is problematic. If they can't get an advantage, you really do want to try to chip out the Trist, push them in, and then harass them under tower and start farming plates, because when you're playing these double-range lanes with Caitlyn, it's not just about the 2v2, it's about winning the 2v2, then getting out on the map and being able to farm plates across the map. You have to play from ahead against something like the Tristana.
Joe stopped it in his Justice Punch. Fake able to slide forward, put some damage down in the mid lane. Zeus looking for some damage onto Bin in the top lane, not going to be able to get too much more. And as you say, that it wasn't just the fact that Gala got gold out of the first kill, it's the fact that he was able to get all of these pots. Because although Gumayusi and Carrier have the pushing lane, they have the pressure in this lane, Gala can just stand back, accept that he's going to be 10, 15, 20 CS down, but not lose too much because he's always able to be topped up on health.
The credit to them, though, they've had the push, right? They've already gotten their first plate here 4 minutes in, so that is really, really good. You know, Owner was shadowing them to make sure that they could get the crash. Now going to be out on the map farming. Early Lucidity boots, I always love on Nocturne. You hit 6, you sometimes just take the second blue buff, and then you have Lucidity boots, you have the extra CDR, you use that first ult. If you can get a kill there, rinse and repeat, back to farming. Every time ulti's up, you look to be proactive. So it's going to be more pressure, I feel like, on Wei to try to disrupt that pattern and try to force them to fight more often than they want. And this is something we actually saw T1 do incredibly well against G2 yesterday when G2 picked Nocturne. It was just Owner, you know, on the other side of the matchup, constantly forcing fights where Jankos was forced to respond, but he didn't really want to. He wants to be waiting for the ultimate. He wants to be playing around that cooldown. So I'm interested to see if Wei can do the same thing to him.
New options for Owner in the early game. Only level 4 right now, as you say, just farming up towards that level 6 on his way towards his wolf camp. First reset comes out of Gumayusi and Carrier. They'll get the Noon Quiver and a bit of extra AP for Carrier. The boots obviously does help for Carrier if he wants to roam around the map. It's not something we've seen him do too often. Sometimes he will go towards the mid lane, but often he just likes to stay down in the bottom lane, especially when you have a pushing lane like this.
Joe consistently looking for opportunities to roam. Moving into the river, a very powerful tool for a mid laner is the Fog of War. we often like to talk about how roaming can generate a lot of pressure, but by just moving into fog, you immediately have to, oh, he could be coming top, he could be coming bot, and Xiaohu demonstrating that pressure and T1 having to respect it.
Well, look at how much vision they have in the topside river. You know, RNG have covered that with multiple pink wards. They have the scuttle. They have another ward as well over on Raptors. That is to threaten that move from Xiaohu up towards topside, and that is kind of hinting that that is the side of the map that they are looking to play towards. But Xiaohu, Predator popped here. A Lucidity boot rush for him as well. But of course, it is spotted out by that pink ward, so Carry and Gumayusi able to play this safe. Still, every time that they can get that little relief of pressure, it's going to be a good thing here for Gala and Ming.
And I do want to bring up as well, yesterday when we saw T1 play against the Galio, we saw Caps being heavily punished in the laning phase. A large part of that was because of the Tristana that he was playing into, but also he was kind of forced to play off the timings of his bot lane, whereas now we're actually seeing RNG play to the timings of Xiaohu. He will push out the wave when he sees an opportunity, and then Wei will group up with him, and then they'll look to control vision. And Azel, you're highlighting it, and our observers are showcasing it for us now. Look at how dark the map is right now. Contrast to the amount of control RNG have. And again, I want to bring us back to that final versus top esports. The ways in which they would mitigate that pressure, try and weather that storm of early aggression, was by utilizing map control, good vision, and just doing what they could to prevent a dominant early game team from snowballing and dominating the early game.
Stun's going to land. There's the hook follow-up. No duck shield in time for Keria. Second kill of the game over to Gala. Gumayusi able to retreat.
Nicely done. Wei with so much patience there. They get the kill. And perfect follow-up from Ming, flashing in. There's actually 0 wards. 1 ward now placed on the map by T1, that pink ward that just got dropped by owner topside. They literally had no wards on the entire map, which was pretty shocking to see. You know, multiple sweepers, the trinkets were all in cooldowns, no one had a pink down, so didn't have any tracking on Wei, and he's just had the patience there, finds a kill, and now they're going to be relieving that pressure again, getting a good reset here for Gala. And thankfully for RNG, he again comes away with a kill. That's exactly where he wanted.
Excellent early game control from RNG, and just a really good window of opportunity there, recognizing that the wave state was in a good spot. Wei could sneak in, and Wei is a player that I think, when we also think holistically, is a very young player, right? When we think about the average age, obviously we talk a lot about how young the talent is from
T1.
19
for Wei.
But you also look at the number of international games. It is very few. Of course, Xiaohu and Ming dwarf in terms of international games, but Wei actually only starting very recently for the actual lineup of RNG.
Yeah, he only started with them, you know, at the start of 2021. Bin coming in at the start of 2022. Gala has only been there since summer 2020. You know, the 3 young players on RNG have not been around for that long. You know, it's 19, 19, and 21 for Gala. So it's a lot of young talent between these two organizations.
Yeah, you just have to look at T1 side as well. No one but Faker was playing professionally when Faker won last won an international title, right? Like, all of these guys started in 2018 or later. You saw very young players, and we'll have to see how they're able to match up into RNG, who have had a strong early game start.
Absolutely, and I think it really speaks to the scouting, you know, from these teams, right? T1, everyone except for Keria came up through the T1 organization, you know, through their academy teams and kind of scouting teams, amateur teams, and have been, you know, such incredible talents for this roster. You know, so many young players on the T1 side. You know, it's kind of the grandpa and the 4 kids here, Faker and the rest of the squad. It's the Boomer and the Zoomers.
It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
There you go, guys. Master Splinter in the mid lane. But I mean, they're just playing it so mechanically impressively across this whole year that, you know, Faker showcased yesterday that he can dominate sometimes in the 1v1, but he doesn't always have to. He often does play more of a facilitating role because his side lanes are so commonly ahead, are so commonly winning. He isn't forced to take risks.
For the moment, he hasn't actually been forced to move out of his lane too much either. 20 CS up over Xiaohu on this Galio. Of course, T1 had this pressure in the bottom lane, and we thought from the draft they were likely to play around it. RNG have matched that well. Wei has been in the right position. Obviously, First Blood helped with that. But T1 still at the 10-minute mark, about 1,000 gold ahead.
It's sort of what we would expect, because when we talked about it, T1 have drafted 3 winning lanes. They're pushing top, pushing mid, and pushing bot, and you can see that CS discrepancy really starting to build across all 3 lanes. On top of that, T1 have 2 plates in the top lane. They have 1 plate in mid lane. They have 3 plates in bot lane. They are leveraging their early strength in order to secure these plates. And sure, they aren't finding these kills, but at the end of the day, their composition is doing what it is designed to do, which is win lane, and RNG are just doing their best, as we've repeatedly discussed, to try and weather that storm, mitigate that pressure, and limit limits T1's impact in the early game.
And my big question on if T1 can begin to snowball that is how effective is the first Nocturne ultimate going to be, right? He has 3 pieces of CDR, so he actually has been able to purchase that up before having to use his first ult, which always does feel really nice. Caulfield's Kindle Gem as well as the CDR boots. But he is level 7. He wants to get out there on the map, try to get active. If you can get that first kill, start to convert, some of these early tower plates that you've gotten into something more, into a full first tower, and you can really extend that advantage, because I don't think that Nocturne wants to play from parity here. He doesn't have a dive buddy. You have to be more active in the early stages, because I do think that the job in the 5v5 is going to be really difficult for Owner.
How on earth are you going to be able to get on a backline when Tristana can just jump away when you have a Galio in front of you? And you have been just wrecking through your backline. We did see Ace in the hole used by Gumayusi just for some harass down towards that bottom side. Ming has left Gala alone for a while as RNG trying to set up around this first dragon. They made a few forays into the T1 jungle, got a bit of vision down. You can see, once again, T1 with 3 wards on the map. 2 in the bot lane bushes, 1 in the top lane. I don't think they're going to contest this dragon, as RNG will take it.
And RNG is one of the only teams that has really been prioritizing dragons, at this event. It has been a much more fast-paced event. The average game time, 29-16, so very few teams are even getting to Soul. But RNG, throughout the Rumble stage, had a 70% first dragon rate. T1 only 40%. They are focusing much more on Herald in general, but this game, RNG able to get both Herald and that first dragon, so going to be feeling really good about that as the gold gap is closing significantly, and I do favor RNG's comp quite a bit from even states.
And I'm looking at the gold right now. You can see that Gala is in fact ahead of his lane counterpart, even with the CS discrepancy, by and large, thanks to the 2 kills and the plates. RNG leveraging this fog of war. We already talked about Xiaohu and how he utilizes it. Now the RNG bot side of the map doing the same thing.
Good flash away from Carrier Ming. Tried to find a flash hook. Carrier flashes himself. Could have gone for the Black Shield, but of course then the Nautilus will chase you and he can look for Gumayusi with a depth charge.
And again, want to bring your attention to the minimap. Notice this control that RNG have. They see the Nocturne is hovering around. They have this ward, they have this ward. They also have these 2 control wards in the top river. It's just complete river dominance from the side of RNG, and they're just keeping an eye on what Nocturne is doing. You talked about it, Azael. How impactful will that first Nocturne ultimate be? RNG is not giving him a chance to use it.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just crushing in the vision game right now. T1 is getting choked out as far as that goes. They're not really having many eyes on this. Bin just using his ult really to clear out the wave as Zeus was threatening the dive and chipping this down. He does have TP, so he's just going to use the ult, clear out the wave, base, come back. And yes, Bin is getting pressured, but I have to say he's done a very good job of keeping the farm even. And this matchup, especially when Gwen goes Ghost, gets really scary later on for Jace, because in these extended lanes, especially once you get towards Riftmaker, there is the potential to get chased down.
And it's partly the knock-on effect of knowing where Owner is all the time. Bin knows, hey, I'm under my tower with 500 HP. I don't have to be scared of Owner ulting me, because he's on the other side of the map. We have vision on him the entire time. And because of that, he can take, some not great trades under his tower just to clear out the wave.
Wow, okay, so we get a brief reprieve. Obviously, not a lot of action, but it has been a very tense game. It feels like that we're waiting for that.
It's like camping.
Is it?
It's intense.
Okay.
I knew where he was going, and I realized that he didn't know. I was like, oh no, he's gotten the bait.
I've casted this map for like 5 years now, and
you were just so genuine about it. You're like, is it? Wow.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So, what I wanted to talk about...
you work with Freak enough to know where it's going.
What I wanted to talk about was how... We talked about how T1's composition, very long range, very lane dominant, and is very powerful in terms of being able to build up lane advantages along with getting early plates. One of the other things I think is important to recognize is how much zone control it creates. With things like the Caitlyn traps, with things like Azir soldiers, with things like the Jace and Morgana Q, they can be very threatening in terms of the amount of space that they actually dominate, especially if they can get onto those objectives first.
Exactly, and I think that is the key thing, is that they have to be able to be to those objectives first, which generally requires you to win the early game, right? You need to be the ones actually pushing up vision, pushing in lanes, knocking down towers so that you can be first to those objectives and really force RNG to come into you. I think T1's comp functions very well when they are kind of playing in that more defensive posture, when they are the ones that are being attacked, but when they are forced to actually push in to an RNG that is already set up, it is so dangerous against Nautilus, Galio, all of this damage, all of this front line protecting, Gala as well. I think it's going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult for them because they only really have, very squishy members to kind of check forward and actually, who's the one to face check?
Yeah, you put Black Shield on someone and hope that they can walk forward. He's got a spell shield as well, I guess. Yep, very true, Azael. We do have a peripheral issue for Carrier right now, as you saw the referee was talking to him. get that sorted as soon as possible, obviously. And I think having a moment to breathe at the start of the game, or start of the series, is always nice, I would say. I would have liked, you know, a little bit further into the series, a bit more action happening, a bit more for us to talk about, because the early game has been it's been slow in the sense that hasn't been... Yeah, it's been methodical. It's been high. Look, I cast G2. You watched it yesterday. None of that's methodical at high level.
Throwing shade on our team. Come on, Medic. Yeah, I mean, of course, in terms of action, it has been very limited, but I think that RNG are kind of getting exactly what they wanted. The fact that they're only at about a 1K gold deficit is very good for them.
I really favor their spot.
What I think is really interesting is when we look back to their final versus top esports, they on average were down 2,300 gold. That was their average in the series. Yep. They consistently found themselves at a deficit in the early game, and expectations were that relative to other LPL teams, they were not a good early game team. And I think it's important to contextualize. I think that when we say that, it's very much about they don't win games largely through the early game. They're not a team that, like T1, will dominate you in the laning phase, that will snowball through winning lanes. Instead, they will play the map. They will consistently attack side lanes. They will accrue advantages in the early game, and they will use that to control the map and then dominate in the mid to late game where they are so well known for. So right now in this game one, RNG is getting exactly what they like and how they approach the game in terms of that solid control, a slight deficit early, which is manageable for them to be able to turn around in the mid to late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, even though I think that is true, you know, their early game isn't as powerful against maybe the world's best, they still had the second best early game, you know, by quite a bit at this event. You know, there were no slouches by any means.
That's why they did relative to other LPL teams, right?
and they do dominate, you know, through objective play, right? And they have been able to take both the Herald and the first Dragon here. They're a team that loves to really have great setups around this. They have excellent vision control. They attack you from really unique angles. You know, one of the things that impressed me most in some of the really contested games between them and EG, you know, game 2, game 3, was the amount of different angles that they were able to actually take advantage of. You know, EG was struggling to approach these objectives because always you saw Xiaohu hidden in a bush on Lissandra, finding a pick from an unexpected angle, people attacking from multiple flank angles at the same time. You know, the way that they actually orchestrated that made it look completely hopeless for EG around those objectives, and I just think it's so impressive to see them consistently able to find those perfect setups.
Yeah, and obviously we're singing the praises of RNG right now, largely because in terms of the map state and with the composition that they've drafted, it's looking like it's their game in terms of control right now. And obviously a lot of things can change. There's still, nothing has been decided. T1 do still find themselves in a reasonable position themselves by having a gold lead. It's just a matter of, can they execute this composition against what RNG have drafted and into the style that RNG typically likes to play.
And obviously, as T1 start to take these tier 1 towers, it does open up the map more for them. Nocturne very good at getting into a side lane, very quickly bolstering his teammates and trying to get those 2v1 plays in that top or bottom lane.
And I want to very quickly, once again, draw your attention to the minimap. Look at these supports, their roam timings.
Ming missed
Ming
that
will be spotted out, but Carrier doing the exact same thing. This vision war is really going to be decided by two of the best supports in the world.
This is huge, though, because Faker has TP, and they know Wei and Ming are in this bush. So unless they're backing, they know exactly where they are. Carrier's here, Owner's here, Faker can TP in.
This is a very good ward. Faker is in a position to TP right now. He's just making his way back towards the mid lane. RNG, this trap, they don't know that they are the ones.
Yeah, they have unleashed TP right now. I think that's maybe what they were waiting for, because the TP ward is actually now available just across. Yeah, they're going to go.
Depth charge comes out. There's the Black Shield as well. The hook goes wide. Owner coming in with the ultimate as well. And there's the TP by Faker. T1, they laid the bait. They set the trap, and RNG walked unsuspecting into the gaping maw of T1. Xiaohu here to join. Double taunt. Faker able to dodge to the side of it. Way very low. Doesn't want the resets. He's going to be able to get one. Zeus on the back line. Forced out by Bin. He will fall as well. Gumayushi now joins the fray. It is a 2-for-2 in the top lane.
This is really good for RNG, though, because Gala is alone in the bottom lane. He could potentially take this first tower right now. This would be the first time they had lost first tower. We'll see if he can even win the race. He lost his minions, so it's going to be really close between them, but it looks like T1 will still actually get it and maintain the 100% first tower rate, just barely. But I love the setup from T1, recognizing not only that they could actually lay this trap, but waiting until it was post 14 minutes so Faker could join not from the tower, but from the lane ward. It was really, really intelligent, very well orchestrated. But RNG able to fight their way out of it. Xiaohu getting up there with the ulti. Bin's ult came off cooldown barely at the end, so he could win out against Zeus as well.
And I think what's great for T1 in that situation too is that they didn't have to commit. It was very situational based on whether or not RNG chose to try and spring that trap, which they did. They committed to try and killing Zeus, rather, and then the moment that they did, that was when T1 responded. They had Caitlyn coming down in lane, and we highlighted the ward. The fact that Ming didn't actually catch it there.
That's
the positioning.
disgusting.
Ming doing everything right.
It's just barely.
Ming literally doing everything that he's supposed to do.
Except
not
sweep the ward.
Unfortunately, not quite catching that ward. And T1 then, notice here, so Faker, he's just catching this mid-wave, not giving anything away.
Such a good
Then
bait.
the moment that the engage comes through, the moment that RNG overstep in the lane and the ultimate comes through, that's when the TP strikes.
Yeah, but Bin was such a problem here. You know, even though he didn't start the fight with the ulti, was able to really buy a lot of time there. Now there's a TP flank here coming in from Xiaohu. Remember, tier 1's down.
Yeah, Zeus has no tower here to defend him. This should be an easy enough kill for the RNG top laner and mid laner. There's the taunt. No flash coming out from Zeus. He'll save that one for another day. Bin with his second kill of the game.
They hand that one over to Bin, and T1 is going to cross-map it on the top side of the map with the Herald. So good use of the TP from Xiaohu in order to punish well, I guess the towerless Zeus in that position. His team was on the top side of the map. He ends up getting caught.
And it's going to be hard now because Bin actually just got back-to-back kills, right? He is going to be going, more for the split push build. He's got his first dagger, going to be working towards that Nashor's. So, will be looking really strong in the 1v1, and Xiaohu's going to continue playing towards him. RNG have been great with the vision, so if they can continue maintaining vision control in the sides, allow them to push this up. They've already grabbed their second dragon. It's going to be Ocean Soul, which is so deadly on someone like a Gwen in a 1v1 against a Jace. You have to kind of poke down this champion before you can threaten any sort of all-in.
Oh, Faker looked for the slide, but the dash away by Bin. He's having a game of his life right now. Has been a little bit disappointing at times during MSI. Zeus, probably the best top laner in the tournament, but here, Bin is really showing up on the final stage.
He certainly is. It takes me back to his performance on Suning when they made that run towards the World Finals where they were stopped by Damwon.
I still remember those barrels, Vedius.
Yes.
Still remember those
you should also remember his Fiora, where he actually got a pentakill in the World Finals as well, and I believe that was the first penta we've ever had in a Finals too. Like, he seems to really step up when the games matter, and I also think back to his LPL Finals, where he also had a very solid performance. And so, yes, his inconsistency is something that has been criticized about him and a potential weak point, but when it matters, he seems to definitely step up.
And I would say most of his inconsistent games at MSI were in the first couple games, right? He had some more risky games where he was kind of playing, the Ignite Gwen style, died a couple times. He had, obviously, the Camille game that a lot of people were criticizing. But even had an interview right after that where he wanted to play more conservative, wanted to play for the team, make sure he wasn't getting in any sort of a disadvantage. And every game he's played Gwen after that interview, he played Exhaust or he played Ghost, right? He has played more respectful to his opponents. He hasn't always just been flipping the lane in low health situations. And he's trusting that, hey, we are going to find these guaranteed kills. We're going to find these perfect setups. And so far, it has been working for them in this one.
Of course, Ghost scales so well when it comes to later game side laning, because you can just chase down Zeus and you can Ghost in. Xiao can come in with the ultimate as well. It becomes very hard for Zeus to actually win out that 1v1 in a side lane.
Now, of course, we do talk a lot about how we do favor RNG's comp the later this game goes, and the one caveat to that is Faker's Azir. Late game.
Oh, carrier.
Oh, that sucks. At least it wasn't a stopwatch, but that still sucks.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. I wonder if that was the classic. Normally I have my wards on this button.
I think so.
And then I didn't realize that when I completed the item, they swapped places.
Yep, exactly.
And so, like, it wouldn't surprise me. Like, it's a very common thing. Does happen from time to time. We've all done it. Come on. I chat. I see you spamming your kick W's. It happens to the best. Okay, it happens to the best. And
you know what it is, though?
Tell me.
It's a bit of a surprise for Carrier. Didn't expect to be golden, you know? It's got surprise. Don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote so you can strut. And when you flash in and turn, fight.
Or Zonya's in the middle of it.
Yeah. I think in this case, he scare prized himself.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And those are the biggest skip prizes. You can't tickle yourself, but you can skip prize yourself.
Well, the dragon spawning in about 2 minutes time, so you can see that both teams kind of posturing around the bottom river, trying to, once again, that vision battle constantly happening between the two teams. Right now, RNG do have that control ward advantage as they've just reset, and now they're pathing towards the bot side of the map.
And I was really curious to see what build build Carry would have gone for, if he was going to do Zhonya's rush. This allows him to be a bit of a pseudo frontline and a bit of a dive buddy alongside Owner, because you can go in there with that Zhonya's. But a lot of the support Morganas do also just go, like you see Moonstone, Mandate, you can go a lot of the different support options. Yep. So I think this one makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Deathcap Rush, that's a brave choice. They're like, 30 minutes in, you don't have your item yet, but they're looking for a pick on Ming here.
Soul Shackle, Root's going to land, but Ming can just buffer out the Q and escape. Rift Tower did come down in the bot lane. Tower will fall as well. Dragon up in a minute and a half.
Once again, though, going to draw your attention to the minimap. Notice they have pressure in mid, and they also have pressure towards the bot side. So they leverage the pressure in mid to move into the jungle, get some control, look for a bit of a pick, and even if that doesn't result in any kills, they guaranteed that tower in the bot lane. So T1 leveraging their map control in order to gain some more advantages, and now they've extended the gold lead to about 2.5k.
And I'm really curious to see, is RNG going to scrap for this third dragon, or are they just going to go top and take a free tier 1? Try to trade for gold elsewhere. They obviously do not have to push for Soul, and Soul has not been a big, really discussion point at MSI because the games have been so fast, as I was saying earlier. But I do think that they're in a pretty decent position. The second items are coming through for a number of their players, Gumayusi and Gala at parry, both of them hitting those 2 item spikes here pretty early. And I think they're pretty much ready to go. The Locket's going to be very effective as well.
I very much agree. This, to me, is where T1 is their strongest, and I think we're seeing them now move on the map much more aggressively, right? They're already grouping up. They're not going to bother leveraging the TPs that they have with Faker and Zeus. They're going to bring their 5-man down, and they're going to threaten RNG. And again, our observers are highlighting the vision control that they have, and T1 have done a great job of setting up the map. They have all of this deep vision, they have this control, and they also have this line of traps.
Binding onto Ming.
To look for a pick, and T1 leveraging their comp very well. And it's exactly what we talked about. When you get to the dragon first, your zone control and ability to choke out these spaces is very strong.
Yeah, now they're going to have to try to come from creative angles here, but some of the traps are expiring, so RNG is going to be now let in, and Bin is in the pit.
Wade trying to flank here, gets onto Faker. There's the stun being going onto Faker as well. Faker with a slide back, but already one's down. Owner has fallen. Bin looking for the damage onto Faker on the back line. Faker dodges out from the Heartbreaker with a stopwatch of his own, but it's a double for Bin. Gumayusi and Zeus have to run for the wins. Faker down. Gala. Goomba stomping forward.
And this is going to mean so much for RNG. They get the kills, they get the dragon. Both junglers are dead. I don't think they're going to flip at Baron in this case. They're just so far ahead. I feel game state-wise, Gala untouched, and he just shredded through Owner. Owner not even able to get off his stopwatch in that one. I'm not sure if he bought it up after the death or not, but he went down in a hurry, and if it wasn't for a really good Zhonya's from Faker, he was actually going to get soloed up by Wei. Wei drew so much pressure in the back end of this fight.
And look at the way in which RNG attacked. They had 3 different angles that they were coming from. The top of the river, the dragon pit, and underneath the river, and then T1 was forced back into this choke point with which RNG sprung. Now the TP.
Zeus looking for Bin, just in the 1v1. The TP coming in behind him. Bin's winning this one, though. 5-0-2. Gwen can do no wrong.
Bin is popping off. Xiaohu TP's in just to say, good job, buddy. Nice hustle out there. Bin grabs another one. T1 trying to get something back, trying to take control in that side lane. Zeus at best would have got a trade kill there because he would have gone down to Xiaohu. The other 4 members now playing up towards this Baron, trying to threaten this, but there's not really much threat of them being able to rush this down in the 5v4. I think it would be way too dangerous. But if they are left alone and you can get something like a kill in the side lane, Azir can shred through objectives, can kill that Baron very quickly. So RNG are going to have to try to reclaim some vision here and always keep eyes on it.
Zeus does have the TP as well. RNG, I think they're not going to overcommit here. I think that if they wanted to play for anything, that top tower is looking very juicy for them. They could look to try and reclaim some control back around the Baron area. Again, I'm going to keep bringing this minimap up because I think it's really important to highlight. Notice before, when Zeus died once again in the side lane, it's largely thanks to this control that RNG have in the map. And credit to T1, they're making the correct plays. They're setting up their own vision control and leveraging their pressure in terms of the cross. But it's not really netting them any advantages. They couldn't force the Baron in that situation. And now Carrier could be in danger.
Gala jumps across the wall. Carrier does have flash. Will use it to escape. Didn't want any more of that damage from RNG. When we saw the gold, Gala 1,300 gold ahead of Gumayusi right now.
To be honest, it's starting to feel like T1 are getting closer to where they're just going to flip the Baron. I think they've lost control of this game, and they realize the only way they can fight is with RNG walking into them, right? So they're spending so much time in this Baron area, setting up the trap line, trying to force RNG in to fight them. But RNG's not going to take the bait. They're close to having IE on Gala. He's the richest person in the game. You're at Dragon Soul Point here. So unless T1 are willing to absolutely just flip at an objective, they're not going to get that fight that they want from RNG.
And we think back to that last Dragon fight, RNG literally walked looked at them. Like, the Banshee's sitting on top of Xiaohu, the Merc Treads on the Nautilus. They don't care about the Morgana binding. They don't care about whatever CC you have, which is very limited in its entirety. Xiaohu is more than happy to proc his Predator and just sprint straight at you to force these engages. And so T1 is going to find it harder and harder to get an advantageous fight.
And I just love that RNG were coming from multiple angles, right? Ming in through mid lane, the rest of the team coming in through that side brush. We had Wei wrapping around behind on Faker, attacking multiple sides.
And getting that stun onto Faker was huge as well, because it meant he couldn't slide the rest of the team away. He couldn't put that Emperor's Divide down and disengage the fight for T1. RNG have finally found parity in terms of gold, only 200 gold between these two teams. Ocean Soul available to them in a minute and a half's time. And although T1, they have scaling, they have damage on their side. You know, Faker is on the Azir very strong as the game goes on. Right now, it feels like Bin is too big, Gala is too big, and Xiaohu is just so good at disrupting and finding these pockets of vision.
And we talked about how it felt good for T1 with their 2-item spikes. You now look across the RNG and you see that Infinity Edge being completed on Gala, and you're like, now I feel like RNG is stronger. Now I feel like it's RNG that's kind of reaching that point. And you talk so much about the Gwen earlier on, Azale. You look at those items, you press tab, and you see that she's almost completed her third one, and you're like,
3 is game over for Jason in side lane, unless you're on like 6. So.
Yeah, it's a scary situation to find yourself in. And again, the gold is similar, but it's a little deceptive to the actual strength of RNG right now.
Absolutely. But at the same time, you know, it is a highly lethality comp. There's lots of squishy members on both sides. If T1 can find that perfect engage, if they can catch Gall out, burst them down, you know, there's always that opportunity. But the fact that Gumayushi is having to go towards LDR, his IE is going to be very, very delayed. Gala doesn't have to do that. It's all squishy members. If you can lock anyone on T1 down for about 3 seconds, Gala will kill them. Like, that's about all he's going to need. So it is very, very important that T1 have that perfect beginning to the fight, or it's going to go sideways fast.
T1 waited for the Serilders on Zeus, then TP'd in. Ming trying to hook himself away here. No real follow-up apart from that binding. How do you get any closer to the Nautilus if he does manage to use that dredge line? Xiaohu and Bin on the flank. Ona spots them. Zeus and Carrier there as well. Mid lane Prio for T1. Wei and Ming coming in from the side. RNG are on vision. Xiaohu with the taunt. Catches Ona. There's the Everfrost as well. Ona pops the stopwatch. T1 on the retreat, and Ona left to his lonesome has to flash. Ming flashes forward. Looks for the binding, but he can't get the damage down. Good depth charge onto the back line. Carrier going in with the Soul. Shackleman just out of range. Shot Blast does so much work in these fights, but the Ocean Soul, a possibility for RNG. They're looking to burst it. T1 do not have vision in the pit, and the Ocean Soul is gone. RNG secure it. T1 last legs. Last dregs of hope perhaps for you if you can find this fight, but they can't. They back off, and they go towards the Baron.
They're going to go towards Baron. There's pings on it, but RNG know as well. They're going to head straight out there. T1 have just not much hope left in this game, so they're going to try to flip at Baron here. I think it's a pretty good attempt because RNG are behind the play. We'll see if they can actually burst it down in time.
Jace, Azir, Caitlyn will burn through this in a millisecond. Xiaohu on the way.
Can they get out?
Bin here as well. Wei going in. Heartbreaker available for Wei. Ona smites early. Wei secures it. The shuffle gets 2 of them back, but already Ona's down. Xiaohu pops the stopwatch, and Bin pops Carrier. Gumayushi has to flash. Faker flashes out of the pit as well. Bin still on the chase. Baron secured for RNG. 2 kills as well. And RNG will be able to get out, force T1 away.
Beautiful response from RNG. They get themselves the Soul, they get themselves the Baron, and they're looking to secure game 1 of this best of 5.
They're just playing so cleanly. They left T1 with so few options, you know, pushing them out. Owner just can't ever ult in. They're going to try to get a pick on the Bin here.
Bin has needlework here. Good look for the 2v1. Knockback. Fake looking for the damage with a needlework. Put them in the trash. It's his namesake, and he puts T1 right in the garbage where they belong.
It's not even close. Bin makes it look easy. The 1v2 top lane ends higher health than he started. RNG winning out on all sides. Have played a near perfect game 1 here in full control, it feels like, start to finish from the level 1, punishing Gumayushi. And they're in such a prime position now to close this one out. They need to just continue playing mistake-free League of Legends, but they just have given T1 almost no opportunities.
Just beautiful play from RNG overall, and I think that like it really started in the draft. We talked a lot about how T1 needed to dominate this early game. They needed to find these advantages. At this point in the game, it's desperation. You understand why the Baron is happening.
He has to smite early.
And we talked about it, right? He had to smite early, and that meant that there was a prime opportunity for the steal to come through from Wei. Yes, it does mean that both Wei and Xiaohu lose their life, but the mission is accomplished. The Baron is secured. It ends up being a 2-for-2, and T1 are forced to retreat.
It's just so hard. I mean, Gala and Ming weren't even there, and T1 were losing out on that fight. It's almost a death cap now complete for Bin. Goes home, you know, builds up the Cosmic Drive. Full BT now done for Gala as well. They have the Ocean Soul on top. This one is looking pretty much all wrapped up here for T1. And they're going to have to start thinking about the second game. You know, I think that the Nocturne really just did not fit with what the rest of the composition was trying to do whatsoever. It felt like they were super focused on getting a denial pick and lost track of what it would mean for their composition. And RNG have just not really made any mistakes. They didn't give T1 any advantages in those early stages. They just played such a bulletproof laning phase.
You do wonder how much would have changed if Kamiyushi wasn't caught out at the level 1, whether they could have had more pressure down towards that bottom side. T1 have shown us stronger early games throughout the course of MSI and, of course, in the LCK. They need to find a way back throughout this series. Right now, this game is looking done and dusted. T1 defending at their inhibitor towers. Baron still up for 17 seconds. RNG have made 5,500 gold off this buff.
RNG just taking their time. The Elder is going to be spawning in about 2.5 minutes, so I imagine they're going to keep the pressure up with the Baron that they still have, but it is about to wear off. The problem for RNG right now is that they're only playing through one lane, but Zeus, he doesn't have flash.
There's a 3-level advantage as well for Bin. Zeus, no flash. Bin on the chase. Ghost continuing to tick near to work dodge, but Bin 10-0-2 on the Gwen.
An exquisite for Poe. Flash in.
Looking for the damage onto Ona. He ults Ming to try and get away. Xiaohu's still on the chase. Guardian Angel available for Ona. He will tick down, but the Guardian Angel is not popped. Still, RNG now know they're at a 5v3 advantage in the mid lane as they push in, looking for at least the inhibitor. Wei is catching the second wave in the bottom lane, so they will look for 2.
Yeah, RNG just playing it really calm, cool, and collected. Pushing in bot, gonna look for this second inhibitor tower here. Owner with no ult, Zeus still dead. T1 not really much hope here of contesting this. Maybe when Zeus respawns, they can try to go for one last big play. It has to be, you feel like, some sort of huge ultimate from Faker to set it up for them to have any chance. But RNG just going to back up, spend all the gold that they just collected here, and set up for Elder.
And of course, it's important to remember that T1 are known for dropping games in series. It is not uncharacteristic for them to even lose that very first game of their best of 3s during the regular season, and they did drop a game in their finals as well. So I would definitely not count them out of this series, but I think that RNG came in with a very strong showing. After T1 absolutely dominated, and there were a few question marks considering the closeness of RNG versus EG, many touted T1 as the clear favorites coming into this best of 5, and I think RNG have come in with a very convincing game 1 showcasing we're here to play, we're here to compete, and we're here to secure ourselves our third title.
Hook gonna go in, they're looking for the damage here already. RNG just ripping T1 into pieces in the river painted with T1's blood. Gala dashing forward, a double for Bin, make it 3. He's looking for more as he continues to chase T1 down. Owner forced out, TP coming in. Bin looking for it here, but instead it will be stolen away by Wei. RNG ace T1, only Xiaohu falls, and the Nexus will be forfeit.
RNG making it look easy here in game number 1. T1 gonna have a lot of questions to answer in the draft. Coming up in game number 2, the Jace pick not really working in the Gwen, the Nocturne not really fitting in, and RNG are cruising.
RNG weathered the early game storm that was T1 and take game 1 in the MSI finals.
A good game overall, I think. We saw some strengths from both sides. I think T1 continued to demonstrate their lane prowess and their ability to leverage their strong laners, but they couldn't really convert it. And I don't think that there was any particular mechanical execution error from T1. I think it was largely just down to the draft. I think that by going for a Jace Nocturne first rotation, you already made it very difficult for yourself in terms of finding a comp that all wants to do the same thing. And then while I think they did have a strong Caitlyn Morgana, going for a different direction with the jungle, something like a Lee Sin, would have given you the ability to create a split map, give you more opportunities to try and better snowball that side of the lane. And I think that, yeah, their comp was a little disjointed, but even with that, they demonstrated their strong mechanical prowess and ability to generate leads in the early game. Moving into game 2, I just expect their draft to very much make changes.
I mean, one of the big things I also think you have to highlight is how good RNG were with the vision control in the early stages, right? You know, they knew T1 had to snowball this game. It was such a huge investment in early pink wards. Everyone was buying them. It felt like every single base for RNG. They were dominating the vision game, it felt like, in the first 10-15 minutes. And T1 just weren't really able to find those plays. It was so late in the game that we actually saw Owner's first ulti. And even in that play, it ended up being a pretty even trade.
A struggle for T1 in the early game. We'll see if they, in the mid game, so we'll see if they can bounce back. As we go to a break, let's check in on T1's comms from their clean sweep versus G2 Esports yesterday in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
아래 조심.
나 노인이다.
잡은 거 같다. 미드 갈게 우리. 미드 전력 가자.
괜찮아.
미드 전력 갈게.
적당히 죽어 그냥. 올 수 있는 거 있나? 오른 있다.
다 가서
다 갈 거야. 다 왔어.
게임 끝낼 생각할래 그냥?
게임 끝낼래? 가자. 누구야? 오른 누구?
미포 노플이야.
오케이. 미포는 구안 썼고 오른 누구?
이거 생으로 깨야 될 듯.
이거 게임은 못 끝낼 수 있어. 상업택이거든. 미포 궁 있지? 잡을래? 아이씨. 네. 미포 궁 있어. 오케이 이거 오케이만 하자. 오른은 노궁이야 대신에.
상태 하나 볼만할 듯.
나 풀 7초. 나 티포 좋아.
나도 궁풀 볼게.
나 이제 메가 돼. 간다.
아까 더블 줄게.
해 싸움. 미포. 탱. 다 달았어. 좋아. 텔 탈게.
가자 미드 가자. 잠깐만 맞을 사람 있나? 잠깐만.
얘 풀 있어 미포. 안 썼어. 잠시만.
실드 형.
야 잠시만. 20초. 끝났냐? 끝내기 애매해.
형 너무 신나.
일단 라클부터.
자 하나만 깨볼까?
노구잉 있는지.
하나만 깨자 하나만.
아니야 할만해. 할 것 같은데? 할만해. 일단 나 갈게. 일단 깨. 타워. 야 레드 죽었다. 타워 이거 뭐냐? 야. 밀어. 트라이브다. 밀어.
잘 카이팅해.
데이터.
한 명만 맞아. 조이 큐.
싸울까?
깨.
나이스.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
It's like
to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where the defending champs strike first blood in the series. It's RNG over T1. We're going to start in the draft. We've got a whole heck of a lot to cover because we had a lot of questions about how these teams would approach the best of 5. And this draft...
It's perfect, James. It's exactly what we wanted. They stayed true to their identities.
It caught me by surprise.
It's the most extreme iteration of what we're talking
Both
about,
teams,
where
yeah.
T1 will draft everything for lane phase advantages.
Yes.
So every single lane, great, is a pushing lane, is a winning lane, is going to get you CS advantages. But when you put them all together, that comp has to snowball or else they are doomed. And then RNG stayed true to their style. They're like, you know what? 9 games in a row of either Gwen or Gangplank carry top for Bin, and Xiaohu on the iconic roaming mid lane champion for him, the Galio, no hesitation on throwing it down.
Yeah, and I just love how, like, even after the first 3 picks, right, it was Gwen, Vio, Galio. We look at each other like, oh, what a surprise in this RNG draft. But RNG, right, it's going to be rougher early, but you know what to expect them. We know we can deliver. I think the T1 one was the one that had more questions, right? Sure, they're going to win lanes, but how are they going to do when you are the team that has to, get vision control down? You have to play around the enemy team coming into you, having champions that can face check, and even things like the Nocturne, which I know the casters were questioning, right? Doesn't really fit into the comp too well. Seems like more of a takeaway from RNG rather than something that really goes with the identity of what T1 wanted to accomplish.
And putting that aside, I really loved how RNG attacked this early, right? Like, they're like, we don't want this Caitlyn lane to get too far ahead. What you see here, Wei going bot side after that level 1 where Xiaohu's just rushing into their jungle to get that kill. It's less about getting the Tristana ahead and more about making sure that Caitlyn can't just chew through that initial turret and rotate around. They also, RNG, spent their Herald to go bot as well, so you could tell it was a very targeted early game attack.
Okay, yeah, this is now the second time that we've seen the Predator boots into the enemy jungle. It's 2 for 2 on First Bloods. You love to see it, but beyond that, you may have noticed in that bot lane replay, procs the Spell Thieves into the bush. Ming says, okay, I'll walk out of the bush, make you think it was me you procced it on, and not my jungler.
So good.
Baits him into that double or into that 2v3 in the bot lane for another kill. Now with, advantages gained on the bottom lane, where are we going to transition it? We're going to go to the top. This was the moment, though, for T1 where we thought maybe with that Warden weight, they could do it, Kobe.
And this is why you picked the Nocturne in this match, because, you have to push with all the lanes, and so Nocturne is supposed to deny, teleport plays to the enemy team, and they do get the play off to get the initiation there, but then the response comes through after.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing here that we're going to start seeing throughout as the game goes on from this point is that Bin just starts to snowball out of control. And credit to him for playing the lane, I don't know, Jordan, about as safely as I've ever seen him play. Bin is not well known for, hanging back, letting things go. So yeah, credit to him.
Yeah, and I gotta say, as the game progressed, this fight I think really was a difference maker for RNG. The biggest thing here is just playing it from so many different angles, right? You have 3 members coming from top, Bin jumping over the wall, Wei coming from the bottom side. And for RNG's comp, it very much wants you right in front of them to throw out all their skill shots, to kind of throw out all their artillery pieces, and RNG never gave them the chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matchup of 2 classic archetypes of League of Legends. T1, full siege and poke composition. What do you want against that? Hard engage. Just don't get too far behind early so you can still have enough money to make those hard engages. So when you find it in the river, you can crush them in the team fights. And that's why we say T1, they had to snowball. Like, if you're going to draft that way, you have to get your giant CS advantages so that you can try and play the map that way. And then here, to me, I wanted this so badly because if you're in this losing scenario and you're going to swap, why is Owner taking the Baron? He's the one whose health that you care about. They actually had him tank Baron for 3 attacks. He had to smite early for health. If you're going to flip the Baron, that's the one thing that you care about. They reverted, James. I was so sad to see that. Just have anyone, I know everybody else is ranged champions, get Jason there, tank it. Anybody else tank Baron. You do not want your low health jungler tanking Baron if you're going to flip.
Coach Kobe is upset. I wanted to point out something here. Yeah.
Power to the junglers here.
We've been talking about T1's early gold leads, right? And here is a perfect demonstration of how well RNG were able to mitigate T1's early pressure. Because, like, at 10 minutes, when you really want that comp to be, like, super snowball-y, T1 were only ahead by 1K, which is really impressive from RNG.
With arguably their most early game focused comp to date in the tournament, they well undershot overshot their average in terms of a gold lead, and that is all credit to RNG's response. Obviously, at the point of the Baron flip, T1 was in a very tough position, and so they're just throwing everything, at the wall and seeing if anything sticks. Now it's about reframing towards game number 2. They pulled out all the stops in game number 1. They're going to elect to jump to blue side here on the second game. But I want to talk about how you deal with the OP player of the game in Bin. Because of what he just did with that Gwen in game number 1, I feel like now T1's going to have to start asking questions about that top lane matchup.
Yeah, and it might just come down to investing more resources and setting him behind, right? It's going to come from draft and actually having things where you can look to make like 2v2s and look for skirmishes, but that's what teams were attacking against RNG in the LPL all year. It was attacking Bin up in the top side. If you can get Faker back on something that is a heavy roam or facilitating champion, make their way up, shut him down. Gala and Ming, even though they are super good, they're typically not the kind of lane that are going to snowball out of control. It's about coming online later. So yeah, if Bin's going to keep having monster performances like this, RNG are going to have to, T1, I'm sorry, going to have to start investing resources to shut him down.
And I think the most surprising thing for me, I don't know if you agree, Jordan, is how safely Bin played this lane, because in LPL, he's really known for playing that matchup super, super aggressively without attention to where the enemy jungler is, right? And I thought I saw him play like probably the most conservatively I've ever seen him play that lane, despite the fact that he is obviously getting shoved in by the Jace,
Kenju
right?
the belt. Kenju coming in was tough on EDG. Now he's tough on Bin.
When I say safety, Bin is not the thing that comes to your mind first, is it? Honestly, yeah, I definitely loved his play, but I also loved the fact that they start out their draft and they slam down the Galio, and Shahu's like, yeah, that was a cute Tristana.
Yeah, I think we just saw the same thing. We just saw the same thing in the same moment. 41.5% damage share in that game. Wow. Are you kidding me? Deathless, 4 solo kills. I think Bin is already starting to change the narrative and just game
That's 2020
1.
World Finals Bin right there.
That is 9 games in a row of Gwen or Gangplank.
Woo!
Probably don't let that happen.
All right, so we have a feeling we know where Bin's going to go in game number 2. The question is, how does T1 respond as they look to even up the series at 1-1? We're back over to the casters to get us into game 2 of our MSI final.
Thank you very much, Dash. Unfortunately, Vedi is not feeling 100% right now, so he is subbing out. I'm Medic, this is Azael, and we are here for game 2. And what a game it's likely to be, because T1, I really think if Gumayusi didn't die level 1, that game is entirely different. Like, the composition doesn't quite do exactly what they want, but if you have a pushing early game AD carry that can actually be played around, it makes the game so much easier.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Bin doesn't get 13 kills or whatever it was
definitely helped him.
that could help you over on T1's side too. So they are going to have to really worry about that. I'm just so interested to see what are the picks and bans, adaptations here for game number 2. The Jace as an answer to the Gwen obviously went even, got some plates early game, stayed about even in farm, but could not really compete in the later stages. So do they just go back to GP versus Gwen matchup? Do they actually ban it out? This feels like a first pick Gwen already because Jax is getting banned out. That is one of the answers that Bin will go to. Will T1, okay, so yeah, tit for tat. Jax gets banned, so you ban out the Gwen, kind of knowing that's where they're heading. Now, do you look towards something like the GP? Because that becomes kind of king of the castle.
King of the top lane, at least, but Ari and LeBlanc still available. Wukong as well. One of those 3 is going to get through this pick ban phase.
Well, and they could actually just leave multiple up. If you're on red side, I think it's actually better to leave 3 OPs up than 2 because you can do a 1-for-2 trade. So I am really interested to see what these last bans are going to be. T1, of course, could take 1 away. If anything, I feel like they would be happy to go for that Wukong plus the LeBlanc or the Ari. And right now, if I'm RNG, I just don't ban any of them. And, they grab one, you could grab the other. Of course, the question is, if you leave Wukong up, then they grab Wukong, and then, they're going to get one of the OP on the second round around. So probably going to be a Wukong ban is what I'm assuming. But it just depends, how concerned they are about Faker's Ari and LeBlanc, which are 2 of his best champions.
Well, it will be the Ari left open, LeBlanc banned away. So Wukong and Ari are 2 main points of focus here for T1. Of course, they could look towards the top lane and go for something like the Gangplank. And the only problem is, as you say, leaving the Wukong and the Ari available for RNG.
Yeah, I think it's feels very likely that it would be the Wukong. I think Wukong has been so dominant, but I mean, Ari for Faker is hard to argue against, so it really just comes down to kind of T1's personal preference here. I am more partial to the Wukong, has been extremely good when it has gotten through, has mostly been banned out, but has been very successful across a lot of different teams when it is left available. Also, by grabbing the Wukong, you're not having Xiaohu, play as much of kind of like the roam style champion, right? He is going to be having to grab the Ahri, so he's not going to be on a TF or a Galio. The Galio, of course, banned out. Xayah has also been incredibly effective, 76% win rate, 13-4 at MSI, so this has been killer. With the Wukong on the other side, T1 could look to dive, heavily towards Gala, so I think it makes sense.
I wonder if T1 will look towards that Caitlyn down towards the bottom side. Has been banned against Kiyoshi so many times. Gives you pressure in the lane, but of course you can look for it on the second rotation instead. Now, Gangplank for the top lane pick for Zeus. So instead, actually switched over to the Lissandra, a well-known LeBlanc counter, and can work well into Ahri as well.
Yeah, I mean, he actually brought this out a lot against EG, right? He was playing this in multiple matchups. It wasn't just as the LeBlanc counter, and he was looking really, really effective on it. They could even go, to blind GP. I think it makes a lot of sense here. I love this because GP can play weak side. Now you focus down towards bot lane. You have GP to set up the engages. The Lissandra, the Wukong come in on top of that, looking for that kind of dive onto this RNG backline. And now the question is, do you actually match top here or do you match jungle, right? And where are you going to go as far as that is concerned? It looks like it is going to be Waze. Viego. 5-1 now.
Most played this tournament. He's on a tear with it. Of course, it was Xiaohu played the Lissandra into EG, not Faker, who is currently playing in this game. It's hard when they swap over so often. I have to move all my notes around as well. But yeah, it's the Lissandra into the Ahri in the mid lane. Now we're going to see where the bans go. RNG likely to look towards banning AD carries. T1 likely to look towards banning perhaps top laners that would work well into this Gangplank.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be the expectation. Bin is a very flexible player, is an aggressive player. I'm curious to see what they're going to be concerned about, with this GP. If they think Bin would go something very aggressive, range matchups can be a concern for GP.
Something like the Gnar, a possibility for Bin. Hasn't played that much of it across the course of the last split, but it's always an option. Also, Bin's Camille, although often teamed up with Xiaohu's Galio. Bin on the Camille is still a terror, a monster. He's only had it once so far at MSI.
And we're looking to some of the other champions that are still available that he has played. He has played Aurelia, Gragas, Camille. Those would be the three that are left up that he has already shown us. And he is willing to play some of these aggressive matchups. I think if you're going to play Camille, you have to be willing to play heavily towards topside. And really try to punish this GP. You generally want to be able to look for those all-ins in those melee versus, well, GP is melee too, but he functions more like range because he's kind of harassing you down with the parlay. Senaban has become very, very popular, it feels like, in these later stages. Gnar, as you mentioned, great range matchup into the GP. I think these days, it feels like as GPs are getting more skilled, it does start to feel more GP favored. But at the very least, you can kind of go even, be a stable team fighter there. And it feels like RNG, once again, are building for that team fight. And back-to-back games, we're going to have 5th pick for support. Of course, last time Keria got to lock in that 5th pick Morgana. This time, Ming will be the one getting to last pick his support. So will he actually go for that 2v2 style of counter pick, or will he be playing more towards the 5v5? Gumayushi back on comfort here. He was known really as the Jinx Aphelios guy. This is where he really started to make his name. Just absolute dominance on these picks. Yes, they are not as strong as they once were, but they are still powerful. And Gumayushi playing comfort, when they actually beat RNG in the second round robin, he was playing that Aphelios, something that no one was really playing. And Danny, as well, when he actually beat T1, was playing the Jinx. So people have started to go back a little bit towards that comfort. And it isn't good, again, going to be ranged support here.
I mean, ranged into Tahm Kench makes a lot of sense. It's so easy to harass and you get pressure in that lane. Of course, Jinx losing the extra HP early on, one of the nerfs that brought her down from S tier AD carry, means that she can't harass as heavily in the lane. So expectations are that Gala and Ming will have the priority down towards that bottom side. I do look at RNG's comp and think it lacks a little bit of engage. Obviously, Mantrid Inspire from the Karma can get you that movement speed, and a Gnar jumping onto the backline or a Spirit Rush into a Charm, but you don't have that all-in go button like a Lissandra or a Cannon Barrage or a Cyclone from the Wukong.
No, absolutely. I mean, they don't have any point and click engage, right? How you have to depend mostly, I think, on flanks, on things like that, or like T1 last time, you have to be first to the objective, right? If RNG is first to set up at the objective and they're engaging into you, it can be very difficult to walk through the Xayah Feathers, through the Karma Poke. But if RNG, can get ahead, there is the ability to actually play through sides, to look for dives. That's something that they really, really aggressively do enjoy. But T1, I do think, are set up with a more powerful 5v5 comp if they can stay at parity. That is going to be a big question, though, as I think Jinx TK pretty heavily at a disadvantage here against the Xayah Karma on the other side.
And Gumayusi and Keria didn't struggle in the lane itself. They struggled because they were ganked and Gumayusi died level 1, but the laning phase, they were like 20 CS up, they had that push. Here, they won't have the pressure in the 2v2, but my expectation is they should still be able to weather any storm that RNG puts down towards that bottom side.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, a lot of MSI, I think, has been about, unlocking mid lane, right? And being able to actually get ahead through mid and then move your mid laner out towards those sides. And RNG and T1 are both very adept at doing that. If anyone can get a big advantage in that mid lane, it can really start to spill over into these side lanes, and that's where you start to get those enormous leads where things can get blown apart because players at this level are just so good at minimizing loss. Even in these very, very bad matchups, they rarely ever die. They give up a bit of farm, they go down, they have good base timing, so it's hard to pressure their towers. We'll see if RNG can get more of an edge in that 2v2 than T1 were able to last time.
It is an interesting sort of switch from game one. Game one, RNG, very teamfight focused, just wanted to scale up. We're happy being 2,500 gold behind at 20-minute mark here. T1 are now in that boat. You have superb scaling in the Jinx and the Gangplank. You can be very strong when it comes to 5v5s. You have zone control. You have these big, impactful ultimates. You have protection for your AD carry. And RNG, they have a similar composition when it comes to 5v5, although not as much engaged, not as much zone control. But their early game is much stronger, and they'll be looking to get that early lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting. Both mid laners are going for the Electrocute. We're not seeing as much of the Aftershock Lissandra. Of course, that was kind of the tech into LeBlanc. But even in that matchup, a lot of people were starting to go Electrocute more for the 1v1 and less for kind of the survivability in that 5v5. So when you are going Electrocute, it is more risky to use the offensive ultimate instead of the self-ult because you don't have those resistances from the Aftershock to stay alive. But as far as the trading is concerned, I think Electrocute is just almost always going to be better against the Ahri. Ahri's not like that LeBlanc where she's getting point-blank range and you can find that really effective W. Ming is going to be Comet and Ignite, so this is really setting up here for that 2v2 heavily. And Faker really taking a nice trade.
Yeah, dodging out the Orbital Deception means that he gets about 150 HP advantage there in the mid lane. Both of them have already popped one stack of their corrupting potions in this matchup. Is one that we have to watch a lot. Is our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup in the mid lane. Faker versus Xiaohu, two incredibly decorated players. Of course, Faker, 2 MSI titles, 3 Worlds titles. Xiaohu with 2 MSI titles of his own, both of them fighting to be the first to 3.
Absolutely, and I mean, all-time, Faker was 13-6 coming to this series, so make it 13-7 as far as the advantage over Xiaohu. Has historically had a slight CS advantage in lane, but these guys have been very similar top performers for the team. Within 30 DPM of each other, 0.1% away as far as total KP. Like, these guys have both been absolute rocks for their team. And we've talked about it a lot. Everyone used to look at RNG as the Uzi team. It is very much now the Xiaohu era. He is that top performer for the team, has been for many years across multiple positions. It's just incredible. And something we, I think, almost take for granted, the fact that, he won last year in a different role, and now here he is in the finals again at mid lane. He seems to just be able to, at will, I think this year I'll maybe win an international tournament in a new role.
That's what you do. Zeus looking for a lot of damage here. Flashing forward, Bin's going to flash away. Barrel Chain does not connect, but Zeus winning out the early trades here versus the Gnar.
Yeah, heavily so, because it was actually a cloth 4-pot start. So he's completely out of potions. The fact that he actually went for that, this very defensive start, has already burned through all of these potions as well. Owner even pushing way off of the red buff here. Went red Raptors and then Gromp and then invades up here towards this top side. So he has the red buff and it does push way back. Way now though, going up towards Zeus.
This will dive down in the bottom lane. Ignite ticking on Ming. There's a lot of damage. That flashed away from Zeus though in the top lane. Overstepped a little bit and Way there for first blood.
Nicely done by Wei. Zeus trying to reset that. Owner now trying to come up here. We'll see if he can actually catch Bin. Wei's just gonna make time.
Owner flashes forward, brings down the staff. Owner gets a counter kill for T1. Wave not in the best of states for Zeus. He has TP'd to his tower. Wave's gonna try and keep pushing this one out. Dashes away, counter TP by Bin.
Oh, nicely done there by Owner. Getting aggressive, flashing past Wei to get that kill, but really creative pathing from Wei because he gets pushed off his red buff. And I think Zeus was just expecting that meant he was gonna play it defensive, give the respect over that Owner could be there. But Wei kind of calling the bluff, just goes in, is able to get that kill onto Zeus, grabs first blood for himself. Neither top laner picking up the kill, but still, RNG will grab first blood, and on this wraparound play. As we saw Owner on the minimap, he was over towards mid lane. He was actually looking to make a wraparound play there on Xiaohu. I think his read was Wei would come back towards mid to look to cover. Yep. So he goes up, gets that kill there, and then Owner, Wei has to buy time here for Bin, has to create the space, but he's not able to do it. There was just no hesitation from Owner, flashes in. And again, because there is no red buff on Wei, he's not comfortable taking the 1v1 even afterwards.
Wei once again, though, looking up towards this top side, will be spotted on this ward in the Tribush, clears that one out. Owner a little bit late on his, well, actually not late on his reset. Wei has yet to reset on this Viego, so Owner will have the first reset, gets himself a Caulfield's Warhammer, is now going down towards that bottom lane. Speaking of, it's about even down towards that bottom side. You can see Gumayushi still very topped up in health, still 2 potions to the good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We got to see T1, and we were talking about a lot about top lane, but they got the flash and the ignite off of Ming, right? And creating that amount of pressure now means that Ming has got to play this 2v2 a lot more defensively, so it's a huge win for Keria and Gumayushi. A range support without flash has got to play passively, and a range support playing passively is not creating the advantages that you really want to see.
Especially with the engaged potential of a Tahm Kench. I think a lot of us think of Tahm Kench as, you know, he protects his AD carry, all he's going to do is devour them, get them out of the fight. But now that Abyssal Voyage is a normal spell, it's no longer his ultimate, you can go in, you can be aggressive, you can use that thick skin to tank up the damage coming back out from RNG.
Absolutely, and if you actually connect with that, there's the ability to follow up with the chompers. There is actually that CC lockdown. Of course, it can be difficult. The speed ups from the Karma Shield can help Ming to dodge out on those, but you know, we never got to see the setup for the fight. We just got to see the end of that, where T1 was really creating those advantages. Mid lane has created a slight advantage for them, about a wave up there for Faker. Top lane seems very even. Overall, really competitive game, and T1 bouncing back strong here.
Yeah, kind of to be expected that these two teams would be very close. Historically, RNG have slowly been working their way back towards beating T1. They've faced 4 times in best of 5s, and actually RNG have yet to win a single 1-0-4, but the last one was 3-2 in the Worlds. Oh, that one came up and then went down a little bit quicker than I was expecting. So yeah, last one was 3-2 at Worlds 2017. So RNG now looking for their first win against T1 in a best of 5 way. Now looking up towards the top lane. Zeus puts down the cannon barrage, just going to try and tread onto Bin. Good night to the wall, but Zeus is the oranges, and he is K. He walks away. Faker's here. The frozen tomb buried his way in the ground.
Zeus coming up huge for T1. Wins out in the 1v2, and then Faker on the roam. On the bot side, they do force a flash from Keria, so RNG getting something back. But when GP is getting ahead early in this matchup, there's no worse scaling in the Gnar versus GP matchup. GP is going to outscale you, is creating this advantage already. And T1 utilizing their mid pressure to just have that roam comes up to great success.
It's what you said, the ability of Faker to get out of the lane, but also Zeus showing why coming into today he was seen as the best top laner in the tournament. This is what we were expecting in Game 1. Game 1 went to Bin, but the oranges to get out of the Gnar ult, to then trade with the parlay, and Wei oversteps a little bit trying to get some damage onto Zeus.
Yep, absolutely, and there is that electrocute. You can see the bounty hunter proc for Faker as well, so getting paid on the roam, collects the kill, he's up farm, he's made the roam happen.
T1 have done such a good job taking Xiaohu off his Galio, meaning he's not able to walk around the map as much now. Only 600 gold ahead, but still a much better start in terms of how the composition scale into the game.
Exactly. You know, I actually really favor what T1 has drafted in the 5v5 this time around, where last game I was much more on the RNG side. So yes, the gold lead is smaller than last game, but compositionally, I think their game state is much, much better than it was. We can see Wei has snuck in here. They're going to try to find a pick onto Owner.
Owner dashes away. Faker, no frozen tomb for him. Xiaohu and Wei will just steal away this red. Brick comes down. Bin look for the damage. Zeus once again the oranges to get out of the Gnar, but Bin goes into the mini form at the perfect time here to continue to trade. Has that range advantage. Of course, the parlay on a short cooldown. Zeus will get it back up and just clear out the wave.
Yeah, Zeus going to be pushing this in. It does get a little bit risky because, again, you see Faker is roaming. He's missing from that minimap. So Bin has got to back it up, and Bin has no TP. So even just Faker missing from mid lane means Bin doesn't get to farm this next wave here unless they can see him back in mid. He's just going to have to give it up, take a
massively advantageous position. Wei is strong. You know, he's 20 CS up, but what can he use that advantage to do? And trying to control the bottom side river with all of this vision that you are so elegantly highlighting, Azael. But what is that getting them?
Well, I mean, it's allowing them to actually have push more safely, right? Because as we saw, every time Faker leaves mid, Bin has to back off. Towards bot side, they have a lot more vision coverage, so they can feel more comfortable to be pushed up as they are to this tower, right? If you don't have that line of wards, you've got to play much more defensively. You've got to play with much more respect to the fact that these roams and ganks could be coming in. And they know, drafting for this Karma, they need to be creating advantages. They want to be pushing, trying to farm plates here, and that is exactly what they are able to do right now.
I do wonder if Ono is going to make a beeline for the bot lane and just try and get this Rift Tower down for some extra gold into Gumayushi's pockets. He's only about 300 gold behind now. Faker 700 ahead in the mid lane. Zeus about 700 ahead towards that top side, which is where the majority of T1's lead is developing. But getting more gold into a Jinx, getting her towards that first item, getting her out on the map can be a big changing moment, big crux in a game like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jinx is just so strong in the later stages of the game. So yes, they are creating a slight advantage down there in the bot lane, but it hasn't felt like it's been enough to justify the Karma just yet. You know, that 5th pick Karma here is much more, I think, lane focused. Of course, you can be powerful in the team fights, but Keria, drafting the TK clearly to keep this Jinx safe in those later stages. Trying to look for an angle here to wrap around, but there's vision in that river, and there's not going to be much of an opportunity here, I think, unless Zeus way oversteps.
RNG continuing just to look for a little bit. Zeus, Nard back, eats the oranges,
nice
dodges away from the wallop for the stun, but Wei coming in with a Spectral Maw as well. Zeus does still have the flash, no stuns available, but the boomerang will find its mark. Bin on the board.
Nicely done by Bin, just scoops him in as Zeus steps forward for that wave. They do find an opportunity here to go in, get that kill. That is critical to slow down Zeus, who's already on Triforce here, and you look at the itemization of Bin, it's not much.
Everfrost, Charm comes out, Xiaohu able to walk away from this one. Frozen Tomb, Spirit Rush enough from Xiaohu to escape. Ming now looking for the chains as well. Faker has to flash. Ona goes back in the cycling Spirit Rush once again. Ona, Xiaohu able to dodge across the wall and Wei there in time. Meanwhile in the bottom lane, Gumayushi, Gala flashes, but the super mega death rocket lives up to his name. Wei though still on the chase as Keria does still have a flash to get away. Faker hits to try and protect as Keria puts the tongue lash down. Faker, glacial path across the wall, perfectly placed to escape the fight.
Oh, it's so scrappy in game 2. Both teams got their warm-ups out in game 1. They're ready to go. Gala trying to dive Gumayushi there. He had the earlier Gale Force, so wanted to make use of that Mythic. He's looking for the play on the bot side. And when you do have Mythic to no advantage, you almost always want to look for these aggressive plays here. He lands the root, and Gumayushi flashing back, proccing the heal there with the fleet footwork, and then has the spacing to land the ulti there onto the Xayah. Really well played, and so frustrating for Gala because it looked like he had him dead to rights.
Yeah, that single auto attack leaving him on about 10 HP. Gala would have thought that he had that one. Zeus though, good little remove Scurvy there to escape Parlay. Cannon Barrage, Bin's already flashed. Bin, he's on the edge. He's on the edge of it. Zeus walks in, blap, blap. Zeus takes the kill.
You're between a rock and a hard place right there. Zeus knocks him down with the pistol. And gonna have the push here. Bin does have TP, but at the same time, T1 pushing on the other side of the map. This is the T1 we have come to expect.
Wei flashing, Heartbreaker. Not available for him. The Rift Tower does go down though, so there's a lot of plates not falling into Gumayushi's pocket.
It's really interesting because Wei, yes, he has to commit the flash, but that's basically a flash to prevent a kill's worth of gold. So in this case, even though it looks a little bit silly, I'd actually call worth on that. I think that is pretty good. What is unfortunate is that a full tower farmed out there by Zeus. Solo gold on the first tower. Look at the discrepancy between those top laners. 2,000 already for Zeus. He is off to the races, and Faker up 1K in mid lane. That is the big concern here. T1 solo laners are just looking unstoppable in this one.
2,000 gold the lead for T1 as we get towards that 14-minute mark. And although RNG have been in this position before, 2,500 gold behind on average in their LPL finals, which went to all 5 games against TES. Faker and T1 have so often shown us how you snowball a game from this position. Early game lead, strong composition, good scaling, you get 2 items, and you just demolish the enemy team.
It's going to be really, really hard, I feel like, for RNG. It will take some incredible plays, from Xiaohu and Gala in particular, because Bin is put so far down, he's never going to be relevant in the 1v1 unless they can find some way to get multiple picks off on Zeus. Zeus, excuse me. So a lot of pressure now on these RNG carries to really make things happen here. And we'll see if they're able to do that. But T1 are just better set up for success in this. Their 5v5 is looking better. Their early game, they have a 2,000 gold lead. RNG's lone advantage really is the 2 dragons. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be willing to just hard commit and fight this next dragon.
Is a Hextech Soul as well. A very powerful soul, probably the strongest in the game. The gates, of course, give us a little bit of joy as we watch the players tunnel through them. Second Rift Herald, though, secured by T1. Unless Wei does something miraculous, he's backing, so he's not going to be here. T1 will get the second Herald. They have a 2,500 gold lead, and now RNG are left looking for answers. You have to expect the next dragon will be the play. Whether RNG decide to contest is a question for another day.
Exactly. I mean, the question is, do you give up this next dragon here and potentially your soul stacking condition to try to trade for gold on the other side of the map? Because T1 are pressing heavily. This mid lane tower is dead to rights. All of T1 is in the area here.
Faker first to move as well, so Xiaohu's going to have to take a very long way around if T1 decides to continue their advance. Rift Herald will fall though, so T1 call off the battle in the mid lane.
Yeah, Faker just playing bodyguard there, blocking out Xiaohu, and now, oh, nice little sidestep. Both players battling back and forth here. Faker taking the claw in, trying to threaten Xiaohu and force out the ulti, knowing the owner is in the area. But both of these mid laners know exactly what the other is doing, and it's kind of this back and forth game of cat and mouse. Faker having that defensive position around mid lane, then Xiaohu trying to take one of his own down here towards bot lane and create these slight advantages.
It's been a back and forth between the two of them for so long. Worlds 2016, 2017, both of them were there. Faker constantly coming out on top, and now it seems like it's Xiaohu's time to shine. MSI title last year, Charm comes out, Glacial Path. The Charm was through the entire duration of the Glacial Path, so Faker couldn't take it, but a good Everfrost will mean that he manages to escape with his life.
Nice little attempt from Xiaohu. You've got to look for those sorts of plays when you are losing control in a game. Wei now trying to get coverage here. They have delayed the base from Faker quite a lot. His TV's not quite up. But owner is down here. You can see Carrier moving down as well. They don't want to give up this tower for free, trying to keep the gold advantage in their favor prior to this next dragon, knowing that from T1 side, you pretty much have to fight this third dragon, it feels like, and they're in a great spot to do so. They want to make sure that their item completions are much better, as Faker's looking for an aggressive play.
Looking for Wei and Ming, is going to go the long way around. Tower does still stand here, though, so Wei and Ming know they have the safety of that structure. Owner steps forward, puts the control ward in the bush, and decides against going further. So he's using the S move thing here. I quite like it on Wukong, because when you press S, your character just stops. But with Wukong, when you go into your decoy as well, the character model does the same thing. So he's trying to bait the fact that he's using his decoy in case anyone has vision on him. And RNG then have to respect the fact that he could be jumping onto their faces.
And I was going to say, you're not going to see something like that in pro play. But then we saw the Faker flash in the bush yesterday. Which was absolutely crazy. So you can never put it past them to pull off these plays, man, at this level.
Best players in the world right now on the MSI stage. It's not too surprising that they are pulling out all of the stops as Azale. And this game has been defined by T1 coming out on top of a lot of those small battles. Zeus, especially in the top lane, having a stellar performance, much more like the Zeus we saw against G2 yesterday and through the MSI Rumble stage.
Absolutely. Already has that collector completed. Some people were critical of the more kind of bruisery, split pushy style of builds. Most people are more of a fan of Triforce into crit. And I'm kind of expecting him to continue down that path. We'll see if he diverges, but you can just complete a Zeal item, go your IE as the 4th, and you can become incredibly threatening towards those later stages. One crit GP barrel can absolutely change a game. As Bin knows all too well.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Players on both pain.
So much pain.
Players on both sides who've caused European fans pain in the past. As Faker looks to try and cause Xiaohu some pain in the bottom lane. Cleanse away there from the Frozen Tomb. Carrier here for a little bit of help, but with both the towers still remaining and the Charm going wide, both the teams will call off their advance. Super Mega Death Rocket, where's that one going? I've seen Prey hit these with an arrow, not with a rocket, and this one goes just a little bit wide.
Not quite able to connect. Would have been really nice right before this spawn of this dragon here. And we'll see what the resets do look like for RNG. They're resetting very late. You can see Bin's heading out towards top, and Mega is expiring. So I don't think they're even going to contest this. I think it will just be a T1 Dragon, and RNG will try to get some gold back on the map. But the problem is they don't have their waves really set up to do so. You look at the waves, it's already pushed in all the way up here from T1. T1's pushing in mid. Bot is pushing in as well. There's not really anywhere that RNG can go to grab a free tower. should be able to get back towards that top side pretty quickly to defend this if they want. Zeus could even commit his ult towards top side to defend that tower and take out the mini wave.
This Voyage going down, they're looking for Ming. He flashes. Cannon Barrage was an option. Super Mega Death Rocket's still on cooldown, so they don't know if they had enough damage for the full follow-up. As you say, the Cannon Barrage from Zeus could just go down towards that top lane, although T1 might want to save it for the next possible fight, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. They are advancing towards the tier 2 in the bottom side of the map.
Exactly. They're just going to try to trade this tier 1 top for 2 towers bot. They already knocked down the tier 1. RNG late on the resets, and T1 have 5 members here. Xiaohu's not going to be able to defend this on his own.
And the threat of the claw as well. You see it advancing towards you. You have to back away because a single Frozen Tomb locks you in place. Xiaohu no cleanse as well because he used it earlier.
Exactly. That's the key thing. Faker trading his ult aggressively in that one trade. It's like, well, you're just getting the cleanse. What's the point? But the ulti cooldown for Lissandra is much lower than that of the cleanse.
Yep.
So if you can trade that out, rinse and repeat, then even just that claw threatens enough that Xiaohu knows, if I get ulted, I'm dead without cleanse, so I must respect it. I must use the ulti defensively here. T1 looking really, really strong in game number 2. 3,500 ahead at this point. Faker's got the Zonias through. 2 item completions are through for all of their key members now.
Ming has no flash. And Ono is there. Tongue lash into the Abyssal Voyage. No knockup needed. The Cyclone for the follow-up. Ming trying to heal himself up. Not enough. Ignite ticks and Carrier takes the kill. Bin though now on the chase. Any TP opportunities for RNG? None. As it looks like the Hextech Gate will be enough for Carrier to escape.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill and get out. A great job punishing this squishy support here, this Enchanter support. Ming on a warding mission, knowing that, hey, post 20 minutes, they have Jinx, they have GP. There is a possibility that they could start looking towards Baron. So he, at the very least, wants to maintain that kind of vision in their own jungle where they could check that from.
It's part of the risk of having a ranged support that's quite squishy. It's like, who face checks for us? Right now, Bin with Meganar really is the only one on RNG that can face check, and it's the same problem that we saw T1 having in game 1. Like, who could face check on that team? Nocturne, well, Owner often was dead before they could even really begin the fight. Vision control for T1. Sublime down towards this Baron pit. They have total control. You can see RNG's vision only remains in their own side of the jungle. It's very hard now for RNG to find any opportunities, any avenues to advance this game.
Yeah, it is becoming really, really difficult for them. So they are going to be the ones with more pressure. T1 can just kind of sit back, relax, continue doing what they are doing. They've been playing this out so well. Faker now looking for Ming again.
Ming, he's just left to his own devices, trying to get vision down. Wei trying to fight Carrier here. The thick skin will help out Carrier a little bit as Gumayushi and Ono are here for the flank. Gala looking for Ono. TP coming in as RNG. Maybe it found the fight that they were looking for. Cannon Barrage goes down. Ono low, Everfrost short. Zeus trying to dodge away from Xiaohu. Ono on the backline, but Wei's already taking him out. Good charm. Oranges from Zeus. Bin looking for the bricks. Gets it onto Zeus, and the chase continues. RNG flash forward. The bricks miss. Wei goes in with a heartbreaker, and Zeus will fall.
Oh, that's huge for RNG. They get multiple kills here. Owner is down. They're going to go to Baron. It looked like T1 had everything in their favor. And just like that, RNG find the window to take the fight. And now T1 looking like they are unwilling to give this up. Guma still has all summoners. Faker has ulti. Will they try?
A Jinx and a Tahm Kench versus a team of Baron. You've seen this before. The charm flashed away by Gumayushi. Faker looking to get in from the back of the pit. Frozen Tomb available for him. RNG calling T1's bluff, and Faker finds them all. Gumayushi, Carrier, and Faker will not go quietly into the night. Form is temporary. Faker is forever.
Oh my God, T1 going wild there. Carrier is even going to chase him down and take down Wei. You hear Busan erupt as the unkillable Demon King flies into the pit, and him and Gumayushi make RNG regret trying that Baron in their faces. 5v3. Be damned, they get it all. And they're still on the chase here. All right.
Oh, wait.
All right, okay.
Yeah, we see you, Wei. Good escape. Keeps the jungler up. Means that Baron is a little bit harder for T1. Of course, the Hextech Gates mean... Oh, Baron's already taken. Actually, RNG did secure it in the middle of the fight. I was so focused on the kills.
It harder to take.
It makes it a lot harder, you're right.
Way harder.
Yeah, RNG get at least one Baron out alive.
Yeah.
So Wei can buff up those minions, but now T1 making a beeline for the other side of the map. Dragon up in 30 seconds time.
The rich get richer though. You look over at T1 side, third items now coming through here. LDR for Zeus, or Zeus, I keep saying that. IE now through here for Gumayushi. So that is massive, and you can see Faker likely working towards a death cap next. He already has the Mage Eyes. is looking really, really strong already. Do RNG start this up on spawn? That is the big question.
behind? Oh no, it's TPO
Just to
to the
rejoin
other side.
the team.
Yeah. Doesn't want to get flanked. RNG flanked so well in game one. T1 though, 4,500 gold ahead. Won the last fight. Faker and Ona looking for a position to get onto this backline. What have we got in terms of ultimates and flashes? Gala and Ming both have their flash. Gumayushi none, Keria none, Faker none. No one on T1 has that summoner spell. Bin looking to try and get on towards that backline. Xiao Hu goes forward. The charm's going to connect. Great devour from Keria. Once again in the right position. Faker pops the frozen tomb in the midst of RNG. Rooted up. There's the stopwatch. Heartbreaker in by way. The Cyclone onto the backline. Glacial Path for the follow-up. The Super Mega Death Rocket once again lives up to his name. Gumayushi with a triple in the river.
And they're going to push down mid. They're going to potentially look to try to end here. Forget the dragon. T1 racing towards that mid lane. They want to tie this series up.
T1 heard you talking smack in game one, and they came back with a haymaker. RNG could do nothing in the early game, could do nothing in the mid game, and when they did something, they were slapped back into the dirt. T1 advancing for these Nexus towers. 1-1 in their eyes. Busan erupts as T1 look to make RNG pay for their hubris. Faker still alive. Ming tries to take him down, but he's unkillable for a reason. 1-1 in the MSI finals.
8-0-2 from Gumayushi, stepping up huge in the team fights. T1 looking so strong in game number 2. I love the draft. Zeus was incredible in the early stages, finding even the 1v2 kill, escaping. Faker, it felt like, was everywhere on the Lissandra, taking a page out of Xiao Hu's book. What he used against EG looked very, very effective here. But man, what a crazy game. It comes down to the huge mountain around the Baron where, RNG, it felt like had been getting choked out for so long. They find a couple picks and you're saying, oh my God, they're actually going to turn this game around. They're going to get the Baron. It's 5v3, but then Faker with the perfect engage and Gumayushi with the perfect follow-up wipes them off the map, and really that wiped out the rest of their hopes for that game.
T1 were born in the Baron flip. They were molded by it. They didn't see a clean Baron setup.
Experience.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't see a clean Baron setup until they were in the MSI finals, and then they were blinded by it. RNG as well, blinded by T1, blinded by Faker in that game. What a performance all around by T1. And I'll be honest, after game one, I wondered if T1 would be able to find those early game leads like we've seen them do in the past, and whether they'd be able to really challenge RNG. But here, the fact they drafted Teamfight and then we're still able to take out RNG, it's a good sign for the rest of the series, Azael.
I mean, it is absolutely terrifying. When you have the Nara GP, you go cloth armor, 4-pot, and you're out of potions at like level 2, level 3, and the GP is pressing. It's, ooh, that's getting scary.
They call him Zeus for a reason. And for this year's MSI, we asked the teams to pick 4 tracks that they think could be their team anthem, and then asked you, the fans, to vote on the winner. Here's the team anthem you selected for RNG, Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart by Gala. Listen to all the team anthems on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
begins for you. At your fingertips, time blooms and unfolds beyond boundaries. This is a city born to be with you. Busan.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where the hometown team brings us to 1-1. And Kobe, how about that response from T1? The change from game 1 to game 2.
This is exactly what we were talking about in the opening with the adaptability of Faker and T1. They take some elements from RNG, you know, that Gwen gangplank streak that Bin had going for him. They ban out the Gwen, RNG bans out the Gwen, then they early pick the gangplank. Then they also take and borrow away that Lissandra that RNG used versus EG, and Faker takes up that mantle of roaming and creating the plays for his team, and that the timing on his plays was immaculate, huge part from them getting the win.
And looking at that top lane matchup, it definitely does force RNG to kind of play around it, right? Because they picked the pushing bot lane, which I understand why it happened, but I know Jordan will back me up on this. A lot of times when we see LPL teams, they're so heavily reliant on their support being the primary initiator.
Yeah, Lyric, I had asked, after a deathless game by Bin, how does T1 deal with the man? They found a way.
Yeah, exactly. We saw RNG putting a lot of attention up there, and T1 were responding great. We saw numerous times of Owner and Faker matching the roams. Zeus even just being able to outplay in the 1v2 to buy time for the rest of his team to get there. It's one of the reasons why we came in saying that you know, he's probably the best performing player in the whole tournament so far. And it's great to see T1 invest more resources into him. It's great to see them counteract RNG's strategy, and it led them into a very strong mid game where against the comp RNG had, I feel like it's very hard to play out through the mid game. And even just for RNG as a team, it's not a very RNG-esque draft at all. Like Emily was saying, right? Having the Karma down in the support role, been not much of a NAR player this split whatsoever, and this man took advantage of it.
Yeah, and it was good to see Zeus also have a game where he's bouncing back. I'm really glad Jordan brought up the jungle attention because, I did think Owner did a really good job, as well as Faker, to respond to the fact that, okay, we know you're going to play around the top side of the map to try to make sure this NAR gets ahead. And just looking at the overall team composition, again, like, the NAR is pretty much their only initiation, right? Where, like, you look at the other side, I don't know how well you guys are aware of this, but Keria in the LCK is known as a battle kench. It is not a defensive champion, it is a offensive champion. And then we just saw some, I mean, obviously that Baron fight from Faker, that insane Lysandra play was just kind of the icing on the cake.
Yeah, it's nice to see EG made it to the finals in some way, shape, or form. Getting a taste of the battle kench from Vulcan, bringing it through to pick up the win here. Let's not forget, though, that RNG had a moment or two where it almost looked like it was going to turn back in their favor. We talk about that mid lane fight that gave them at least the permission, or so they thought, to move towards the Baron. But as we know here, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 secure the fight following RNG picking up the Baron. It's all the man Faker on that Lysandra.
Faker revokes their permission, okay? They set up on Baron, 5 members of RNG. Gumayuchi flashes the charm critically. His backup damage behind the engage from Faker is how they win it, but Faker goes in, locks everybody down. The ultimate AoE on everyone, sets it up for the rocket from Guma from the outside. Just perfect timing there from Faker on the initiation, getting all of them low enough for the execution damage, and they pull off the 3v5 scenario on Baron, even though they don't get the dream scenario where you also get the Baron steal. They're still able to use that gold and chasing way off the map to further advance their map movement.
Yeah, we don't get the Baron, but I'll take 4 of my opponents dying in the span of 0.3 seconds. That's going to feel good. And again, it just speaks to the playmaking potential of Faker. It speaks to the carry potential of Faker, regardless of the type of champion he's on. That's the veteran experience that we talk about when we talk about Faker, right? Is understanding what he has to do on the given champion to carry. And it's not always going to be picking up the kills. In this case, it was Guma, but he's setting up for those kills.
Yeah, and actually, I kind of want to highlight Guma for a second, because I like that we're still seeing him keep the trend of, like, going back to champions that he is more comfortable on, champions he had more success with in the LCK. And again, he had a beautiful scoreline. Almost all of it was set up for him. Very easy in terms of, like, the front-to-back setup, since RNG don't have a way of hitting him. But he always was positioning as aggressively as he could, getting the autos in, finding the resets, and it helped lead T1 to such an easy victory.
So we're even up, right? Neither of these teams had taken a loss in their semifinal, and now they've traded wins back and forth as we play through the final moments and the final fight in this game. I kind of want to talk about where we stand now in evaluating these two teams in this series.
Yeah, T1 bouncing back so heavily. That play right there was so beautiful, though. You know, Faker with the self-ult into stopwatch, baiting the Viego ult down, and then just causing them to run through it. I think T1 in this game really flexing their versatility and their adaptability in the best of 5 is a huge part for the bounce back for this series, because they utilized a lot of components that RNG have stuck to the entire tournament long. So that's why it looks so good now.
And I didn't mind them bringing out the draft they did in game 1, right? Because you might as well try it. Like, you might as well be like, you know what? Can we do this super heavy, like, push lane, you know, snowball the early game to the point where, like, you know, RNG can't respond? But, you know, reminder, they're also really, really strong at team fighting, and they can match RNG there. So then it just becomes about who's going to be controlling that mid-game vision and responding to cross-map plays.
I'm going to assume, although I can wait for confirmation as well, side selection with being in RNG's choice this time around, that they'll hop back to blue, as that's been the winning side so far. Do you think then, Lyric, that the priority still has to be around securing Bin, his champion first and foremost, his matchup, before we fill out the rest of the draft?
I don't necessarily feel like that has to be the go-to. I feel like for RNG, the thing I just want to see more of is just having engage in your draft, whether it's coming out through jungle, mid, or support. I feel like those are the guys who really start off the fight for RNG. They're the ones who, once we get into the mid-game, give them the options to be able to come back into a game. And that's not really a role that suits Bin too well. He's supposed to be the damage guy, so get in your face, just hit you with a stick if he's playing Jax, hit you with scissors if he's on Gwen, anything like that, I'm happy with.
More than anything, I'm excited to see our teams trading wins here in our final.
No 3-0.
Yeah, no more 3-0s. Please bring us all the way to 5. We'll see who gets it done here in game number 3 as we're back out to Medic and Azael for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Alongside us, though, Vedi has joined, so it's Medi.
Hello.
Medi, Vedi, Azali.
Yeah, we didn't really figure out a name
for that. 2 world champions in this guy.
Yeah, 2 world champions and a normal.
Okay. I was like, it's been so long since the world champion thing has been brought up, but the second I have 2, it's just like, yeah, they're going straight back in there.
Straight for the jugular. Did you miss us?
Yeah.
And according to Carlos from G2, RNG and T1 are also fighting to be world champions right now. Right?
That's true.
But yes, obviously MSI title on the line between the two of them. A T1 with a great performance in game 2 to fight back. Drafted this sort of team fighting draft, still won the early game, and it felt like RNG really didn't have any tools in their toolkit to deal with T1 in game 2.
Feel to me like T1 had just way more agency in game in game 2 rather. The fact that the Lissandra for Faker, you saw what he was able to do in team fights, but also his early game impact, his ability to roam, the way in which he was working with Ona, in particular, and how they played around the top side of the map. They had Gumayushi and Carrier play a more weak side defensive bot, and I think that worked much better for them. It was similar to what we saw when they played against G2, when their bot lane was consistently attacked and they gained advantages through the top side of the map. Against RNG, that seems to be a very favorable playstyle because they limit Bin's impact in particular, Zhao who's roaming, and then RNG's early game mitigation and control seems to lack.
And it starts to feel like teamfight is king, right? We look at these 2 games, we came into draft, all right, in game 1, you were really favoring one side, in game 2, you're really favoring the other. Those are the teams that really did win. The teams that drafted the more powerful 5v5, multiple forms of engage. We've seen Enchanter bot lane not really create enough of an advantage to justify itself back-to-back games. So I am interested to see the adjustments here. You know, is Wukong going to be left open again? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. T1 obviously on the red side now as RNG elected blue. I will say teamfight being king is kind of something that was hinted at the start of the Rumble stage as well. When G2 were getting their wins a long time ago, it was them who were drafting the Ornn, looking for teamfights, looking for those 5v5s later on.
Absolutely, and I do like the Xayah ban. The Xayah ban to me says RNG want to play dive, they want to go for 5v5, so I do think they have that same read because Xayah is always that response.
And we saw it in game 1, right? The response, though, for T1 in their adaptation is the Galio removal. They're showcasing that respect towards Zhao, who clearly they don't want to bring out that Tristana mid once more, but the further adaptation, rather, is the GP removal now from away from Zeus.
I wonder what you're going to ban, Gwen or Wukong, or are you going to ban neither and trade, right? Because now those kind of seem like the obvious. So yeah, so now they're saying,
you take Wukong, we take
wanted
Gwen.
Wukong, exactly, and then they ban out the counter. So now does this push RNG to go towards Gwen, you know, knowing that they won't have the Jax or the GP answer? But then you're giving Owner Wukong again. I really love that last ban by T1. It's smart.
Very intelligent stuff. Of course, getting the Gwen for Bin makes a lot of sense. The guy got 13 kills in game 1. He was dominant on that pick. It does, though, as you say, give Owner that Wukong, something he played very well in game 2. And we'll see, though, RNG...
Oh, Ahri. Wow, we completely forgot. Yeah, like this was something that T1 did in fact ban in game 1. But you're right, Ahri Wukong. It's a very prevalent mid-jungle duo.
But Xiaohu can now take the Lissandra. Right? So it's actually really interesting. It's the evolution of the meta within a series, right? We saw Xiaohu, you know, going Lissandra in the EG series. Now we're seeing, you know, Faker bring it out here. I think we're getting Viego Lissandra. Vex was the older answer, but Vex really was not working. Yep, there it is, Lissandra. I think this is so cool. And now, you know, if you win again on that side, well, guess what? Ahri gets deprioritized. The evolution is very, very rapid between these 2 games. But of course, it's not just about the pick, it's about the performance. So Xiaohu has to be able to perform at that incredible level that we saw from Faker last time around for this to really be worthwhile.
Mid lane was relatively even in terms of laning stats, but when we got out of the lane was when Faker was really able to influence the map, get up towards the top lane and the bottom lane. Here, though, no top lane priority from T1. They say, we're going to let you ban out things that can work against the Gwen. We're going to get the Nautilus for carrier.
I feel like T1 should consider a Leona ban right now, removing that away from Ming. It is one of his most well-known supports. The other potential risk is the, well, I was going to say Braum, but then RNG is very limited in terms of their engage options. Rakan was the other one I was thinking of, but into a Nautilus, I wonder if T1 is that scared of the Rakan. Of course, debatable. Right now, they're banning away 80 carries. They've removed the Tristana. They could be looking at another Caitlyn, maybe. But when I think about other 80 carries that could be available, the Kai'Sa is still up. And when you think about the dive options with the Wukong, with the Nautilus, the potential last top lane to come in for Zeus, I think that both make a lot of sense.
I'm just most interested in what the last ban is here for RNG, right? Because Jace was the answer that we saw last time around. You know, Zeus is going to have a difficult matchup against Gwen. It's the best performing top laner at the tournament here. This champion has been so dominant. The GP's gone, the Jace is gone, the Jax is gone. These are kind of all the answers that we had been seeing. You know, where is he going to go to? He's had a very deep champion pool. We've seen everything from Yone to Rumble to Aurelia.
Yeah. I was debating whether the Cannon might be a pick, works so well in the later game fights alongside that Wukong in the laning phase. It's okay into the Gwen, you can auto-attack harass because you have that range advantage.
Vladimir is the only other
Very
option.
True.
It was something
the BB special.
Yeah, something that during the regular season, during the Rumble stage rather, was considered a counter. But you already talked about it, Medic. Cannon is the other AP option that does quite well during the laning phase. At a certain point, you would argue that Gwen does get the advantage.
I mean, that's with every champion, though. Gwen takes over.
But in team fights, of course, Kennen is an absolute monster.
Well, and that is my concern, you know, about this Kennen, is that you have to be able to force the 5v5s, because what Gwen can do is just force you to answer inside and use the ulti aggressively. And if you trade Gwen ult for Kennen ult in a side lane and then join for 5v5, well, Kennen's not really worth much, right? And we've seen teams get so good at actually marking and shutting down the Kennen on these flanks. So now, looking towards their AD pick. Fifth pick AD is not something we have seen much of at all, which does make me wonder, do T1 have something a little bit special?
I'm wondering if the Senna might be an option here for them. Usually very good on the Senna, obviously, alongside the Nautilus is a combo we have seen a few times where they're getting through the draft here. Ezreal, Braum, a lot of safety for RNG. They know they want to be disengaging, but of course, Aphelios does give you a little bit more team fight threat, and that's what's going to be locked in.
And I just think it makes sense because this is comfort for Gumayusi. We saw how well he performed on the Jinx, and in the previous round robin, you know, at the last game when they actually beat them, he was playing the Aphelios as well. So this is really, really interesting. Almost guaranteed you're going to take Exhaust on Braum to be able to answer the Kennen, but there's multiple dive threats here and a lot of AoE that can potentially come out from T1.
So what I will say is RNG's engage is not the strongest. However, their counter engage is very effective. Braum, Lissandra in particular as a duo, love it when champions run into them. And when you look at Wukong, Kennen, Nautilus, these are champions that primarily function by diving on top of you. So I do wonder about how well the Aphelios is going to function, because typically considered a relatively...
Yeah, it's less than 20 seconds.
I'm sure they're going to trade.
They didn't trade.
It's less than 20 seconds. That's the timer. Maybe obviously there was an error with them trading. Maybe they wanted to trade, and we'll find out if that's the case. But otherwise, Zeus is playing Ahri top, or Ahri mid with a top laner.
I would be very surprised.
I would be very surprised too. That seems like something went wrong there. But we will find out, and we'll let you guys know as soon as we do find out. Almost guaranteed, you have to think that they were intending to trade, and we'll probably have to have a remake with picks and bans.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. I haven't been told that we're definitely remaking picks and bans, but that's really the only way you solve this issue. So there was a champion bug. The swap didn't go through. Will be Ahri for Faker and Kennen for Zeus.
So if we can, production, have an opportunity to get the draft back up so we can talk a little bit more about it. At this level of play, it's very... you tend not to see what I would say traditional comps, in the sense that here is your tank, here is your engage, here is your damage, blah, 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 blah. And in particular, this doesn't apply just to T1, but Korean teams in general love that carry top style with actually 0 primary front line, and they'll even run like carry top, range support, and they leverage their ability to play the map and just execute well, which obviously is a harder to execute playstyle, but if done well, can often give you lane advantages translated into very good team fighting. And I think that when you think back to the last game when they ran the GP top, that was not your conventional, oh, we have a very easy front to back I will just use my tank to engage. They have the GP, the Wukong, the Lissandra. You have to be very cautious about how you approach these fights. And that's why I really love watching games like this, because we can see that when you look at RNG's comp, traditionally, it doesn't have your atypical my tank presses R, goes in. Instead, they're going to have to be pretty creative in terms of their ability to find flanks. How do they navigate around the Kennen ultimate that's going to be flying towards them? The Braum shield is going to be really important in terms of when it's actually used. You can block all of Ari's damage with a single shield. You can mitigate that Aphelios' input by a well-placed Braum ultimate. The team fights are going to be super high level, and if they can't execute, on paper, T1 do have the easier to execute because it is just flash press R, you know? And that's why I think these team fights are going to be super exciting, because as Emily was saying on the analyst desk, T1, they're not known for their team fighting, but that doesn't mean that they cannot team fight. It is just that typically when they win games, it is through early game dominance.
And even at the start of the LCK season, they were very much more about team fighting. They kind of left Zeus on an island up towards the top lane. They funneled into Gumayusi. They tried to look for those 5v5s later on. So as you say, even though recently we have seen T1 be early game, pressure, 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 priority, push, 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 get these big leads, it's very much in their wheelhouse to be able to play these later game comps.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, they're all incredible mechanical players here, so they can really have these super high-level skirmishes and 5v5s. It's going to be really interesting to see how that early laning phase goes up in the top lane. A lot of pressure on Zeus, I think, to be playing from ahead as that Kennen. We know what Bin did to them in game number 1. When he got a lead, it was so hard to deal with. And I do think that can be the X factor here from RNG, because I agree with everything Betty's saying. You know, it is the kind of easier to engage side from T1. You know, RNG can look to try to find flanks and can look to try to find unique angles of approach, but they can also just play 1-4, right? If the Kennen never joins and the Gwen never joins, it's way better for RNG to have that sort of a 4v4. And I think that's why they really want to have Gwen ahead, and likewise why T1 want to be able to have their Kennen ahead so he can have the push and move.
And when we get into the nuances of the comps and how individual players perform on them, Gala's Ezreal, like, wow. Like, during the Rumble stage, we had a bit of fun joking about, well, it wasn't even the Rumble, it was before the Rumble. This man's Qs don't seem like skill shots to me. Like, he hits every single one of them.
He's playing a different character, actually. They aren't skill shots.
Yeah,
it's point and click when you log in with Gal's account info.
It's just disgusting. Like, the man is just, he's so good at Ezreal, and it is a traditional weak side AD carry. He's not going to get a huge number of resources, but when we look at also him as a player, he doesn't die very often. Like, the fact that he did die bot lane, we all know he should have killed Gumayusi there, and then the outplay came through, and then it was like, wow, okay, that was super surprising that happened. But he is a player who's someone that I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on, because when I think of like Kennen, Wukong, Nautilus, I think any AD carry's life is going to be a nightmare. But when I look at Gala's Ezreal, I feel like good luck getting onto this AD carry.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been such a teamfight monster for RNG. You know, coming into this series, Gala had 132 kills. The player with the most kills on T1 was actually Zeus at 81, right? Gumayusi was down at 74. So, you know, closing in on double, right? Kills are not everything, but it does showcase, you know, how incredible he performs in these 5v5s. And that's really how RNG got here. That's how they took down top, was these 5v5s, was playing around Gala. And really just depending on him to show up huge in all of these big pressure situations, which he has for them time and time again since joining.
And of course, you look at it on the other side, I think Owner is one of the players that I often am consistently surprised by, because he's not the player that you traditionally speak about when you think about T1.
He did win LCK Summer Finals MVP.
Well, this is it. But prior to that, he was the big question mark. A lot of people were debating how would he be able to fare up. But then, as you rightly said, he stepped up when it mattered. And I think that he continues to do that for T1. And I think here in this final, he's having a great performance, just like he did on the Wukong last game. So many star-studded players, such a very impressive final in terms of talent across the board. I'm excited that we got a 1-1 already, because it means that we're guaranteed at least 2 more games. I'm hoping that we can get 5, because both these teams deserve it.
I'm also excited none of us have said the line that you don't say when it's 1-on-1. You know, that we've got a series on our...
Why would you... Oh.
See, I didn't finish it. Got you. Obviously, we do have a short delay as we are remaking picks and bans. Same picks, same bans, just an issue with Faker and Zeus swapping over their champions. So we'll be getting on into Game 3 in just a moment. RNG versus T1. It's been back and forth, punch for punch so far, but after this game, one team will take the lead in this best of 5.
Ooh, double exhaust for RNG. I actually really like this adaptation. Exhaust is absolutely a must against Kennen, and it is double cleanse, as Vetti's pointing out here, for Faker and Gumayushi. But it is Spellbook for Ming, and we are going to have that Exhaust as the base summoner spell, so he's going to have that available quite often. It pretty much guarantees that you're always going to have one for Kennen between the two of you, and you can potentially get an Exhaust on both Zeus and Owner as they're actually diving in, which really does shut down those champions because there's so much about the upfront burst, and their burst is extremely telegraphed. That's why pretty much anytime there's a Kennen in the game, there'll be an Exhaust on the other team.
I actually love the Spellbook from Min as well. I think in the EG game when he played Rom, he TP'd up towards the top lane and absolutely shut down any hope that EG had in that game.
He did that a lot.
I do. I mean, RNG did it a lot. T1 have done it a lot. Like, we've both been on the losing end of that one. But I do want to just hone in a little bit more on Ming and Keria. Two of the best supports in the world. Keria came into the tournament widely regarded as the best player in the world, and I think he really showed that yesterday against G2. He continues to show it in these series. Even his game on the Tarm Kench was just sublime to watch.
And statistically, supports are always very difficult to represent, right? They're a tough one because...
CSD at 10 up there.
Yeah.
Vision score.
But I think that what we really want to get to is, like, the stats are never going to truly represent how talented both of these supports are. And the moment that I saw that Spellbook Braum, the first thing I thought of was TP Braum.
Yeah.
And I'm reminded of that play that Ming made. Then we think back to the plays that Keria made yesterday, his clutch engages, his insane saves. Like, both of these supports are so integral to the success of their teams, and often it can be subtle, but sometimes it can be massive, and it's very deliberate in terms of how they what you see. And it all starts here in the laning phase, and both of these supports are going to be going toe-to-toe.
Nice little trade back there on Keria as they proc the Braum passive. But I mean, I think back to Keria on the Nautilus against G2. That was just something to behold. Yep. He is so good at this champion, it is ridiculous. But really, as you say, the stats do not encapsulate it. It's so much more about the eye test, about what these players bring to the team. And really, the graphic can just say really good, also really good.
I did suggest that, but I was batted down.
I would have had your back. I didn't get a vote on that, just so you know.
Well, let's have a look at Wei now.
Yeah, looking for something. Owner doesn't have the smite, nor does Wei. Both of them coming off cooldown at the same time. Spectral more. Looking for that stun. Owner dodges back into it. Smite, though, a possibility. Owner used his. Wei did not use his. Owner, though, does get the heal out of the smite. Faker on his way from that mid lane. Owner forced away. Blast Cone could go back in. Wei tanking up the red buff. It does reset. He's going to start it back up. Faker coming in from the side. Bin and Zeus trading in the top lane. Wei now needs to get out. Does have the flash. Dodges away from the charm. Heals up. Faker looking for the damage with the Orb of Deception. Faker, though, now in for a wild hurt. The red buff ticking. Faker flashed away. 4 HP between him and certain death. Xiaohu going in as they look for the damage first. Blood still onto Owner, who stayed around too long.
Wei is just a madman. Taking the 1v2. I don't think Keria wants this, though. Wei is ready to scrap, and Ming is up here. Wei just pulled off the same invade that Owner did to him in the previous time, where he actually had that wraparound play afterwards to get the kill. But this is so interesting to see that exact same path. It was red Raptors into the Gromp, invade enemy red when he started on blue, so you have that red buff advantage. And Wei knew the strength of his champion in this 1v1, stays around for so long, scrapping it out. And it was also critical that Xiaohu was trading so aggressively with Faker and had him low health so that he couldn't commit to take him out.
Faker survived with 3 HP. That
Two
was
more than he needs.
Yep. That was
calculated, mate.
2 more than he needs.
It's Faker.
He's been here 10 years. He's done the maps. Like,
the face, you guys didn't get to see it, but the face that Sarah just gave me was like, it was just like, what are you talking about, Vinny? Of course, that was...
Have you seen it?
But wow, yeah, I love that you brought up the last game as well, because that is only possible because of this mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
And something you talked a lot about in the draft was the evolution of the series meta. We saw in game 1 this use of Lissandra getting prio, and look, you're seeing it again. Wei knows that he can do this. He knows in the straight up 1v1, Viego is going to win against Wukong at level 3. And even after the smites, look, Wei is still winning. And notice that Wei has the red buff versus the blue buff as well, so he just has more damage to win out.
It's really, really interesting. And a lot of people are going to say, well, where's Kennen? Kennen had the push. Well, actually, we saw that Gwen starts fighting Kennen, so Kennen can't just move for free. RNG were scrapping in all of their solo couple lanes here. Even the supports were moving up, all because they knew Wei was winning out in his situation, so they start scrapping so that the soul laners from T1 can't assist.
And then look, Xiao, who gets so close to dying, but the immediate follow-up from Wei as well. He had his flash the entire time, and just a really well-executed play. It's important to remember, too, Faker probably didn't run armor runes, right? Which means that when he runs into a level 3 jungler like Wei, and all you have is like basic attacks and you're not going to be doing much damage to Dari, he's not afraid to just walk up to you and slap you with his sword. You know, like Wei, very comfortable in understanding how he can play these matchups, and carry it with another good hook.
Ming should be able to dash away from this one. Carrier, the hook might not be as good as you thought. Graviton, though, for the double stun. Owner coming from the side as well. Does still have the flash. Ming, the exhaust, the first one. Graviton, Gumayushi, one more auto is enough to take the kill. T1 on the board.
Wei is coming, though. Will they actually look for a re-engage? I don't think so, as this wave is just so big. So they're going to have to farm it up. They're looking to pressure around mid. Faker has no cleanse, but I'm not sure they can really get any sort of a dive done here. But will they look for it?
XP, this is the important thing.
Exactly.
Xiao, who just got 6. Oh my god.
They're going to try it.
I'm always so impressed with how RNG play around those timings.
No flash, no
Here
cleanse.
we go.
How are you going to get out of this one? Glacial Path down. There's the Frozen Tomb stun. Charm wide, and it's easy enough for RNG in the mid lane. Xiaohu tanks 2 tower shots and walks out.
The timing, the execution, everything so clean there from RNG, and their early game has been immaculate. You have to give credit too to T1's bottom lane. That little exchange did look scary, and Carrier once again looking for another engage.
With the CC here, no follow-up. Valios obviously not in the area. Ming just forced away. Ming only level 3 to the level 5 of Carrier.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a problem. Carrier obviously spending a lot of time down there. It does mean Gala getting more solo experience, which is great. But Lissandra, back-to-back games, is a problem. You know, Xiaohu, it's a lot of almosts. Oh my god, he's level 6 to level 4.
Level 6 to level 4, he dashes forward. Skill shots aimed exactly where they need to be. Gala, 1 to the good.
Oh my god, the roaming. We're talking about, oh, Ming, you're pretty low level. Well, Gala, he's level 6.
Right. I just noticed that Gumayushi was level 4, and my brain is trying to wrap my head around, how did this happen? How is Carrier a higher level than his AD carry? But the biggest thing is that Ming has just been roaming so much, which has left Gala on this edge where we talked about in the draft how this is a weak side AD carry, very self-sufficient, very safe to play, and it's Gala's Ezreal, a champion that he is very comfortable on and is very well known for. The moment he hits level 6, he's like, I'm going for the all-in. Gets a 1v1 kill, gets his revenge from last game, and RNG off to a fantastic early game.
I mean, just being 2 levels up there is absolutely crazy. You know, it's the new strat. Just get out my lane, support. Give me all the XP. You know, making the most of it there, hitting everything he needed to is so big for them. You know, slightly ahead in the gold. Wei, of course, enjoying a nice gold lead himself. And Viego from ahead is terrifying because if you can get that first reset, you can take over the fights.
It certainly is. And I think the good news for T1 is, as we saw the gold, Gumayushi not that far behind. He did end up dying in the 1v1. His XP is going to be struggling a little bit. They're actually going to make a rotation up towards the top side of the map to be able to contest for this Herald because Gala has a bit of a freeze going on in the bottom lane. But overall, T1 still not in the worst of positions, even if RNG find themselves with the killer lead.
Absolutely. And Zeus has created a large CS advantage, right? You know, so that is kind of the untold story. I'm not sure how much Bin lost off of that scrapping because when Wei was doing the invade, Bin had to start fighting, right? And it looked like his wave was at his tower. So sometimes in those situations, if you have to walk past the wave and fight, you're giving up a lot of minions. So we don't know exactly how that was all created. But either way, Zeus in a great spot, has spellbooked over to the Ignite.
Shot barrage. It's going to hit the Riptail. Zeus going in. Bin looking for the damage as well. Zeus not in the position to ult. Depth charge onto the backline. Ming dives forward. There's the slicing Maelstrom. And everyone from RNG is caught in the midst of it. But RNG still managed to win out the fight. Faker looking for Bin. Up towards the bottom side. Carrier forced up towards the top side. Gumayushi in a 2v1. Can he trade onto Wei? Dodges away from the depth charge. Bin forced out by Faker. Bin still healing. Wei with a triple though. And Wei is on the chase. Steals away Gumayushi. Heartbreaker over the wall. A possibility. Faker will spirit rush away.
Wei, huge fight again. Low health, finds the resets. Will they just go right back to the Herald here? Will be dangerous because T1 is resetting, but the big winner is Gala. Gala did not even move, farming plates on the bot side. RNG just take the 4v5 anyway, as Faker was in mid lane, so they have an initial 4v4 here and are willing to scrap.
And let's just keep our eyes on Wei throughout this entire fight, because while the fight initially looks good for T1, the root comes through, he flashes in, and his goal is to get that initial reset. So he gets the kill onto Ona, then transforms. Now with the fight split up, 2 versus 2 on the top side, Wei is able to get another kill and another reset. So Xiaohu just providing that utility to allow Wei to get the reset after reset, and Bin is just buying time. Faker, at this point in the game, he ran out of mana. I think he popped the corrupting pot to try and get that little bit of mana back, but Bin was just able to keep him isolated for such an extended amount of time, and now Carrier may be caught out.
Ming looking for him, Gala coming in from the side as well. Good block on the hook, and Carrier doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Gala's going to get his second kill of the game. Carrier caught unawares.
The carry's getting paid here. This is so big for them in Wei. You saw it, a 9-minute mythic completion there. Way ahead of the pace of the game here, has his Divine Sunderer, and he is going to be such a problem now for T1. Gala as well, grabbing another kill there. Things looking really, really good on the RNG side. They've taken a significant early game advantage.
They certainly have, and we have to think about where this all started, that single invade. At this level of play, a single decision, a single play can be so monumental for the rest of the game, and so much credit needs to be given to Wei for his early game impact and just the change in draft. And I'm curious as the series continues, how those evolutions will continue. But right now, it is just the Wei show, and RNG with this early game lead is looking dominant.
Spectral Maw lands the stun. Faker Spirit Rush is out. Wei does have the Heartbreaker, but won't chase. Of course, Spirit Rush easy enough there. And yeah, early on, when Ona went into the jungle, he was in for a big surprise, as Wei was there. You can, don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime gaming emote so you can struck when you flash in and turn a fight. I try to make him inventive for you guys.
No, you do surprise me. That's what I respect, that you keep me on my toes, Medic. Been casting for many years, yet you still find ways to...
It's the mark of a wonderful couple, you know, you two. You still surprise me.
It's true.
That's what makes a great duo.
It's
you know?
true.
And you guys are a great duo, so there you go.
We're a great trio.
Oh,
a dog trio.
Thank you. Keep the compliments coming. RNG.
Stop! Okay, Drake secured for RNG. They have themselves a, what is that, 2K, 3K gold lead, 2K.
Yep.
That's not my strong suit. They're looking for the dive.
Down. This tower's just dead. Faker's on his way down here. Zeus no TP on the Unso spell, but he uses the heal now. The TP's going to be up in about 5 seconds or so. But do T1 have the time to wait for Zeus to be able to teleport down here? But they don't even have the tower. That TP is not unleashed, and RNG are exactly that on the map. Glacial Fisher hits Gumayushi. The Unbreakable coming down as well. Wei still on the chase, but the minions save Gumayushi.
They're going to be able to get more, though. The Herald is still here. They're going to walk it in for a second charge. And Bin is ready to match TP if Zeus ever did come. RNG just snowballing this game to perfection here. They take the easier kill, but they get both summoners off of Gumayushi at the same time. They're up in dragons, they're way up in gold, and they are looking incredible here in game number 3.
Look at that, Xiaohu doesn't even take the blue buff. He says, no, Mr. Wei, that's for you.
I mean, when your jungler's 5-0-1 on VA, I'm pretty sure you give it over.
Yeah, I mean, solo queue players, learn, okay? If your jungler's carrying, maybe give them the blue buff. You know what I mean?
You play mid lane though, don't you?
Yeah, I do. But
okay, I mean, I can see why you're giving it over to the jungler.
Exactly, I'm trying to tempt K-Draw, you know what I mean? K-Draw, huh? Blue buff, huh? Yeah. In any case, Faker right now trying to get a plate back, trying to get a bit of gold into his back pocket, but T1 find themselves in early game deficit, which is something that is very rare for this team. We talked about how the average is like 3.4K during the early game. That is what their early game lead has been this tournament, but they have been very dominant throughout the early laning stage, and RNG have found a way to usurp that and have the dominance within the first 15 minutes.
And quietly, Zeus is up 40 CS. He's just like, guys, how's it going on the other side of the map? I mean, he's got the rocket belt, he's got the stopwatch, so he's ready to go. The problem is, with double exhaust, I just don't know that he's ever going to find that huge cannon ultimate that you're praying for. Ming is sitting on TP right now, but of course, once he uses that, he'll have exhaust, and Bin has his own exhaust ready, so they're always going to save at least one for that cannon, which is going to make it very difficult. Because unless he can really start to pressure towers, the CS advantage means less and less over time here against Bin, who is going to have the advantage of global gold from turrets, of just slowly kind of scaling up and outscaling this cannon.
You see Wei sitting atop his ivory tower there, 7,000 gold, 900 more than anyone else in the game, and that player in second place is Gala as well. So like both RNG players occupying pole position on that scoreboard. And for T1, it becomes question as to like, how do you ever approach this game? You have no exhaust yourself, so if Wei starts popping off in a fight, you can't stop him from doing that. You have the Slicing Maelstrom maybe for an AoE stun, but you have to find that pick initially. You have to find the Cyclone into Slicing Maelstrom, into the Moonlight Vigil or something from Gunyushi to really burst down RNG.
Yeah, and I think you answered your own question, right? It's about the engage. It's about an overwhelming amount of AoE, right? You know, yes, if Kennen does get exhausted, that is painful, but if Owner is hitting at the same time, if those ultimates are hitting multiple people, if Keria is knocking multiple members with his ulti, and you have an Infernum ultimate or something, you know, all that AoE stack, that is where exhaust isn't necessarily going to save RNG. But RNG have been so adept at their setups, at finding the situations where their composition will succeed, and you can expect them to continue playing towards these objectives. That is their bread and butter.
TP coming in, Slicing Maelstrom there. There's the charm for the follow-up, but the exhaust on Zeus is enough. Xiaohu now joins them underneath the tower. True Shot Barrage from Gala, looking for a bit more damage. T1 all down towards this bottom side. Everfrost coming out as well, but RNG able just to disengage while Wei continues to push in the top lane.
And that's the important thing, because typically the play here is while RNG secure the top tower, the cross map happens in bot. But because Bin knows that he has the exhaust, he knows that he can make this outplay happen, along with the fact that they have a TP available from their mid laner. So just, again, really good awareness from RNG to recognize exactly what T1 wants to do. T1 is doing all of the right things. They're in the right position, but the execution just can't come through, and it's through no fault of their own. It's just, summoner spell diff. Like, that's just the reality, and they can't make it happen. So, well played by RNG. They extend the goal lead even further.
Absolutely, and now for T1, you're looking towards some of these bounties, right? You know, can you actually pick up a big shutdown on Wei? You know, turn that into a dragon, turn that into a tower, where you can get that extra gold here. Those shutdowns will mean that much more. If two members can't do it for just might for T1, at the very least, they can take down this tower and get the objective bounty.
So now this tower will drop. Look at the control that they have in mid lane. You can see the RNG immediately making the cross map happen, where they're forcing T1 to invest their prio in towards the tower that they wanted to take last time, and RNG is getting even more on the map for it.
Yeah, they're even grabbing Herald at that same time. Yes, it is the second Herald. It is less valuable, but it is still powerful in its own right.
It's very important as well, when T1 have bounties, the Herald is actually much stronger for them than it is for you. So taking it away from them, meaning that they can't just use it to charge down a tower. Also taking it when there's about 20 seconds left on the dragon means that you can make a beeline down towards this bottom side of the map to take that dragon as well.
And Zeus now TPing top side, but they're looking for Keria here.
Has to flash away. Spectral Maw did come out from Wei, and there the TP to the top side as well, as you say from Zeus. Bin's going to match with a TP of his own, and RNG will gain control of the bottom side river.
And you can see RNG are playing around the bounties, which I just think is really smart. You know, in most situations, you'd be fine actually trading that top tier 1, but because there's an objective bounty, Bin is willing to quit his own teleport just to match Zeus. You know that you're not going to be at a TP disadvantage. RNG are playing 2 TPs to 1 plus the spellbook on Ming for a potential third. So I really like that you continue to defend these bounties, not allow T1 to claw themselves back into this game, and now Zeus in trouble.
He stole away the Ghost, though, with that unsealed spellbook. Trying to get away, he does still have the flash, dodges away from the Everfrost. Flash forward from Xiaohu, good stopwatch from Zeus, but the Frozen Tomb will be back off cooldown. Slicing Maelstrom from Zeus, trying to survive, he does a lot of damage. Bin there now, as he puts the needlework down, it's a 1-for-1 in the top lane. Xiaohu's still looking for the chase, and Wei is coming in as well. Faker does still have one spearless charge, Owner no flash. Wei, dodge to the side there, the Spectral Maw going wide. T1 trying to disengage Gala with the True Shot Barrage. Owner has to dodge back, but RNG are waiting. Arms open for the kill.
Beautiful play once again from RNG. T1, they tried to respond by answering the collapse from RNG towards the top side of the map. But again, it was a further collapse from RNG. I expected a cross map. I expected them to try and secure the mid tower, maybe even push in that bot wave. But no, they wanted the fight. And this is just Zeus. I don't think he's doing anything inherently wrong here. You can see that his team is contesting the mid wave. They're looking to collapse top, and he's just buying time, waiting for Faker to arrive.
Exactly, and I think the stopwatch initially looks silly until you realize that the call is everyone is coming up. Your Owner and Faker arrive, so they're trying to buy time. They do get the initial kill back onto Bin here pretty quickly, but when Wei shows up, there's just no one that can really contest this guy at this point of the game. He's so damn strong. And as the rest of the members arrive, it's just them getting run over. We can see in the bottom right, though, nice little escape there, it looked like, from Keria. Good buffer on the hook to escape from the Lissandra ultimate.
And I will say that T1 would probably caught a little off guard, because my expectation was that they would play for the mid tower, but here's the collapse.
Glacial Path coming in, Xiaohu looking for that Frozen Tomb. It is on cooldown right now, so he wouldn't have been able to use it, but Gunyushi forced to dash away with the Gale Force. Mid lane tier 1 down now as RNG continue to push forward, continue to prod and poke at T1. 4,500 gold their lead right now. 3 minutes on their third dragon as well. T1 are looking for something But what can you find when RNG are controlling the vision so well?
And with Bin having the Riftmaker completed now, yes, he is still down a bit on gold to Zeus, but Zeus already used his stopwatch. I don't even think he's going to be building towards a Zhonya's second, so that gold has been spent. And that is a lot of the difference between them here. Bin, at this point, should be pretty comfortable in that 1v1, has caught up in experience, and RNG taking over that top side of the map, trying to deny vision. Gumayushi.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a 2-item Ezreal right now. Manamune fully stacked up, Triforce as well. Gala showing us just why he is known for this champ. Riftherald goes down in the top lane now as Faker has to dodge away. Good charm. Spectral Maw still lands the stun. Carrier coming in from the side as well, but Xiaohu is in a good position. Clears out the ward. Riftherald will get another charge in here. Zeus, no TP right now. RNG might use that window to continue their advance towards the top side. Ona hits 11. Double Cyclone could be powerful here. Riftherald going in. Moonlight Vigil just shot. Tower's going to fall. Zeus still down towards the bottom side. TP away by Xiaohu. T1 will look for an engage if they can find it against the 4 members of RNG, but Xiaohu able to get down towards that bottom side.
And there's no TP wards. There's nothing for Zeus to go to because RNG did such a good job at sweeping out vision. You look at this top side of the map, there's just nothing for him to really arrive to. If there was a deep lane ward or something like that, maybe he could have found that retreat where Xiaohu TP's down to bot side, he backs up, TP's top side, and they try to find that chase. But in this case, there wasn't an option for him to do it. So RNG getting even more.
It's just complete domination from RNG. Typically, this team does not dominate the early game, but when they do, their biggest strength is their control over the map. And T1, they're struggling to find answers right now. I think that map-wise, a lot of the time they've made the right decisions. They just haven't had the tools in order to properly trade. And RNG have been, I'm trying to think of the word. They've been very, it's not flippant, but they've just thrown TPs out whenever they have them. Like they use them in slightly unconventional ways by defending towers that you don't expect them to defend. But look at how much harder that has made it for T1. It is 6 towers to 1. T1 have only been able to get that bot tower, which, remember, they had to invest a lot to even get in the first place. So T1 have done everything that they can. It's just that the tools that they have are not strong enough to get through RNG's wall.
And I just love that RNG is willing to do that because you're playing with 2 TPs to 1, right? You have that extra 1 because Faker has to play cleanse with respect to the Lissandra. So I do think they're playing it out really, really intelligently, denying these objective bounties as much as they possibly can.
Frozen Tomb going down, Carrier. Good hook into Flash.
That is ridiculous. Every time
reaction
he
speed
always
is
buffers the hook. Like, that is just inhuman.
I wonder if you saw them with the Oracle's lens coming out of the bush, so he had like ever so slightly more time than 0 seconds to react to that. So
he felt it.
I feel a stirring in the force. Xiaohu is here waiting for me. Faker though, looking for something. Charm onto Wei. Just a little bit of damage. Gumayushi here for the chase as well. Wei. He's on his lonesome. He's by himself.
Tickled
TP
Wei.
coming in. Wait, now Heartbreaker across the wall has to be the expected play here. And that's exactly what he'll do. Dragon started up. That ultimate now on cooldown. True Shot Barrage coming in. Ona looking for a flank. Could find a good position here. Hex Gate's obviously a possibility. Wei doing the same. Ona spotted as he goes into this bush. Gumayushi there as well. Ona dives forward. Xiaohu looking for the damage. The Everfrost coming out. Ona pops the stopwatch. Cyclone used. He gets out. Slicing Master onto the backline, but immediately the exhaust into the cleanse from Zeus. They're looking for it. The Cyclone going in. Gumayushi trying to build up the shurikens. If he can find the Moonlight Vigil, Gumayushi can do it all. But he just can't quite find the damage. RNG just slap them with their wallets and ace T1.
Wei is just out of control. 7-0-3, erasing Gumayushi as he tries to fly in and follow up on the T1 engage. It is the ace for RNG. It is sole point for RNG, and they're just running over this game.
T1 feel like that they're just walking through a swamp with how much they have to get through in order to even challenge RNG in these fights. The double exhaust, the amount of utility provided by the Lissandra, the choke points that Xiaohu do. Just watch Xiaohu here. He just says, I don't care. I do not care. Do your worst. And he just face checks into Ona. He then tanks a lot of the damage. The ultimate from Ming is in such a fantastic spot. And look, Ona and Gumayushi really can't do anything. Ming is soaking up the damage, and then Wei starts the resets.
Even with the cleanse there for the exhaust, Zeus had cleansed, actually cleansed away that exhaust, trying to get in the backline to get some big damage, but Wei is just untouched. You cannot ignore the Ezreal and the Lissandra and Bin here as well, but when you do, Wei is just running them over.
Carrier, no flash, Glacial Path coming in. Xiaohu, Banshees for the charm, Flash, Frozen Tomb. Faker tries to cleanse away, but there's 4 members of RNG hungry for blood in the top lane. Xiaohu takes 1. Carrier, no way out for him, you have to feel. He's going to the depths below. And because of this, you have to feel RNG will start up the Baron. No TP for Zeus. I don't know if T1 can react.
It's just a slaughter at this point. Like, you talked about it, Medic. I didn't even know it's been in that last fight, but he was absolutely stomping. And at the very beginning of this game, we questioned, can you afford to give Bin Gwen?
Great Cyclone timing. Gumayushi trying to get upwards away. Ming, though, the Glacial Fisher, knocks him up into the air and shuts him down. Ona will get a counter kill onto Xiaohu. Ming here trying to trade with Ona. Ming has red buff alongside the slows, alongside the passive, alongside everything else he needs to keep Ona in place for Gala to come in and secure the kill.
Ah, the supports can do it all in this one. Ming knocking Gumayushi out of the sky there. Now looking to chase down Zeus here. They haven't quite spotted him out. They do see him now, so he could potentially get ran down in a long chase, but instead they're just going to push in mid, take down this tier 2. Faker does have the death cap. I like that he's going an aggressive build here. You're not coming back by going Zhonya's second. You've got to look for a potential one-shot, and Zeus on the wraparound.
Now, so Gala's going to Arcane shift across the wall, and Zeus is there, and Faker is there, and T1 find a pick, find a small sliver of hope, a small light in the darkness that is this game.
A much-needed pick for T1, and I think the collapse from Zeus was very good. He went from bot lane, he actually moved through a lot of darkness, and they caught Gala completely unawares. They knew that he would arcane shift over the wall, and they were able to punish. So, small pick, a slight sense of reprieve. That's not very good English. Anyway,
that's
T1.
good. That was fun.
Nice.
Slight sense of reprieve.
Welsh is my first language. That's going to be my excuse. T1, I think that it will buy them a little bit of time, but that's all it will really do. RNG, you'll have to notice, only an 83 gold Baron power play. RNG, question mark. But the reality is finding that pick and getting those kills. And remember, the objective bounty secured in the mid lane for T1 is going to mitigate some of that lead. But RNG is going to be back on the offensive in no time.
And really, RNG don't even have to look to dive in Hibs or do anything too risky. They can just play for Soul. Again, they have all 3 dragons here early on. You know, Soul had been such a non-interesting point of MSI because no one was playing for it, but RNG, you know, in this finals here, have been playing so heavily towards dragons, dominating the objective control. And back-to-back games here, T1 are facing down the fact that their opponents may grab a really early Soul, which could seal their fate in this game.
And put RNG on match point, on title point. For their 3rd ever MSI, they would surpass the T1 of old. They would be the only team in the world to have 3 titles, and Faker would continue to wait after 5 long years for his first international title in half a decade.
And it would be incredible to be able to come back here and defend your title, right? It's not just 3, it would be back-to-back for RNG. You know, Xiaohu winning back-to-back years in 2 different roles would be absolutely unreal.
Xiaohu going forward, hook from Keria flashes away. He knew he didn't hit the hook on a player. He didn't want to go in. Inhibitor tower in the bottom lane already fallen. The inhibitor short to follow. Bin now in the mid lane. Faker going forward. Charm misses because Gwen is immune. Faker dodges away with the Spirit Rush. Good. True Shot Barrage hits 2 there by Gala. Gala dashing forward. Keria, no flash, no way out. Xiaohu pops the Frozen Tomb. And Faker and T1 are forced back once again. RNG marching towards victory. Looking for that 2-1.
The only hope now is Gumayushi. He has the IE, but he's so low. They just need to pressure him out of the fight because he's the only real threat.
Cyclone. Zeus looking for it. Flash, slicing mouse from Gumayushi. You need everything here, but Wei is giving you nothing. Gumayushi forced away. Wei takes the kill. RNG take the Nexus, and they are on match point for MSI 2022.
An excellent game 3 from RNG. It does feel like the power of blue side is really coming to fruition in this series. The Gwen priority, while it wasn't really the main focus of this game, we saw once again Bin's dominance on the champion. We saw Xiaohu, how he utilized his prio to assist his jungler, and then it all set up for what was the Wei show. His early game dominance and his execution in the early game meant that even if T1 had a stronger on-paper teamfight comp, they could never get to utilize it.
Well, and forget about blue side. It's starting to feel like it's about blue champs. Lissandra is really rising in priority now. Back-to-back games, shutting down the Ahri. That had been looked at as that priority pick for mid lane throughout the entire event. And now, you know, in knockout stage, this Lissandra really rising to the forefront of the meta. There's been so many adaptations from game to game to game. I'm really interested to see what game 4 has in store for us because T1 will be on blue side.
We assume.
We assume. And there is the ability to kind of set up that sort of trade again, right? You know, to try to bait them into taking the Ahri, to grab Lissandra for yourself. You know, Wukong, obviously, is going to be a big priority pick here still as well, because I think it has been performing quite strongly, but it changes the outlook of the series.
And there's a lot on the line here, because not only has T1 not lost a series yet this year, but RNG throughout the history of their organization is yet to beat T1 in a best of 5. They find themselves on the precipice for the first time. Of course, they have gone the full 5 games before against T1. The question is, can they close it out? Can they bring another MSI title to MSI?
It's a great question, Vedius. We're going to find out after this break. One game for glory for RNG, a win for T1, or they are out of the tournament. Let's find out who takes MSI 2022 after this.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Show and tell. I was born to amaze.
You won't forget the moments we share will lift your spirits and breathe life into your day. This is a city born to be with you. Busan.
I'm alone, only know myself no more. Take it to the grave, I'll ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No more bite, no bark. Like to catch you way off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead, hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize, then I throw you to the side? And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad in control. That's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead.
chance my life, not afraid to die. Time to make you cry, time to put a price all up on your head. Do this thing fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 in the State Farm Analyst Desk, where RNG said, hold up, T1. Lissandra's our pick.
Give me that back. You made this? I made this.
Exactly. We're the ones that introduced that into the MSI meta. They snatched the pick back, but on top of the pick itself, they just piloted their champions almost to perfection in this game, moving them to series and title point.
I know we're going to talk a lot about other things. Gwen is gross, guys.
Also, Gwen is OP. Still OP. She's also immune, in case you were wondering. Let's get into it. Let's take a look at how RNG utilized their champions. Really early on, we're going to see Wei getting a lot of work done on
Yeah,
Viego.
because champions are one thing, but Wei going for this invade, there's a cardinal sin for junglers going for invades when your opponent's mid lane has the push. But Giga Chad Wei does not care. He 2v1s, fights Faker off as well, moves behind the Ahri so he couldn't get the pullback on the Q, flashes into follow as soon as Xiaohu finally gets there. Monster.
And one of the reasons why Giga Chad Wade does not care is because he has Xiaohu right there with him, right? Like, their communication in a lot of these fights was amazing.
Yeah, and I feel like this Rift Herald fight just shows it so well of the coordination of the communication, even just the combos, right? Because Lissandra goes in, you set up with your ultimate for the burst for Viego to get the reset. The whole time as well, Bin just popping off with his ultimate, whittling everyone else low. The Lissandra passive, ice zombies also contributing to it. And then the Viego just reset after reset after reset. Great champion combo and just great coordination between the members of RNG.
Yeah, and while the camera was all over Viego, ooh, cool, reset, pentakill, Chloe, getting all these kills. Guess what? Off screen, Gala doesn't even have to go to the Baron fight, so he's soaking up all this gold and experience on the bottom side. He's playing Minecraft down there, and then all of a sudden he's got a 2-level lead, and he Goomba stomps Goomba Yushi in the lane, and look at these stats.
Put some numbers to it.
That he racks up. Look at these stats that he racks up to it. It's insane. He was not even the focal point that was on camera the majority of the early game, and yet he comes out with this giant golden experience lead, and then all of a sudden you've got this 2-item Ezreal accelerated into the mid game.
Just pot-shotting people for
I
half
was gonna
their
say,
health.
we then saw it in all the skirmishes, right? Because his ult across everything is just doing a ton of damage. His Q is coming in and doing a ton of damage. It just feels bad.
Even the one fight where Wei had to like blow his ult to get away from T1 collapsing on him Dragon Pit, it's like, okay, it's gonna be harder for you, but we have this giant Ezreal who can set up the damage for you. You can find your way back into the fight after your primary carries get that down. And yeah, he just did it phenomenally.
14 minutes in, this game was wrapped up. Sure, they had to go through the motions to get, to get the Nexus to fall, but ultimately RNG had this one locked up from that early game lead. And this, Emily, is what I want to talk about as we look at how T1 has to start putting wins on the board to come back in this series.
Yeah, so for people that want to know what this is the average gold difference at 14 for all teams, so the entire field of MSI, and then just versus RNG for T1. And we talk a lot, again, about T1's early game, about how methodical they are at playing around these timers, about playing around their minion waves, their early communication, their cross-map plays. RNG has been able to counter T1 more efficiently and better than any other team at this tournament.
I maintain RNG is just the smartest team. So when you get to the mid game like this without a huge gold deficit, they have done so many things, pushing ahead their leads when they are ahead, going for dives, on these strong timings, but also being able to, control the objective setup. I can't talk about the vision control enough with this team. It's so good to watch.
Especially adding in the context, too, right, of how T1 has generally liked to draft. And we go all the way back to game one, and yes, they did have a goal lead, and it was bigger than 100. But at the end of the day, when you're drafting and indexing so heavily into early game champions, Lyric, and still on average, you're only up 142 gold against RNG, man, those mid games, those late games become very tough to navigate.
Yeah, it just shows, right? The T1 aren't just gonna like outlane RNG for those advantages. It's gonna have to come down through like coordinated ganks and setups coming out for the squad. And we've seen them throughout this tournament put a lot of setup into the top side of the map, whether it's Faker or Zeus. Maybe it's time to, again, pivot down and try get Goomba Yushi and carry ahead and make them these huge monsters that can pivot around the map, not on champions that are Caitlyn, Morgana, that can't then transition into team fights.
All right, you can outlane the rest of the world to victory, but you cannot outlane RNG to victory. And so, on the back foot, 2 wins separate T1 from a title. Only one win separates RNG from the title here. T1 with side select back to blue. We've had blue side winners across all 3 games so far. What's the answer?
I mean, that's the really good thing for T1 is that I think in game 2, we saw them pull out a draft that, again, had some late game advantages in the 5v5 team fighting. Try to get RNG away, and this is going to be really difficult, but try to get RNG into picking something like the Karma, where they're picking for lane. Maybe Ming doesn't have initiation. Try to get Xiaohu off. Again, like this Lissandra rising in priority does so much to the bans, especially for T1's obviously swapping to blue side, but just in terms of red side bans, because like against RNG, like who takes the Galio, who takes the Lissandra, how does the Ahri Wukong work into everything?
Yeah.
The only thing that I think we're guaranteed to see banned is the Lucian at this point.
Yeah, we're seeing so much importance of these early skirmishes that are like this top triangle of the map, including mid, jungle, and top lane. So having those synergies where you're like, ooh, Lissandra, burst damage locking someone down, execute for Viego, then Viego resets his ultimate, and Lissandra gets passive ice explosion, have been really critical.
I even think for the fact that, like, you have Faker, you don't need to go for any kind of, like, early blind pick Ahri in my mind, or and I think, of course, you're not going to blind pick Lissandra. So you can hold, you can wait to see what Xiao is going to do, and we've already seen.
I don't know if I get plays like that.
Faker will have a champion ready to counter, and I think, again, it's when we look back earlier at game 1, I don't think like Azir in isolation was like an issue, right? It was the whole comp they had was harder to execute. If you get into mid game, you can't really fight. Still lean on getting that counter pick in mid to where you can try and win out through mid jungle, and just lean heavier to having something that can transition into skirmishes.
Yeah, and the setups, like plays like that, where you're pushing your level 6 advantage mid lane, where the enemy mid laner has no ultimate ready, and being ready to set that play up ahead of time. That's what RNG does so well.
Yeah,
you know, they're preempting a lot of these timers, whether it be around objective or even around the small objective of a pushing minion wave.
Yeah, no flash, no cleanse, no ultimate in that situation for Faker, so just has to accept his fate as very intelligent communication between the mid-jungle duo of RNG takes advantage of a winning position. I mean, this is the moment, though, where I think you ultimately rely on a player like Faker and his experience, right, to say, to get everybody else the tools they need and rely on that 77 champion pool deep, of like, cool, so we'll round out the comp in some way with whatever Faker's got. Either way, RNG is on the verge of back-to-back MSI championship, being the first team to claim a 3rd title. The question is, can T1 stop them and force Silver Scrapes? Let's find out as we head back to our casters once again.
Thank you very much, Dash. And what a story it would be for RNG. Only one other team has ever won back-to-back MSI titles. That was T1. Only one other team has ever won 2 MSI titles. That was T1. And for RNG to go through T1, to claim that top spot, to claim the moniker of best in the world, at least right now, would be such an achievement.
Especially because they've never been able to beat them in a best of 5, right? And it had been so many years of the LCK and of SKT back then, T1 now, being impossible to take down for the LPL teams. And we have moved into this era of LPL dominance to 5 of the last 7 international titles. This would make it 6 of 8. It would make it back-to-back championships, even more so important because this was a T1 that has been heralded as one of the best teams coming out of Korea in so long with their undefeated streak.
And I think it's important to remember that last year's Worlds, it was EDG that defeated RNG, and it was Damwon that defeated T1. And a lot of people saw the T1 versus Damwon series and said, next year, this T1 will grow into the best team in the world. And a lot of discussion didn't exist around RNG. They were just considered a good team, but it was EDG where the forefront, the focus, the main priority was. They were the stars of the LPL. And for RNG to not only come back this split with the introduction of Bin, with the changes that they made to be able to fight for that spring title once again, but to do it through the team that was touted to overtake you against the young players that were considered to become better than you, I think would be massive for RNG and for the LPL.
Absolutely. And something you touched on, EDG, Ken Ju, the coach for RNG, was actually their coach when they won Worlds and when they won Summer. He goes to RNG, they win Spring. If you then win MSI, what a streak that is. Like, that is incredible.
It's a pretty good
2 out of 2 domestic titles, 2 out of 2 international titles.
Stocks are just to the moon.
Let's see if RNG are able to close it out here, or if we will go to all 5. T1 selected the blue side. No surprises there. 100% win rate on the day. Galio and Viego banned away. Wei will not get his hands on the Viego.
Ooh, yeah, Viego getting banned out. Nautilus for Carrier. So, I mean, they're not willing to first pick it, but they're not willing to give it over to Ming. It's going to be really interesting. Gwen is obviously so high prio now. The mid laners are kind of just like falling out of the ban pool, right?
Yep.
Because that is not being seen as the problem, especially because Ahri and LeBlanc were seen as, you can't let those OPs through. But now that there's Lissandra, it's like, I dare you to pick it.
Yep.
So it becomes really, really this game of cat and mouse. And now I'm kind of curious, like Wukong is the obvious one that's going to get picked.
Yeah, yep.
But then what do you do here? Do you lock one of those OP mid laners, knowing that you could get counterpicked by the Lissandra? Or does mid lane just actually fall through, first round for blue side and only get picked on the RNG side?
I think they might do Ahri Lee Sin.
Doing it anyway.
I think they might do Ahri Lee Sin. If they don't do Ahri Lee Sin, I don't know. I think they'll do Ahri Lee Sin.
And it does make sense. It's Wei's third most played at the tournament, behind, of course, the Viego and the Wukong. There is the Xayah for Gala down towards the bottom side. Have yet to see him on his signature Kai'Sa in this finals.
It's got to be List, right? Like, it's just got to be. I mean, it's 3 times in a row. LeBlanc, I mean, is a Faker special, but he was really good on Lissandra and has been so effective. All right, well, it's going to be Faker LeBlanc, one of his best champions historically.
And I think that when you look back to his performance yesterday in particular, he does consider it to be a good matchup into the Ahri, and then you also pair it up with a Wukong. You have great mid lane setup, you have really good scaling throughout the later game, and as you rightly said, it's a big comfort pick for Faker.
51 plays all time, 80.4% win rate for Faker LeBlanc.
I mean,
insane.
When he joined the LCK, it was how long could he go undefeated on this champion? Like, he had an incredible run at the start of his career.
And yeah, and that makes me think back to 2015 MSI when they actually lost to ADG Game 5. It was the undefeated Faker LeBlanc that was let through, and then the Morgana counterpick comes through. They actually lose that game. So it would be interesting to see if history can be flipped here, if T1 can bring out the LeBlanc in that clutch moment and actually, catapult themselves to a potential victory with it.
It would be funny if RNG hovered Morgana. I'm just saying.
Oh, it's
but yeah, I think that, as you rightly said, that was the first MSI. It was EDG to secure it. Of course. Wow, so let's have a look here. There's the Lee Sin that we discussed so much about. I think that it is a bit of comfort for Wei and also a very powerful mid jungle. Now they're removing the AD carries from the pool as T1 look to remove supports.
I feel like you have to ban Aurelia, right? I mean, I would be really surprised if they're actually going to leave the Aurelia up there for Bin because it is a blind Gwen. I was thinking they might have even double ban top, like ban out Camille and the Aurelia, because those are matchups that Bin is definitely comfortable to take. But we'll see how worried T1 is about that, or if Zayas is thinking, hey, I'm going to be comfortable in these matchups no matter what. I can play to mitigate loss, and we can play towards the other side of the map. There's the Aurelia, okay.
Aurelia removed by T1. Ezreal and Senna taken away by RNG. Yep, both of you. You had the Lee Sin prediction, Azale with the big brain.
We have to
Aurelia
combine them to make one big brain, because really, individually, it doesn't look so good.
I think and that means that we together have a world championship. That's what I think.
Yes. You've outsmarted
me. So moving into this next priority, I expect top lane to come in now, and RNG will save counterpick support. You already talked about the Camille as an option, and it seems that RNG is thinking in the same direction. Not only is it great lockdown for things like LeBlanc, but it also does very well into the Gnar as well.
Absolutely, and I mean this is less about pre-6, but post-6. As soon as Mega times out, you gotta be scared. And when you are in mini Gnar here against Bin Camille, he can look for that all in. T1 back on absolute comfort, it feels like, in this draft. You have Gumayushi on his Jinx. You have Faker's LeBlanc here. So exciting.
Ming's Leona, will we get to see it? As we talked about, it is one of his go-to champions. It's a champion that throughout his career he has been known for. It looks like we are going to get it for him. So RNG find themselves on match point. You talk about comfort for T1. RNG in the exact same position. Xiaohu on an Ahri that he has had a huge amount of success with this split. Wei on his fabled Lee Sin. Bin on a carry. Gala and Ming on champions that they both know success with. RNG feeling comfortable heading into Game 4.
Man, I'm just getting chills. Like, it is so exciting seeing these two teams playing at such a high level, going towards these comfort picks, going towards these champions that they really, in some cases, have made their names on. It's going to be an incredible game to watch.
In 2013, they met T1 won 3-0. In 2016, they met T1 won 3-1. In 2016 Worlds, they met T1 once again. Victors at 3-1, and in 2017 Worlds, they met and T1 came up 3-2. Today, RNG 1 game away from not only overcoming their demons in T1, but also claiming for the first time ever their third MSI title. Back to back, the era of the LPL would be secured dominance from China over the last 4 years. T1 with so much weight on their shoulders, not only organizationally, but also for the region. Only Damwon have been able to challenge the best over the last half decade. It has been 5 years since T1 were able to claim a title. 5 years of the 10 Faker has played since he was able to stand and raise the trophy aloft. T1, last chance against RNG.
So much pride on the line for these two regions, for these two teams. And also for RNG to be doing it with an all-Chinese lineup is such a big deal. You know, in the past, when the LPL began to have their success, it was largely around, you know, imported Korean solo laners. That was kind of the criticism of this region, is that their solo laners weren't as strong. But Xiaohu, Bin, we saw, you know, with Suning, when Bin did it, you know, that was an all-Chinese lineup. RNG again here with all LPL players, no imports, looking to battle against the LCK's best and prove that they are stronger.
And I think we just have to talk about Xiaohu, because as a player in the past, LPL fans would be worried because domestically he was good, but internationally he always fell short. He was never quite able to deliver, and with the departure of Uzi, there were many question marks around how RNG would fare. This man even played top lane. Like, there were so many questions and concerns, but he was able to silence the doubters with the introduction of Gala, with the introduction of young players like Wei. RNG have only gotten stronger. They've only been able to develop, and Xiaohu and Ming, of course, have been at the forefront of it. So huge credit, huge growth, and he may finally be able to overcome his demon by taking down the unkillable Demon King.
I mean, Ming and Xiaohu have been with RNG for so long, the centerpiece of this organization for so many years now, and at the heart of many of their big wins. And it's been incredible when you speak about Xiaohu to talk about, not only has he done it in 2 roles, he has done it in so many different styles, right? A lot of times I think people talk about Xiaohu as a facilitator. It's like, well, what was his best champion in top lane? It was probably Lucian, right? Like, he was just dominating on Lucian, like a 90% win rate. Is Gumayushi in trouble already?
Knight is taking cleanse to get rid of it. Keria looking for the damage back onto Gala, but Gumayushi is taking a world of hurt here down on the bottom side.
So a bit of pressure already put down, and as we kind of take you back through history, T1 and RNG are fighting right here today. T1 at the precipice of defeat, but also have the opportunity to take us to Game 5.
T1 getting the push here early. You can see just so many titles for T1, 15 across domestic, MSI, and Worlds. Of course, 7 would be 8 for RNG if they can win here is incredible. But T1 just unmatched as far as their history in League of Legends.
And I think that's the big thing. That's the other side of the coin, right? A lot of people want to see Faker win again.
Ooh, I like this wraparound.
Sun's going to come down, wall dive in from Bin. He does have the flash to try and get away. Zeus goes into the mini-Gnar form. Ono in the right position at the right time. Bin realizes something might be up, paths down. Getting towards that Tribush, flashes away. Ono though with the flash chase, and that red buff is ticking. Bin with a tactical sweep will still survive.
Oh, Bin! That was so well played by him. Even with the hookshot down, does survive. Trading flashes. I'm not sure if he actually had full vision of Owner walking around when he started walking into the river, or if he just had the read, because Zeus started running back towards him. It seemed like he had the read to me too, where Zeus is running back in towards him in a fight that he does not win. He's saying, all right, something's up. Your jungler is here. It would be so interesting to see that replay from Bin's vision and actually confirm that he did just have that read, because that is really smart stuff. And if it is the case, of course, Zeus going to get a much better base. This early gank still means a lot, because Bin's only buy is a refillable here. Like, he didn't have gold to get anything because the wave was slow pushing towards him, and he didn't get time to farm it up.
I wonder if Zeus even has to... Okay, he's going to use the TP. I was going to say the wave is in a spot where he probably didn't have to do that, but instead he's going to match the TP for now, so not the end of the world for him. Xiaohu going to expend all of his mana to be able to clear out this wave will make things a little bit awkward, but this wave isn't big enough for Faker to really set up a freeze.
I absolutely agree. You know, Zeus didn't have to TP, but I think his thought process is, I have a real buy. You know, I'm at least able to get the Ruby Crystal. I'll come here and I'll trim the wave so that you can't crash and you get stuck in the lane with me without being able to go back. Because Bin now, all Bin wants to do is shove, 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 shove. Build up this fat wave so that Zeus cannot trade back into him, so he can get back to base and actually get a real buy.
I want to draw your attention once again to the minimap, as I love to do. You'll notice all of this deep vision that's been invested already from Oner towards covering the top side of the map. With that flash gone, they have to be cautious, or they want to try and attack that side of the map. When you're playing against a Camille, putting her behind early is always a good thing. So Wei now has to do the same thing. And he, as he often is in the right place at the right time, hit to cover, and they may even look to try and get the flash out from Zeus as he commits to the 1v1.
Zeus jumping forward is huge here. Flash available for him. Hits level 5. Wei coming in, only level 3 right now. Zeus needs to flash away from the Sonic Wave. Still gets hit by it, and Zeus doesn't really have anywhere to go. Trying to hold on. The flash an option. Flashes from the wall dive. Survives in the dive, but Wei is having none of it.
Wei has been incredible this series for RNG. Again, getting to top lane, being that difference maker. Not only will they get the crash, Zeus now going to be punished for that TP back they didn't necessarily have to do. He wanted to get the maximum when he had this early lead. Now it's going to mean he'll lose a wave and a half likely here to the tower, and Bin is going to have the better reset.
And I'm surprised that Zeus was that aggressive when the expectation was that the jungler would do this as an all-in bot.
Root goes down, counter root used by Gumayusi. Ignite is ticking here. Cleanse about to come off cooldown. Carrier has the thick skin to try and tank up any more damage, and Gala and Ming tanking the minions themselves will just back away.
So this is an instance of, when you look at that, Ming and Gala, you're thinking they can kill them, but they stop because they're like, our jungler's top, enemy jungler could definitely be bot. And now we see Oner with the cover, RNG can still disengage.
Ming still has the flash, just uses it to get away. Abyssal Voyage forward by Carrier, has a counter flash, and as you say, Yuvedi, RNG giving the respect to the fact Oner might be there.
But look at Wei, he's in the area, and RNG are trying to prevent the crash. They actually thinned that wave quite a bit. They're trading aggressively, knowing that they have Lee Sin in the area. Bin now level 5, looking for a roam towards mid. It would require Faker to distort forward aggressively for them to really get anything here, but I still like the movement from Bin because he should be able to get back towards top to catch the crash.
But there's also the possibility, right, that what happens is after he ganks bot, he actually goes from bot, paths around, and then the jungler looks to gank mid. So what Bin is also doing there is he's covering for the potential play happening in mid lane as his jungler is covering bot.
Just barely spotted. That was like a split second that he was on there for.
I didn't see
any ping. Yeah, so I think T1 just missed it on the minimap. It's easy to say you should have seen it, and sure, if everything's perfect, you should have. But he was on there for a split second. So Wei getting in there, really off of vision largely, and is able to get the kill. The flash follow here with the E flash, I do believe. Yep, E flash, really well played there by Wei, securing the kill. And you can see, again, the frustration. They know it's match point here. You don't want to be giving up that advantage.
And for Zeus, he's in his first international tournament as well. Like, this guy's a rookie, came in very hyped, played very well during the Rumble stage, but you were in front of a few thousand fans in Busan, all cheering for you when you win and going silent when you lose fights. It is a difficult game to play for him. Oner looking for Bin here in the top side. Bin, if you walk hook shots forward, you have to feel that Oner would go in.
And I have to just say that even with all that in mind, Zeus has played incredibly well, right? When you think about his position and the pressure that's on his shoulders, not only is he playing in front of his home crowd for the first time at his first international event, he's also representing T1. Like, and that's just no easy feat for anyone to do. There is a lot of pressure that just comes off the back of playing with an organization that big, and huge credit to him because he has had an incredible tournament, and there is still a big game left for him to play.
Faker can just jump out here. He's fine. Distortion does take half his health though, so Xiaohu now has an advantageous lane matchup, and T1 struggling really to react to Wei's early pressure here. The game's still relatively even, only 200 gold between the two teams. A lot of that coming for T1 from Gumayusi down towards this bottom side with about 5-6 CS lead.
Yeah, it is very even, all things considered. And honestly, it's not one of those games where I felt like in some of the earlier games, it felt clear that if one team got ahead, they were going to win based off composition. I think this is very even as far as the composition. There's different strengths and weaknesses. You know, RNG should have side lane advantage with the Camille, but I do think that the T1 5v5 is very strong. They have a lot of protection for Gumayusi. We know he can take over games. So both sides are really going to have their opportunities, and this slight gold lead isn't going to mean much unless they can really hammer it home.
And I wanted to very quickly bring the minimap up to highlight who exactly was where. You can see both supports hovering around the mid lane. Oner has been spotted.
Dodge away. They go onto the clone. They realize it's the clone and they just clear out the vision. all 5 players from both teams up here at the Herald.
Okay.
Fight.
Yeah, I feel it. The question is, who is stronger at this point when we look across the islands?
Zeus is not stronger than 3 members of RNG, I can tell you that. Zeus tried to push the wave in, it was frozen in his face, and Wei and Xiaohu are on the way. Zeus tries to get away, kick back with the Dragon's Rage there. I think we had a spec bug for a second. Zeus going back in, Charm coming out, Mega Nova possibility. Zeus just needs one more spell, will get it out. And RNG disengage the fight.
And I think with Zeus, with Mega Nova timing out, Xiao's actually going to look for the kill.
Looking for the charm, lands it. Caviar flashes forward with the power. The ignite, I didn't see if Ming used it. He didn't. Zeus gets out somehow. Meanwhile, the chase is on towards the bottom side. Ona caught up in the Hexagon Ultimatum. Zeus trying to put the damage down across the wall, and Ona will be able to escape. Carrier, what a beast.
His timing, he's always in the right place at the right time, and Zeus just about to have TP, so now they can actually come back for this. I thought RNG was going to have the edge there after they push out Zeus, but Zeus, they bought enough time, he can TP back. A lot of people going to have to reset. Xiaohu's out of mana. He used his ulti. This becomes really interesting because T1 are sticking around. Owner, Carrier, and Gumayusi are here. And with Xiao heading towards bot, I think RNG are just going to give it potentially.
It's unfortunate for T1 that the Herald reset there, but now they've gained aggro once more. We can see that Zeus has TP back into lane, Bin has the TP, but as you rightly said, for now, it looks like RNG will choose to give this one up. I think the main reason for this is Xiaohu lacking ultimate. You look onto the other side, Ona still has his, Zeus still has his, Faker, of course, being LeBlanc, almost always has his. But at that point in time, without the Ahri ultimate, without Wei's ultimate, without Bin's ultimate, it's not an advantageous fight. So RNG say, okay, we'll take the L on this one, we'll make the cross map happen. And Faker, though, he's trying to get this kill onto Wei.
And just jump back. Wei, of course, takes quite a lot of damage. Hextech Drake does do a lot of work. You can see him down to about 300 HP, but with Xiaohu coming up from the bottom lane, Wei should be able to secure this. Faker might dive forward once again. Wei lands the E Smite, Super Mega Death Rocket was coming in as well from Gumayusi, but Wei is able to walk out of that one. Meanwhile, Bin might not be able to walk away from this, does still have the flash. It's just being forced away, as you say, the tower for Ono with the Rift Herald possible. Gumayushi's going to come here, make sure you get that auto down, and then Rift Herald goes down. You funnel this gold into the Jinx.
Yeah, that is actually huge, and honestly, the rest of the T1 should get out of there. Just try to give as much of it as you can to Gumayushi. Get that gold onto the Jinx, accelerator as fast as possible. You can see 2,200 gold in pocket for Gumayushi, so going to be really, really strong on base here. T1 able to collect that full tower is very, very punishing because Bin had been getting himself into a pretty good position, but lost a lot of farm off of all that skirmishing around top, it seems like. And now, loses the full tower in his face, so Zeus is going to be kind of slingshot ahead.
And things have kind of returned to normality, because when I look at the gold, I see T1 with their gold leads, as they often find themselves with 11.5 minutes in. T1, while they haven't found themselves a kill just yet, very much a good position. We kind of look at the minimap once more, because vision has been a huge discussion this game. You can see that RNG slightly more defensive wards, with T1 having a little bit more control throughout the river. Just kind of goes to show what T1 have been doing in this early game. They've been contesting a lot of that river vision. They've been trying to contest around these early neutrals, and they've been doing a great job of it so far.
And the question for T1 is how can they use this early game advantage? Because we have seen them get early game leads in a couple of the other games, and they just haven't been able to shut RNG out of the match. Now, there were some draft differences in those previous games. RNG perhaps slightly better at teamfighting. Faker, he gets out the ruler for those ones. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm 37.2 centimeters away. I'm fine. Charm's not going to connect.
Looking for a play bot side. That ward's turned off, and they know it, so... we'll see if Carrier and Gumayushi do overextend. I mean, Carrier, he's playing so respectfully. He's playing max range behind Gumayushi there. Yeah. So the only way you can punish that is if you can actually kick the Jinx away from the flashless Carrier, but it is difficult to make happen.
So the player just short there, Ono.
I love seeing this level of play just because not very often do you get to see the level of respect, and like, in particular, what separates very good teams from good teams is exactly that. The expectation, the possibility. Yeah. Could this happen and why? That ability of deduction. And speaking of, right now, do they deduce the Bin is in the brush?
Even if they do they want to take that fight? T1, they don't, and they will back away. Faker pathing down towards the bottom side alongside Carrier.
And those mind games become so interesting, Vedius, because, the teams are trying to think about, okay, what is the best play for my opponents? And then they are trying to respond to that. And then sometimes you have to think about, all right, what will they think is the best play for me? And now I'm going to do something different, right? It becomes that kind of evolution of the mind game, which I think is so interesting to watch. Looking for Faker now.
Trying to get underneath the tower, needs to dodge away from the Everfrost, the charm, the root, he dodges perfectly! Oh, Faker, you beautiful man, escapes the three-man dive.
What was that? I don't actually know what he did. Like, I saw him he was sidestepping as much as possible to try and dodge away from the charm. He avoided the root from the Everfrost as far as I could tell. But then I saw Bin flash and then Faker flash, and I'm like, hang on, how is he now alive?
It looked like sidestep on the Everfrost, flash on the RE charm, I believe. Really well done to do that inside the ultimatum. Now though, Faker, no ultimate, no flash, way. Trying to look for an opportunity here, but again, Faker playing too smart around this, and look at Gumayusi massively ahead at this point. 6,000 gold here. Cash out the call. The Mythic is done, and T1 are looking poised to push this to a game 5. Potentially, they're looking so good in this one.
Okay, so let's have a look back at this one.
Dodge the Everfrost.
Dodges the root. He flashes the charm.
So good,
Root shell, who Bin tries to get the execute. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so good.
And he landed the chains on Bin. Bin flashed there because he wanted to get into melee range and actually continue the damage, knowing he was going to get changed out of melee range. He flashes point blank on Faker, and then Faker's flash dodges the charm and gets him out of range of Bin. It's just perfect.
He's 46 and 10 on LeBlanc all time. He has not lost on it this year. He's 12-0. This is his 13th game.
When you led with he's 46, I'm like, he's not that old, okay? He is not.
But like, I think, especially when you think of like some of the newer people that come into watching League of Legends, the legend of Faker is exactly that. It is a myth, a legend. He has been good. We have seen him be good over the last 5 years, but it has been so long since he's actually stood there and lifted the trophy high.
And I just think it's incredible. Across these last 2 series, the way in which T1 is winning, it's not Faker just enabling the Zoomers in the side lanes, right? It has been Faker finding incredible plays. It has been Faker finding outplays in the 1v1s. Zeus, nice little buffer on the jump, dodging out from there.
And Carrier once again in the right position at the right time, just in case Zeus was in more trouble. Dragon up in 2 seconds time.
And this was RNG trying to get ahead of the play. They realized that T1 is setting up to contest this Drake, so RNG wanted to try and collapse onto the contested mid-wave. They aren't able to secure onto Zeus, which means that they have to disengage, and so the TP is being committed top. They're trying to make the cross map happen, and T1 are kind of taking a page out of the RNG book now,
Way,
but they have to be wary of the dive.
Zeus almost has Mega, which is good for him.
Yeah.
If the dive did come out, a good Nav against the wall just means that Wei and Bin cannot make it work.
And again, look at the map position right now, because you can see this bot lane immediately rotating up. They recognize that RNG is making the call, hey, if we can't contest this Drake, we'll make the cross map, and T1's like, well, we don't need to send 4 people to secure this Drake. You've already signaled with your TP that you don't want to contest it, so fine, we're actually going to match and contest whatever your play is doing. Great execution on the map from T1.
Carrier with the early flash away here. Gumayusi rooted up with the Everfrost devoured by Carrier, and Ona coming in. The charm though into a kick. RNG just looking for the disengage as T1 start their advance. Faker diving in, change just short. Bin takes a world of hurt. From grenade after grenade from Gumayusi, as you say, Super Mega Death Rocket, a possibility. No one low enough to die from it, I don't think. But RNG, once again, look for the engage, and T1 hold them at arm's length.
Carrier continuing to get so much value out of this Tahm Kench pick. The number of times that kills should have happened for RNG, but aren't quite able to, is way too high. And you look across this RNG comp, it's very much a pick comp. A lot of single target damage, a lot of getting this shut down onto a single member and leveraging numbers advantage, and the Tahm Kench is mitigating all of it.
I mean, Carrier is the 3rd summoner spell for these players, right? He's already in the right place at the right time. It feels like he's anticipated the move that RNG is going to make. He's there for the perfect devour. And when he buys that time, you said it, it's about the pick, and if RNG can't get that initial kill, all of a sudden, Gumayusi untouched, both summoners available, he's wailing on you, and it really forces RNG back. They've got to be able to find something in side lanes to really buy themselves some space in this game.
Wei has no safeguard to get out of this one. Flames Chompers just short, Xiaohu coming in, and there we are, Wei able to dive towards his mid laner to escape. RNG are doing nothing wrong in a lot of these plays, by the way. They're looking for proactive plays. They're looking to try and catch T1 unawares, but T1 are always just that little bit quicker in terms of their movement on the map.
Well, this is what's been so great about this series is last game we talked about how T1, even in their defeat, weren't doing anything wrong. They just didn't have the tools in order to actually properly execute a lot of what they wanted to do. RNG now find themselves in a similar position. And we were talking about the draft earlier on, Azale, but the more I watch and the more I'm seeing, I think this is only going to get harder and harder for RNG because when we think about how these fights are going to play out, you have a lot of single target damage versus Jinx. Jinx is going to have so much protection with this type of front line that if she's just left to free hit, and with the position that she's in right now, like, T1 have a very solid front-to-back teamfight comp, and they're gaining more and more control over the map.
Abyssal Voyage going in. Knock up onto Wei. Ona chunked out a little bit. Rift Held available to him if he does get out of there, but Carrier's a little bit too deep here. Big Skin still available, but the charm comes out. No flash for Carrier. Ona, just short of being slowed by the Solar Flares. Yahoo dive forward. Ona able to dash across the wall.
Yeah, Ming just not able to connect with those Solar Flares, it feels like this game. And I agree with you, Betty. It's looking better and better for T1. To me, the biggest difference maker from expectation versus reality is I thought RNG were going to be able to have Camille in a much better position. Camille has not been able to get farm. Camille has not been able to get kills. But you're at 110 CS almost 20 minutes into the game. That's very atypical. And generally it's around this 20-minute mark that you would be expecting, okay, Camille is starting to build towards a second item, is really starting to kind of outscale in this 1v1, but they haven't been able to find anything. And if Zeus just goes armor second item here, like just go rando with second item, you're not going to be able to really threaten the burst down on the Gnar and side lanes, which forces you into full-on 5v5, which is not really where RNG want to be. They want to have side lane control and then catch people in transition and utilize their pick comp to do that.
And I think that largely came down to two main reasons. Number one, Xiaohu's lack of priority in mid. They did first pick the Ahri, but Faker responding with the Blanc did give him consistent control over this mid wave, forcing Xiaohu to play defensively and underneath his tower, mitigating his ability to roam. And the second one being the level 3 ganks top lane. They got the flash out from Bin, and even though Wei was able to counter and mitigate, they were still able to find kills onto Bin and put him behind, making that matchup and ability to be aggressive that much harder. So T1, their approach to the early game and the draft, showcasing that they recognize that mid control is extremely important, which shouldn't really come as a surprise to anyone, but the way both these teams leverage that mid control can be game defining.
Absolutely, and I really liked how T1, even as a full team, were able to, then pressure Bin into dropping waves to come to the Herald. They went out in this Herald scuffle. They're the ones up to topside, taking that full tower away from what was a 100% HP turret that Bin had. That was so good as well. Bin has been forced to kind of just roam and group. They don't really have the vision to play safe. You look all through the river, it's T1 dominated as far as the vision game completely.
And because Zeus is ahead of Bin in the side lane, he gets to push forward. Bin then has to catch the wave, which means Zeus can come down and move with the rest of his team. Xiaohu then has to answer mid, so it's a 4v4, and that gives Faker free time on the bottom lane to take this tower. T1 just pulling the strings, puppeting RNG right now as they walk them all around the map. Rift held down in the mid lane. It's going to be 2 towers, but none in favor of T1.
Eyes. What's going on the map right now? Minimap is the most important part to look at this point in the game. You can see that T1 with their mid pressure with the bot wave stacked up, they're cleanly set up for this Drake rotation as well. The question is, can Wei? He wanted to get a flank, but a good ward coming out from T1. They recognize the options that RNG have, and they're limiting them.
Yeah, T1 are just playing this so well. All the outer towers have now fallen for RNG, moving around the map, creating pressure. I don't think RNG are even going to try for this one. I think if anything, they look, maybe towards that third dragon. They did grab an early one themselves, so that does push back any potential soul. And for RNG, it's about buying yourself more time. It's about trying to find those picks in the side lanes to really kind of open up the map, because T1 is suffocating them, and it really only feels like on T1 resets that RNG can move out and try to reclaim some vision. And it's generally been very defensive warding, right? They're not really making those dangerous forays into the enemy jungle. It's always just, okay, try to keep some defensive vision so we can get our own waves, try to keep some vision around Baron, so we're not going to give that up.
Intense game, but one that was much needed, excuse me, for T1. We already talked so much about the stakes. It's been so long since Faker and T1 have lifted a trophy, and they're at the precipice of doing so once again. They need 2 victories. RNG lead the series 2-1. If you have just joined us, I recommend you backtrack, because it has been an incredible series between 2 of the best teams in the world. And T1 find themselves in control once again. They're setting up a lot of vision around the bot side, primarily to cover for Zeus, as they continue the pressure onto these tier 2 towers.
And it's just been really interesting to see the back and forth in this series and the different approaches to each game. You know, this game has been much more like game 1, game 2, and 3, where a lot more scrappy, a lot more aggressive, but T1 feeling very comfortable about their position in this game, you know, limiting the opportunities that RNG has. A lot of people always, when they come to the International, the fans will watch and they'll say, all right, well, why are teams not playing as aggressive when they play aggressive in my region? And there was a really great interview from Impact where he talked about when you go International, the level of your opponents is so much higher, so they just show you way fewer windows in which you can be aggressive. Because the aggression is not random at this level. It's about capitalizing on mispositioning. It's about capitalizing on advantages and mistakes. And when your opponents are not showing you those, the game really slows down and becomes very, very cerebral as it has in game 4.
That's what T1 and RNG are really good at doing. RNG so good at showing very minimal windows when they fall behind in the early game and then getting to teamfights. T1 very good at not giving their enemies a window to return into the game. That's exactly what they're doing here. 2,500, almost 3,000 gold ahead. 2 dragons to the good. They're at 2 items apiece, almost 3 items already on Gumayusi. They are in a very strong position. Zeus, though, going for the hull breaker kind of implies that he wants to spend a little bit more time in a side lane and maybe split this comp up to a 1-4.
Certainly seems that way. I am a little surprised in terms of the randomization because, as I mentioned, I think that T1 in a front-to-back should actually feel a lot more comfortable as the game progresses. But regardless, that is the decision that he's chosen to make. Perhaps it just gives him a little bit more power in the Camille matchup in the event that RNG tried to force something and he has to go and answer, because they're probably a little concerned about who can actually match this Camille on a side. So that's probably his logic in this situation. A TP gets invested towards bot. They're now looking for a play. Flash.
Bin does still have the flash for the follow-up. I think this TP was more to make sure that they get that bot side tower. Baron, a possibility for T1. They are going to pull the alarm bells and work their way up towards it. They have perfect vision around it as well. No, 1 ward in the pit. That will be stopped if they put a control ward in there. They've got 2 in their inventories. They also have a sweeper. Okay, no vision now for RNG as they walk
4
across.
control wards. Look at that level of control that T1 have on the top side. They saw the TP investment immediately, moved up towards the top side, and now they are suffocating that control from RNG.
And I think that T1 are going to try to force Bin to TP at the very least. They need to either send someone bot now or try to force a TP. The answer looks like Faker will go bot to match potentially, but no, he's actually heading out towards mid, now going back towards bot, so they will look to respond in that side lane play. And yeah, I think the read probably from Zeus is, okay, how do we lose this game? It's me getting killed inside. How do I avoid that? And if his read is Hullbreaker will make me really strong in a potential 1v2, will give me that survivability, then hey, I respect it. You know, I think Randuin's is a really strong option, but if you're not sure if you're going to be going up against Xiaohu or Bin, if it could be magic or armor that you need, then this does kind of become a little bit of a catch-all, at least.
Something you mentioned earlier, Azael, was this cerebral approach. I love talking to Lyric about RNG because he was like, they're the exception to the norm in the LPL.
Yeah.
Often they don't skill check you in the same way that many other LPL teams do. They will position themselves in a way that go, hey, we're not allowed to be here. Do you want to come find out how much we're not allowed to be here? And they'll take those duels, they'll take those fights. Whereas RNG is a lot more cerebral. They will play the map. And I think that throughout MSI, we've consistently highlighted how well they do play that map. Faker with a bit of poke damage onto main. The 3rd Drake for them is up in 30 seconds. And RNG, are they going to give it up or are they going to look to contest?
I think they're probably just going to give, right? Just continue scaling with Bin in this side lane, allow them to get to Soul Point here, and then look to fight at the next one unless they see a great opportunity. But, you know, what you're saying is there is also reflected in the game times from these teams, right? T1 has had a 3-minute faster average game time. RNG on the slower end of that, you know, about 30.5 minutes as their average time. They don't feel rushed. They're very comfortable in their late stages of the game and their setups. But RNG, I was wrong. They do have the IE on Gala here. And posturing like they do want to scrap here, but Zeus has a great flank angle.
Zeus knows Ming's there. They're going to pop in. Control ward down, so make that target. Gala has to support the Feather Storm. Bin looking for Zeus out towards the bottom side, but Zeus just kiting them out. Dragon will be secured by T1. Zeus trying to get towards the Mega Null, can't get there in time. Dragon taken and the fight begins as the Cyclone onto the back line. Look at the damage coming out from Gumayusi. Quick, boom! From the Jinx as Bin now dives forward as well. Carry with a good devour. Xiaohu trying to dash away. Gumayusi on the chase. Abyssal Voyage forward. The Solar Flare on Gumayusi, but they just can't get close enough. RNG invested everything in the start of the fight and T1 are mopping them up.
Carrier does
does it again. He body blocks the follow-up from Bin to prevent him from getting the shutdown onto Gumayusi, and this Jinx was left to wreak havoc onto RNG. All 5 find themselves dead, 4 are alive for T1, and a Baron is available for the taking.
It's by the slimmest of margins, but T1 will reap the rewards as RNG. Look at that damage on a Gala. That's a zap into an ulti. Forces the ulti response there from Gala, and now he is so vulnerable. Shahu and Bin collapse there, and they do kill off Zeus, but it's both ultis committed. So in comes T1 Faker, diving into the backline, forcing the flash out of Gala. Wei gets erased by Gumayusi, and the key thing is they just can't get to Gumayusi. The backstep on the hookshot in there from Bin, and then the Devour from Keria, keeping him safe.
And just keep your eyes on Keria. The engage from Ming was so massive. Then look, he body blocks the stun. That means the Gumayusi doesn't get locked down by Bin, and if he did, maybe there's a one team fight there for RNG, but T1 play that fight perfectly.
I mean, just using the maximum there. Faker was, what, 5%? Gumayusi, not much more. Incredibly slim margins there, and a huge team fight from Gumayusi. Forcing out the ult from Gala meant he really couldn't play it very aggressively. It's such a critical ultimate to be missing. You can see the damage output's still incredibly high from both of these marksmen, but those tiny differences really meant everything.
Oh, no, charmed up. Devour again from Keria. Hexagon Maiden goes down onto Keria, but the Cyclone, the follow-up! Oh, it's an assembly of death for RNG. They dived into the meat grinder, and T1 very willing to kill him off.
T1 are gonna push mid. They have Baron. They've got multiple kills now. How much more can they get? 38 seconds on Gala. T1 could look to try to end Wei, going for some heroics potentially.
T1 though, 5 members strong with the Baron. Still 2 minutes on it. Gala up in 26 seconds, Bin in 20. RNG had to pull off something miraculous to turn this game around, but when you need a miracle, you pray to God, and he's playing for the enemy team right now. Zeus goes forward, Benar into the wall. T1 and Faker will take us to game 5.
T1 with a masterclass team fight. We talked about how the longer this game went, the easier it's going to be for T1, and in a 4 versus 5, they play the front to back beautifully. That bot lane stepped up massively. The subtleties of Faker's input with the LeBlanc, the damage he was able to dish out alongside the perfect spacing from Gumayusi allowed them to win the fight, win the Baron, win the game, and bring us to match point game 5.
And you can see the sigh of relief there from Zeus putting on his mask. Oh, he says thank you. The series is not over. T1 now at match point as well. It has been such an incredible back and forth. Team fighting reigning supreme, comfort reigning supreme in this series. You know, going to the Jinx has been so successful, but I have got to say, this game to me felt like support diff.
Yeah.
Keria got so much done. He was always perfectly positioned, being unable to find those engages by the slimmest of margins many, many times. And Keria was just such an incredible difference maker, it felt like, in almost every single fight, right? Like we see 5% HP, 10% HP. Keria was the reason that those were not kills in many of the cases.
Even the first play top lane. Zeus was on 1 HP basically, and he flashed forwards, devoured him, and then turned the game around. What a performance by T1, and obviously by RNG throughout this series. We are going to game 5 here at MSI. Like, I'm super stoked, I'm gonna be honest. Silver scrapes in the finals is not something we often get. I'm very happy to go to game 5, and you guys should get fired up for the finals with the team's anthems. We have you've selected for RNG and T1. You can find them both on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. It's been one hell of a series, and the best is yet to come. With the MSI title on the line, don't go anywhere.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
girl, you don't know me. I'm gonna command the plum water. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Take no.
And T1 delivered. We're going to game 5.
Woo! This is what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. Also, off the back of Faker's LeBlanc. Oh my goodness. Thanks.
Just one of the most historic rivalries as well, right? In LOL Esports, going to a game 5.
This series has everything.
I was gonna say that play in the mid lane was just like, hey, can we just say that was the most like mechanical play we've seen all tournament?
Baker's been adamant, you know, the age doesn't matter, and he pulled it off. Yeah. I also wanted to share another kind of, to me, really cute story with Guma Yushi and Danny, because now that this is the second game in a row that T1 have used this Jinx plus Tahm Kench bottom lane, which is a bottom lane that EG brought back after everybody dropped it in the meta, they traded jerseys. There's a ton of respect here. Guma and Danny traded jerseys, and then Danny showed up to T1 series wearing Guma's jersey that he traded to him, and then Guma's playing their duo on stage. I just feel like it's meant to be. T1 pushing it to Silver Scrapes.
Right. They also, I forget who it was in the interview. I think it was Owner in his interview said that EG loss was what kind of propelled them to just be like, you know what? We're going to lock in Aphelios next game. We're just going to play like total comfort. Also, how good carry is Tahm Kench?
It is just next level.
I mean, how good is he on everything? But
but is Tahm Kench specifically is just so good.
Yeah.
It was an incredible performance out of T1 to push us into game number 5. I really only want to look at one fight because I want to spend most of our time talking about what we might be able to expect in that 5th and final game. It was the big team fight that essentially decided it all. Down by the Dragon. It was Dragon number 3 for T1. Now, at least that's the Dragon they were going for. RNG decides to contest. Unfortunately, it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, and it just feels like RNG are in a really dire position, right? They were already falling behind. Their whole win condition was around getting this Camille ahead, playing out through side lanes, and now you're at a point where, okay, you just have to throw the Hail Mary and hope for the best. They commit to the bottom side, they find the pick, but they really don't have any other tools to try and get onto the back line and take down Gumayushi.
Exactly, and we saw, Gala got the ultimate blown really early there. We saw the power of the Wukong engage, because even though it's 4v5 and they've taken out Zeus, with that frontline advantage, they make room for the 2 carries there, blowing them up. Huge performance there from Owner on the Wukong. And Carry, of course, with the big save of the Tahm Kench ultimate.
There were so many times throughout this entire series, like obviously this team fight kind of looked like it was maybe going RNG's favor until T1 took it back just with their skill in that fight. But there were so many times when RNG must have been like, we have the kill, and then Carry is there, eating his teammates, saving them. It was nuts.
Yeah, that Solar Flare lands, you think you have it.
Yeah, and honestly, too, I love it when you have team fights that really exemplify this strategy of, even though you lose a member, you count the cooldowns that your opponents have blown to get that member, and people think, oh, it's a 4v5 now, but, if you have the positioning and you have the cooldown advantage, you can win those 4v5s.
It just really isn't, and especially when you have a comp like RNG's, right, where it is so single target focused, and then T1 have the AoE damage coming out.
All right, here we go. One game decides which team, which organization will be the first to hold 3 MSI titles in league history. You've already talked about how much there is between these 2 organizations, how much there are between each of these individuals, right? Again, back to the Xiaohu and the Faker matchup in the mid lane and what it would mean not only for Xiaohu to get that 3rd MSI title, but to do it over Faker, beating T1 in a best of 5. They haven't done it yet. They're 1 game away from it now, Lyric.
Yeah, and it's just something, again, that would be so nice. A player that has been so heavily criticized over his career as someone that is a choker on international stages. It wasn't until he went top that people really started putting faith in Xiaohu, and going up against a team he has never beat would be so nice. Even going down for Ming in the bottom lane, right? A player that has a lot of respect internationally, but again, just separating yourself from the pack, building a legacy where you're competing with, names like Mata, like Madlife, who people consider these like S+ tier supports in League of Legends history.
On the other side of it, Kobe, it's T1. A decade after Faker started playing this game and stepped onto the international stage to begin etching his name into, the annals of league history. Yeah. He has another shot to put another trophy in that case, and just to solidify kind of what we already know, he's the GOAT of League of Legends.
Yeah, I would love for us to have the movie ending here where it's the return of Faker coming back triumphantly in the final game here in the best of 5 series. Plus, as we've talked about, this one means so much more, especially to him because he's been there the whole time, because this is the first one that he would have won on Korean soil. To be able to actually win in South Korea one of these finals, I know just means everything.
And I think the trajectory of this team, again, is just so cool in terms of coming together, watching them previously at Worlds, them coming into this tournament as favorites, kind of struggling a little bit initially under the pressure, and then having come through their last best of 5 into this. I don't know, it would just be such a cool story, especially in my opinion for the young players, because surrounding Faker, there are so many young players like Zaze coming in, also like Carria. I mean, even with his experience, he's still really young.
I even love to use the word trajectory, right? Because this is great, we get 5 games, but this series just makes me look forward to the rest of the year. And I don't feel like either team has hit their ceiling, right? Like T1 can improve and shore up things like their mid game. For RNG, they still haven't incorporated Bin, I feel like, to the best of their ability. Both of these teams can show more.
All right, well, you talk about maybe neither team having yet hit their ceiling. I think Game 5 is going to be obviously the most demanding game of the tournament. They got to find that extra gear, that next level. Kobe, I'll go to you first on the T1 side of things. How do they get it done? Especially considering that RNG is the one with side select, and we've seen blue side win every single game so far.
Honestly, I think mid-jungle priority is huge. They really need to, in draft, secure Faker and Owner a winning mid-jungle 2v2.
I'm going to piggyback off this just because, I was the one that predicted the T1 3-2. And I am calling out something that I noticed from them this past game, which isn't a draft thing, but their patience and the way that they played out the mid game is something that we have not yet seen from this team. We've seen them pick some disadvantageous fights, get a little too hyphy. The kill score was so low for so much of this game, and T1 played it so methodically and patiently. I was really impressed with their mid game.
Yeah, give me the RNG side of things.
So I feel like it's like directly countering what Kobe said. Coming out with the winning mid-jungle 2v2, but also getting Faker on a champion where you can influence mid, right? LeBlanc's such a hard champion to take down. We saw both Wei and Ming try so many times to gank mid. He's just so mobile, on top of just obviously being, again, one of the best players ever, the GOAT of League of Legends. Get him on something you can gank, take him down, whip through mid-jungle, and go top.
There it is. Those are our thoughts ahead of game number 5, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the coaches, the players that are stepping onto that stage. There's one final game here at MSI 2022 to decide the championship. Which team will claim their 3rd title? T1 versus Royal. Never give up. For the last time, Medic, Azael, Vedius, it's over to you. Woo!
Thank you very much, Dash, for the last time today.
Appreciate the cheer, too, from Kobe.
Kobe's always
the world's
enthusiastic.
best hype man.
Exactly. For the last time today, definitely, but I'm sure we'll see T1 and RNG matching up further in the year. Worlds obviously just on the horizon, but today there can only be one victor. In the last 2 international finals we've had, it has gone the distance. RNG beat Damwon, EDG beat Damwon in 3-2 at MSI and Worlds. Today, T1 are the LCK representative that are trying to take down the powerhouse that is the LPL over the last few years.
It's true. Azael, you mentioned it earlier, 5 of the last 7 international titles have been won by an LPL team.
Yeah.
The 2 exceptions were the G2 MSI win back in 2019 and then the Damwon World Championship win in 2020. But the LPL have been dominant. What's crazy is how many different teams they have been dominant with. There are a slew of different competitive teams that consistently come out from the LPL, but the name that keeps reoccurring in recent years is this RNG roster. Domestically, internationally, they're a name, an organization that you consistently have to fear, and they've looked down the barrel of a 5th game multiple times. Anyone that's familiar with the LPL playoffs know how difficult and grueling that format can be, but now they stare down the eyes of T1. They look into the eyes of Faker and his young crew behind him, who are on the precipice of being back on top, who are 1 game away from reclaiming their title and perhaps beginning a new legacy for the LCK.
And it all comes down to one final draft. Here we are. The last adjustments will be made. RNG back on Blue. Blue has won every game so far in this series. And RNG will have the advantage of being on that side. They are going to ban out the LeBlanc, which was very problematic. I like the point from Lyric. I did kind of agree that, a lot of the aggression that RNG were throwing towards Faker just wasn't effective because LeBlanc has so much mobility, so much safety. Faker, even in that 1v3 outplaying in mid lane, was able to be so active as well in the team fights. A lot of these bans are new, really, through the adaptation in this series. The LeBlanc coming back into the ban after kind of falling out early. The Xayah really rising to priority. The Viego getting banned out because Wei had been so dominant on it. I'm so interested to see if Wukong is going to go through again because it has been really, really powerful, but they just seem to be more worried about some of these other picks.
Yeah, I think that the question is, what about Gwen? What about Gangplank?
Gwen, probably.
Well, this is the thing. Will T1 run the risk of giving it over to Bin once more? It's a champion that is clearly very difficult to deal with. I'm very curious, what will they remove? The GP. Okay, they're heavily suggesting the Gwen first pick once again. Galio is up. Gwen is up. T1 Ari is also up.
You know what would be really interesting? Is if they don't ban Gwen, you actually just first pick Wukong as RNG and then threaten the Jax as the counter pick. Yeah. Because Bin is actually really comfortable in that matchup.
It's what they did game 5.
Yeah, so I actually think it would really make sense. And now T1 has to consider that. Like, do you just ban the Gwen here? Like, or are you willing to actually trade? Because if you ban Gwen, then they just take the Wukong. So now I actually love this. I think they take Wukong. They say, I dare you to take Gwen because we will play the Jax into it. Excuse me, you could play the inverse. I thought they would take the Wukong, yeah, but it's we'll see. Maybe they just want the Gwen anyway.
I think they're so comfortable on the Gwen. They're just saying, you know what, we'll grab it. We don't care.
Wukong's just such a strong team fighter.
The thing is now, that T1, I wouldn't be surprised if they went Ahri Wukong. right? And then, of course, the RNG response is they could either go Galio, but they would probably go Lissandra, Lee Sin. And you're kind of looking into what seems to be a predetermined draft and where will the variations come from.
Yeah, and I really thought we were going to see that variation of the threatening of the Jax, but it's just been so interesting. You know, are they willing to even go to the Wukong here, you know, knowing that they could be up against the Lee Sin? They are, in fact, going to lock it in. And it just feels like the read is, well, Zeus, your good answers to the Gwen is really just the GP, right? Because the Jace didn't work in game 1. GP is what he's played throughout this. Is he willing to go to something like the Jax? Would be really, really exciting if he were willing to go towards it, but I kind of feel like we might just be getting something a little bit more vanilla, like the Gnar again.
I mean, he's played Jax 3 times this year, has won every single game where he's
got
played
a Jax game this tournament.
Played it once in MSI as well, and it is the known counter, like the most prominent counter for the Gwen. T1 taking their time, Jace instead. We saw this in game 1. Zeus did win the laning phase, but then Bin just took over the game.
Well, and it just felt like he didn't win by enough. That's the thing, right? Like the Gold League kind of lied to you because Bin farmed evenly. Zeus took a plate, maybe 2 plates, I believe it was. So yes, he did have a slight gold lead, but when you take the scaling into consideration, it just went so far in RNG's favor. And it does feel like they have kind of drafted Zeus into a little bit of a corner. We'll see if he can perform better this time around, or if T1 just want to go for a very different draft. Because we also have to remember, this was the Caitlyn Morgana game, I believe, in game number 1 that they brought out. And it did make the whole comp feel a little bit weird. They also had Nocturne in that one, but they had no dive buddies. So maybe the Jace can really fit in if you get some sort of a, you know, kind of like a pokey bot lane or something like that.
Kai'Sa is the champion I'm looking at right now. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I really like this Tahm Kench ban from RNG. I think that it's been such a huge thorn in their side because, as you rightly said, Jinx Tahm has been the bot lane that T1 have leveraged to have that solid team fighting prowess later on into the game. So mitigating half of that combo, I think, does a lot of value.
And I really wonder now, does Gumayusi have the confidence to just go to Aphelios or Jinx anyway when you're going against Lissandra and, you know, the Lee Sin if you do not have Keria playing that Tahm Kench behind you, right? So it's really becoming very, very interesting. I think
Lucian, Ezreal, Kai'Sa, Caitlyn, Xayah, Tristana is something we could
Ezreal,
Aphelios,
Aphelios, you know,
Jhin, Aphelios maybe.
Yeah. Jinx as well, right? There are options.
Kalista.
Kalista feels so weak.
No, I know, but it's been a consistent ban here. I don't think that Kalista would be good for T1, and they're going to agree and go for the Jhin.
Jhin does work in supporting your dive, but if you're the one being dove upon, it becomes very difficult to really play the game. And I do think that what RNG is drafting feels like it wants to run at the Jhin, and T1 would have to preempt that by being the ones to engage, kind of create that space for Jhin to be more follow-up where it can be successful.
Especially if you go Tristana Leona here. Like, you have a very strong composition at getting on top of that Jhin and making sure he can't really play the game. RNG do still have a few other options, but I actually really like, well, Leona or Rakan, something that gives you that backline threat.
Yeah, I think the Rakan kind of guarantees that you are going to be able to land that CC on the champions like this Jhin, like this Jace. Do they dare?
I really think this could be really good here.
The Keria has played Zilean, I believe, in the LCK, you know, a number of times. And I do think Zilean support is one of the best scaling supports, if not the best scaling support in the entire game. I think it's really good, especially because it's a lot of single target pick here. Instead, changing over to Yuumi. Yuumi Jhin, very popular combo because of the massive amount of move speed. You also have a really good pairing with the Wukong and with the Ahri. You know, that flat AD or AP that you can give them really amps up their ability to actually knock down these kills. And of course, Prowling Projectile plus the root from your ultimate is also really, really strong. So interesting stuff, a lot of new things.
I would have really liked the Zilean, but as you rightly said, I think the Yuumi does offer a strong scaling, and as you rightly said, it also complements a lot of high mobility champions.
Yeah.
And against a Rakan lane, it's going to be difficult to punish. He's not the most aggressive of laners, and he's not a champion that usually dominates in the 2 versus 2, so Yuumi can kind of play quite safe alongside the Jhin.
And I think one of the things that's also really cool is that the Yuumi kind of is a bit of a dive buddy here for Owner and Faker, right?
Yeah.
It allows you to kind of go forward with 3, diving in towards some of these carries. My main concern for T1 is just what is Zeus going to be able to get done in this top lane? If he cannot create a large advantage against this Gwen, we know that Gwen is going to have the run in the side lane. I'm expecting it to be Ghost Gwen again, like it was in game number 1, where it was, I believe, 13-0 on that Gwen for Bin. So that is that kind of inevitable feeling, but maybe they're feeling, hey, with the Yuumi, we get that additional scaling, and our mid-jungle is going to be that much stronger. The Jhin could be that much stronger, that the Gwen maybe isn't going to run over the game.
It is in game 5s where all of the pressure is on and teams can often falter. The pressure can get to you, the execution, your confidence. You don't want to be the player that makes the mistake that loses your team the game. But these are veteran organizations. They are led by the veteran players in Xiaohu, Ming, and Faker. And it's up to the players behind these veterans to feel confident in their leaders to be able to execute and bring their team to victory.
And it's so interesting because I completely agree. In a lot of these cases, teams can start to play a little bit too defensive, right? They're scared to make that mistake. And oftentimes, in those situations, it is the player who has the confidence to make the play, to go for the big move that can actually come out on top. That sometimes being the aggressor can often really work in your favor. Ming starting sweeper here, wanting to play to clear out that brush. In melee versus range, having side brush advantage with a ward is really, really big. So Ming trying to make sure that the Jace does not have that.
You see Ono and Kerry are switching over to sweepers as well. Of course, Wei cannot do that. It means that you have a little bit more vision control as T1 in the early game if you can catch out some of those wards. Wei needs his ward to be able to safeguard forward, to be able to look for some of those gank paths. And so far, we have had a back and forth series, both RNG and T1 landing punches. The early game has often dictated who will be able to take the lead later on. So this game is for everything. Both these teams fighting for their 3rd title here at MSI.
Man, you just have to love how scrappy these guys. Every single game, level 1 starts, they're trading. They're not going for minions. They're just going right at each other.
They're just trying to proc that electrocute, get it on cooldown sooner so you can proc the electrocute again. Right? It's really important, especially in RA lanes, that you're able to go for early skirmishes, but Zeus doing the same thing alongside being good trade for Zeus overall. Able to use the phase rush to create a big enough gap, which means that now he's got a big health advantage. Goes back to the range form, chips away at Bin once again. And notice he is running the biscuit, so he will have that small health advantage. And Zeus playing this 1v1 very well.
I just love that little bit of tech. Oh, Xiaohu going forward is going to proc the electrocute. But yeah, you just start acceleration gate because then when Bin goes forward,
you can't get on. Carrier cannot jump back onto Gumayushi. The chase is on. The ignite is ticking, and Ming will claim first blood.
And in game 5, when you have to step up, it is RNG's bot lane that find a 2 versus 2 kill. A very narrow window to punish, but RNG strike.
Absolutely. They're going in to get 2 first.
Gumayushi, nowhere for him to go. Does still have the flash. Will try and use it away from this battle dance. Gala, though, gets the reset for the jump forward. And it's all RNG in the bottom side of the map. Gumayushi, though, survives in the midst of the minions now. Ming has to be careful. Faker jumped on, dodges away from the Sonic Wave. The charm will connect, but he will fall as well.
Oh my god, Ming tried to give the kill to Gala. He could have taken that with one last auto there. I'm not sure if that was a fleet proc that kind of made them miscalculate. Maybe the fleet came up at the last second there and got that little bit of healing out. Owner gonna look.
But the Xiaohu will get him once again. Flash forward, decimating, strike enough.
How reminiscent of that is that
top
earlier game of the top lane play, flashing past away to kill off a soul laner. Of course, that was on Bin, not Xiaohu, but very reminiscent. And not getting that kill is actually so impactful for bot lane because if Gala gets that, like, that is massive. Going back with a better base, denying the wave. Instead, Gumayushi able to stay around. He's going to actually have the much better base himself. We can watch this one more time. In with the W, knocks him up, so Keria cannot reattach. The flash forward to get that 4th hit on the explosive charge. And then the... Somebody call Peta!
The googly eyes! Meanwhile, in mid, while that action was happening in the bot side, Faker got collapsed on. Level 2,
There was
Ari.
a ward on the Razor because I think they spotted.
Very weak.
There was no ping, so he may have walked, close
just
enough.
Around it,
The
yeah.
flash W, that was a good play from Xiaohu, leveraging the level advantage that he had to force the sums out. And then Faker, he wants to try and get that level 3. Yeah, you can see what... a bit of an overstep, truth be told, by Faker there.
Oh,
he ends up getting punished, but now RNG on the offensive once again.
Zeus has flash, and he has Owner here as well. Owner will try and put the damage down to Xiaohu. No glacial path available for the Lissandra right now. Ring of Frost, though. Zeus going to try and get away, but you can't when there are 3 members of RNG surrounding you.
I love the confidence from RNG there, just to force Xiao actually TPing back. He get charmed. Okay, almost had the timing. I was going to say, when you're TPing in that low against an Ahri, if Faker had the pixel perfect timing, you could actually die there. There's no ultimate, there's no stasis at this point to defend yourself. So Faker will at the very least get a little bit of chip damage down, deny maybe a minion or 2.
And we talked about how in game 5s teams can often feel the overwhelming pressure, the responsibility that you have to your team. But it feels like the RNG in this Game 5 has just kicked it up a gear. They are not slowing down at all. 2v2s going all in. Mid-jungle, not only are they attacking Faker, but they're also roaming towards the top side of the map. And they are challenging T1 in the early game. The best early game team in the world. And RNG is saying, no, not today. We're going to take you on.
Absolutely. And you can see something we didn't get to talk about. Gumayusi and Keria both running exhaust. So it is double exhaust in the bottom lane there, which is more atypical, but does scale very, very well. And also going for a very defensive build here, as Wei should just be able to hop out. Because it's a Tabby's rush. You know, you do see Swifty's rush a lot more commonly, but very, very defensive here. You know, I have some concerns about how effective that's going to be in the later stages. I do think it's great to stop the all-ins from Gala now, but a lot of the damage is magic, right? When you're thinking about even some of the damage, you know, from Trist. But of course, Xiaohu and Bin are going to be the big threats, I feel like, to that backline.
For the moment, though, Gumayusi just trying to survive at the laning phase. Is up in CS, Wei and Xiaohu continue to move around the map, unlocking that mid lane. It's something we've talked about throughout the entire series. Faker has no plans. He gets caught in the frozen tomb. Xiaohu level 6 is enough, and Faker 2 deaths by the 6-minute mark.
This mid-jungle is just so lethal. The setup with Lissandra and the damage from Lee Sin is devastating, and Faker, the unkillable Demon King, finds himself with 2 deaths 6 minutes into the Game 5.
And I'm just so impressed by the summoner tracking, right? You know, right on the precipice of having that cleanse back, but RNG has the perfect timer. They go in, they get the kill right on the level up from Xiaohu. It's the same thing earlier. We've seen these plays happen so many times where it was the wraparound on that one, right as Xiaohu actually hit 6. They found that dive. And they're so good at playing around it. And Wei, I feel like, has just been the biggest difference in this series. He has been unreal. Game after game after game, intelligent pathing, covering his laners at the right time, team fighting incredibly well. He has just been outstanding.
You know what I'll say? LPL, Lee Sins, they're just synonymous with one another.
They hit different, man. They just hit different, and they hit every Q as well.
And every kick, often into the face, and usually whoever gets kicked into everyone else. And it's a terrifying prospect, and Wei living up to the legacy of LPL Lee Sin players for sure. RNG find themselves 4 kills to 1. The goal lead only 1,000. Bear that in mind. This goal lead is definitely repairable from the side of T1, and I wouldn't count them out just yet. But this early game heavily going in the favor of RNG for now.
Yeah, you absolutely don't want to count them out. And T1 looking towards topside, potentially trying to pull off a dive here on Bin. I believe he did just use the Shroud, so wouldn't have that available. And this could be a play they look for, but Wei is pathing up here and is 6 and has ulti.
No TP for Xiaohu. He shoves in the mid wave. Now he's on his way up here. Minion wave, not in the best of shapes. Cannon minion, gonna tank it up. Faker and Ona, you feel like they want to disengage this. They don't know where Xiaohu is.
They do know Lee is here. They spotted him out on that control ward by the blue buff. So they're just wasting time. They're just watching Bin farm right now.
Go, maybe, no. I thought they might go when they saw Wei actually move down, but instead, Xiaohu gets pushed mid, so yeah, they're just hesitating. I think they were pretty sure that Wei was going to step forward, but he played so respectfully.
Oh, the collapse from RNG. Are they going to go for it here?
Faker trying to dodge away from any possible Sonic Wave. Bot lane's on their way up as well. Gumayusi and Keria move to the mid lane, as do Ming and Gala. Nothing really happens off towards the top side. Importantly, Faker lost about 2 waves to the mid tier 1.
Again, just it feels like it's played perfectly by Wei. If you actually walk over to the tower, you're going to get intercepted on your way over and potentially burst down. So he stays in range that if they go for a dive, he's right there.
Gumayusi has flash. Can try and use it. Of course, the zoomies from Yuumi do speed you up, and that's exactly why Gumayusi was able to walk out of that one.
They also have that bonus movement speed from the fleet footwork too. Gumayusi, a speedy guy.
Thought you were going to hit us with the Gumi as well. You know,
No.
the zoomies from Yuumi speed up the Gumi.
Game 5 of MSI Finals.
Wow, sorry. My bad. Please don't fire me. I like casting League of Legends.
I think you're good. You're a world champion, so you'll be fine. This will be the first Herald secured by RNG, and completely uncontested. It's something that has been a big point of contention throughout this series, but T1's early game is only going to fall further and further away from them, as RNG will leverage this to, it looks like, secure the top tier 1.
Yeah, they're looking to press in on this, and that's so concerning for Zeus in a matchup where you're going to get outscaled. You know, if you are falling down behind, of course, Bin is not the beneficiary of all this play goal, but still, the more you can keep Zeus down, the faster he's going to get outscaled by Bin as Ming's looking in.
Looking for Ona, who's able to dodge away. Re-engage a possibility. Xiaohu blast coned over the wall.
And that was actually the clone, I think, that Xiaohu ulted. So really nice timing there on the W from Owner. But again, been down towards that bottom side, will be collecting this farm. My big concern, my big question mark for T1 is how do they answer Bin in the side lane if he can get to that really strong point? I do think they have great scaling across the rest of their 4 positions. And Jace can be a strong team fighter. It just doesn't really match what Gwen can do in the side lane, especially with Ghost.
It's a concerning spot for T1, for sure.
A great spot for RNG, though.
Of course. And a reminder, both of these teams currently hold 2 MSI titles. They are fighting for the first team in League of Legends history to be a 3-time MSI holder. And for RNG, this could be a back-to-back MSI win. The only other organization to achieve such a feat was T1, 2016 and 2017. So along the line, a lot of pride for 2 of League of Legends' most historic orgs and players. And for now, RNG are dominating the early game.
And it is worth noting, Zeus walked into mid lane. I saw Gathering Storm tick over. So he is at least going scaling runes. He is going the tier build here. So he is going to have some more scaling, than maybe some of the Jaces who really index towards early game heavily. So that could help to kind of keep him more relevant in the matchup against Bin. You're really looking for the Riftmaker timing. If Bin can get Riftmaker at a good time, that's when the 1v1 really does start to swing. But I just have to give credit Bin. Like he's been so adept at actually picking up a lot of these farm, utilizing that Shroud very, very effectively to kind of get the maximum out of it every single time and just stay really healthy to the point where T1 can't really hammer home any sort of an advantage and Zeus can't really get much more damage on the tower.
And of course, Bin has been in this sort of position before at Worlds 2020. He was with Suning and lost to Damwon Kia, one of those few LCK victories in the last few years. And I'm sure he has a lot of weight on his shoulders to make sure that today he steps up and step up. He has as he catches out Zeus. Zeus can get the knockback. Bin will just keep him in the area, stop that recall happening. Rift Hell put down in the mid lane. This gold is going to be funneled over to Xiaohu and to Wei. You can see that 400 gold lead for Wei in the jungle, but in the mid lane, actually 700 in the advantage of Xiaohu as well.
Absolutely. Those early kills that they got on Faker really creating an edge there. And it does mean RNG going to grab their 2nd straight dragon here. So back to their winning ways, what they've been able to accomplish. Great trade from Xiaohu.
Frozen Tomb cleanse out of Faker, Spirit Rush away. Ona's coming in. Xiaohu does still have the flash. Ona looking for the flash engage, but the Cyclone is flashed away.
That was really fast flash there from Xiaohu, not even getting knocked up by Owner. A great response from him.
Going to use the W in to try and get a bit of chip damage onto Yushi Carrier. They're looking for the dive.
Going all the way around, final chapter coming out. The root doesn't connect, but Ming is low, does have the quickness, has the flash. Wei trying to hold the wave. Curtains open. Gala should be able to tank this. Wei does hit the Sonic Wave, but won't go in with the kick. No minion wave there for him. Wei now not in the best of spots as Ona can come in from the side. Gumayushi trying to keep Wei interested. Xiaohu can move from the mid lane as well.
And he can't overchase though because there's still a Tristana pushing up towards this tower, so Wei will be able to back it out. Very well played though by the T1 bot lane. Diffusing that situation really calmly, not blowing any summoners. It does cost them double ultimates, but that was really well handled.
I very much agree, Azale. I think that T1's bot lane have done what they showcased, weathering the pressure storm. Of course, they did falter in the straight-up 2 versus 2. They lost Carrier, but for the time being, they've managed to claw their way back in, and now Ona, with Carrier on his back, are threatening this mid tower. Can they get a plate? Ooh, Xiaohu looking for that route onto Carrier means that they could have gone for a collapse.
This is such typical support gameplay. You're like, if I get these autos on the tower, I get 20 gold, and I get closer towards getting my quest item. That's exactly what he's doing there. He wants the wards from his totem. He hasn't got it yet because they haven't been able to harass that much in lane. Usually, you can get it from auto attacks, you can get it from Prowling Projectile. Here we see Carrier still without a vision item 14 minutes in.
I mean, he's had to respect the potential all-in from Ming. He died once in lane, and if you detach and get R flashed on immediately by Ming, you're going to die. So he has to play respectfully. But it's a great point, Medic, because, yeah, their vision is going to be much more limited. They're going to really heavily depend on pink wards because they have 3 sweepers and no sight zone on their support.
Makes it so much harder for you to play around these dragons as well. RNG already at 2 dragons up. There's still 3 minutes on the next one. Faker. Spirit rushes away, Frozen Tomb coming in, there's a quickness as well, and Faker has nowhere to go, no cleanse, no way out. RNG for the 3rd time in this game, shut out Faker.
Again, I mean, they just make it so easy. It looks so easy to actually play around cleanse, right? Earlier, trading back and forth very aggressively. When we saw Xiaohu have to trade flashes with Owner, they force the cleanse. They have the timer, they go for the play. They're so amazing at this, it's just insane.
And usually T1 would be able to ward the side, but they can't do it as Ming looks for Zeus underneath the tower. He's going to flash away. Ming will tank up a single tower shot as Ona and Carrier are on their way. Gumayushi here as well. A long-range deadly flourish could be enough. to catch out someone from RNG. Way just short. Final chapter coming out. Dash away with a safeguard, but the deadly flourish won't be enough. The curtain call will help as Zeus takes the kill.
And T1 will finally get something back on the board, but what will it cost them? Yes, they're able to get that kill onto Wei, and they may very well be able to get the tower, but here they go.
Call in the submarines, you're going for a dive. Gumayushi chasing forward here. Bin, no ghost. Does have the Hallowed Mist and will escape using it.
Of course, Gala securing the bot tower. T1 will exchange on the top. You can see the goal difference still very significant. About 3k in RNG's favor. Ming overdived a little bit on that top tower, meaning that he was forced to burn his flash to disengage. T1 with Gumayushi already on his way up towards the top side of the map, recognized that he could punish, and it ended up being RNG losing a little more than they bargained.
Yeah, just well played by Zayas, the early flash, very respectful, and then Ming having to flash out in retreat. T1 on the attack here, getting up there, just needed to get in range. Great job by Owner, eating to the minions to bring Keria closer for the ultimate, to land that route, the shock blast from Zayas, hammering it home, getting the kill, and which was a shutdown as well on Wei. They take the tower as well, which is really, really nice, but it's solo gold for Gala on the other side, and that's something you always have to really track is the isolated gold all on your marksman is so much more effective than actually splitting it on the other side of the map for T1. And we can see that reflected in the items here. Both of these marksmen, on Mythic plus tier boots, but it's about 900 extra gold worth of stuff on Gala.
And look at the armor boots that have been picked up for Gala as well. He recognizes that, you know what, why have I got to be scared of Faker? Who cares if he charms me, you know?
Because Faker can 1v9 the game, that's why.
Done it in the past. He's not in the best of positions to do it this game, though, as L03. Control would actually dodged by both Owner and Keria there. RNG have knowledge of the jungle support from T1.
Again, look at this vision being invested from RNG. They will have full vision control of the top side. Ward, ward, ward. Just the whole map littered with vision from RNG, leveraging the pressure that they have over the map in order to gain control and gain insight as to what T1 is trying to do.
And you can see T1 are going to kind of just leave Guma farming in mid, and it is Keria pairing up with Owner. It's going to be him and Owner, him and Faker, this really powerful diving duo who can threaten, and they're shutting out vision towards this top side to enable Zayas to really push it up, and now the route lands.
It's Rakan. He can dodge away. Has multiple ways of doing it, and he will escape.
I think the logic here from T1 was, well, you know what? We know that this dragon is exactly what RNG are going to play for. So instead, let's try and contest the mid wave, then let's attack, and then maybe we can secure this tier 2 tower in the top lane. But RNG were like, again, we can only send one person. You know, we'll just have Wei go solo the dragon, and then maybe our bot lane can contest, and they actually kept 2 people top. So T1 trying to make this cross map happen means that they end up not getting anything off the back of it.
And I'm really concerned now for T1's chances in this game. It is soul point, you're down gold. You know, generally, if all things are played even, you trade dragon advantage for gold advantage for the other team, right? But RNG have been able to get both through superior playmaking, through superior laning. So much of what they got done around mid lane really was the difference. They've shut down Faker so effectively this game. They took away the LeBlanc. They constantly attacked and taxed out his cleanse and punished him every single time he was missing it. So, you know, Faker way pushed down. It is not the death cap Ahri even that he's building towards. So he pit stopped there for some healing debuffs, and it's going to mean, you know, his damage is way lower than where you would normally expect it at this point in the game. And they really only have 4 minutes to get to their maximum amount of power, because in 4 minutes, RNG will get Mountain Soul. And I just feel if you give Mountain Soul over with this T1 comp that is very much about the upfront damage, that your chances at that championship are really starting to slip away.
RNG just playing the map so perfectly in this early game. They are very good at playing from behind in the early game. They're even better at playing from ahead. They do not give you a window of opportunity to attack as the Rift Herald comes down on the top side of the map. Faker just having to play defensively. Walking away from this, knows that his tower is forfeit. And although T1 do have some vision control towards that blue side of the jungle, RNG very willing just to continue to step up. RNG have never gone through T1 in a best of 5. They have lost the last 4 in a row. The last time they met was all the way back in 2017. But RNG are on the precipice, on the cusp of the back-to-back MSI titles and their 3rd title overall.
When we talk about the LPL's dominance, it's been a wide array of different teams. Invictus Gaming winning the World Championship in 2018, RNG winning MSI in 2018, EDG winning in last year.
FPX.
FPX, we've seen so many different rosters, so many different players come from the LPL and absolutely dominate. And RNG is getting close to becoming one of the most consistent international powerhouses, securing 3 international titles. If they're able to win this, we put them one step ahead of their LPL brothers.
Absolutely, and really would make them have to be considered one of the big favorites potentially for Worlds as well, looking towards that. And this RNG team, really building that consistency and trying to build a dynasty of their own here and stop T1 from beginning a new one here, with this young roster. It's going to come down to T1 trying to make plays here.
Bin has the hallowed myth, will pop it. Faker going in with the Spirit Rush as well. And you can see Zeus was on his way, but there was a ward in the bush.
She's so strong. Like, Faker does all the right things here. The collapse from T1, also good. But the moment that she goes immune, what can Faker do?
And honestly, I think for this next fight, it's time to buy stopwatches. It's time to buy, potions, get the maximum amount of power. Because I think this fight, if T1 loses it, that very likely decides the entire series. RNG are finishing those second items critically.
And of course, down by Shahu, they're just looking for the tower here. They won't quite get it. Faker and Ona able to defend it. RNG, though, starting to react. Ward on the bush. Zeus going for Bin, looking for the 1v1, but Gala is there, and then Zeus realizes he can't take the trade. Frost out. Xiaohu not able to get away from the deadly flourish, and the chase continues. Curtain calls come down. Xiaohu will fall. Zeus surviving for as long as he can, but the needle work finds its mark. Eclipse will not save you now. Bin snips him down. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, the final chapter coming out as they look for Wei. Carrier with a good slow. There's the exhaust coming out as well. Ona, Cyclone, a possibility. Does he have the Nimbus strike? Does he have the range? Cyclone under the tower. Wei looking for the kickback. Ona healed up with the zoomies. Teleport coming in now by Bin as RNG look to try and keep their jungler alive.
T1 getting very scrappy here. We have to track the cooldowns that were used. I think it's so smart that Xiaohu didn't spend anything there. They're going to try to look for a pick, but Bin will be backing it up. He has no TP, so he's got a base right now. And Xiaohu gonna have his ult, his flash, everything. He spent nothing there, just accepted that he was caught, accepted that he was gonna go down. Owner very likely will not have his ultimate for this big, potentially penultimate fight. Carrier, I think it's gonna be a close thing for him as well. T1 feel like they are missing more of those critical cooldowns. They don't flash on Owner either. Bin is the only one who really spent much, him and Wei, and their ultimates are going to be back up, so this is very, very tough for T1. It's going to take some sort of a massive play for them to really be able to come out on top here.
T1 are in a very difficult position right now.
No vision on the bottom side.
You can see their itemization as well, sort of like strung together. RNG with 2 completed items on multiple members. The BF sword finish for Gala as well. They have the push in bot. They're contesting the wave in mid. The vision is being cleared out. And exactly, thank you, observers, for highlighting how little T1 can see. They are walking into the darkness, the abyss that is RNG. Someone has to face check. Faker will gain access into the river.
Faker looks for the charm to get onto Xiaohu, but Xiaohu has the frozen tombs to get out of it. Owner in the backline with the Cyclone trying to do what he can, but Ming with a 4-man charm. Carrier dives off, but in goes Wei. The kickback onto Zeus. RNG just sweep the floor with T1, and you have to feel it's as good as done.
RNG get the fight. They try to find the pick onto Xiaohu. It's the charm flash, but they're not able to make it happen. Bin will solo the dragon here with Xiaohu coming in to help, so there will be 2 on that. They're moving up towards Baron already. RNG getting everything they need to close this one out. They left no doubt about it in that team fight. Kick flash from Wei was huge. And Xiaohu, as soon as he did not go down, T1 had just spent so much to try to take him out.
4 members fall to the fierceness of RNG. They will secure themselves the soul. That will be the Baron as well. A last-ditch TP effort from T1. Will this be enough to save them the game?
Owner's almost here.
There's looking for it as well. RNG on the Baron, but it is secured by Wei. Ming dumped over and stops Gumayushi and Ona getting into the fight. T1 knew they had to do something, but they could not find their window.
It was a good try. Zeus Shock Blast brought that down to about 350 health, 370, right about that. But now RNG, everything they need here to close this one out. Let's watch it one more time. It was a great attempt from Faker. The charm flash onto Xiaohu. The call is burst him out before he can react, but they don't have the damage. Gumayushi is not there to follow up. If Gumayushi was in, perhaps they could make something happen. And then watch this from Wei, the engage from Ming, and then kick flash there, knocks him in. Zeus goes down, and so do the hopes of T1 in this game.
Incredibly well executed fight, and T1 doing what they can to find a win in the fight. but they were limited. Faker was shut down in the early game. He was relentlessly attacked by Xiaohu and Wei. Ming even got involved. They were just non-stop aggression towards that mid lane, and Faker, he's done what he could. He has tried as hard as possible, but it has not been enough in the face of RNG.
Faker's combo doesn't even get through the Mountain Soul shield right now on Ming. RNG unrelenting, pushing forward. Xiaohu looking for the Frozen Tomb, and there goes Ming once again onto the backline. The exhaust going down. Kubayushi so low. Kemi with a good final chapter. A Cyclone onto the backline. Perhaps this is T1's hopes, but look at their hopes being dashed against the rocks. They have spent 5 years in the wilderness, and they're going to spend another few months at least. RNG, unrelenting, unstoppable, continue their advance.
RNG will do what few have been able to do before. They will match T1 in the back-to-back victories, and they will look to win MSI.
Xiaohu, the little tiger, has roared into life. The LPL continue their era of dominance, and they are leaving no one alive. It's RNG's world, and we're just living in it.
What a performance from RNG here across the series. So calm, so collected in all of their wins. Really looking dominant here against T1. Blue side winning every single game in this series. The draft meaning so much. But it was RNG playing around mid lane here. The mid jungle 2v2 in this one really meant everything. Wei and Xiaohu were incredible in this one, constantly pressuring Faker. I think Wei was really the difference maker across these 5 games.
And I was just so impressed with the confidence from RNG. Like, we talked about it at the beginning of the game, but I was not expecting RNG to just kick it into another gear at the beginning of the game. Level 1, they went all in the bot lane. Level 3, they ganked mid before Faker even got there. The aggression, the consistency, the execution on all of their plays was flawless. And RNG took a well-deserved game 5.
And Star Trophy Ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz as we see RNG gathered around their 3rd MSI title. Everyone around the world, raise your hands together and give applause for RNG. They are your 2022 MSI champions.
And back-to-back wins from Xiaohu across 2 different roles at MSI. One of the most impressive feats we've ever seen in League of Legends. The new face of RNG. Xiaohu and Ming at the center of their dynasty have been truly incredible.
It really has, RNG. It was close in some games. T1 gave them a good fight, but RNG were just a cut above today. T1, of course, commiserations to them as we see them take their bow in front of the Korean crowd. There's a long road forward for T1. They have this new level of play coming up through their new players, and the only expectation is that this team will continue to rise and rise and rise.
Exactly that. I think T1, they're going to be frustrated. Of course they are. They were 1 game away, and Faker, I'm sure he's going to feel frustrated, but there was little he could do, and I think that there's so much potential in this roster. The world has noticed what T1 is capable of. Everyone knows what they will do come Worlds, and everyone is expecting them to challenge the best.
I mean, this was a team 1 game away from the World Finals last year, now 1 game away from the MSI Championship. Their improvement is undeniable. Their strength is undeniable. This team has an incredibly bright future for very young, promising players, flanked by the greatest player of all time in Faker. T1 can be proud of the performance that they put forward here. Of course, not the result that they were hoping for, but RNG were an incredible opponent.
Yeah, and the young players on RNG really stepping up as well. Bin, after some inconsistencies at the start of the tournament, was a rock for them today. Wei, as well, as you say, only 19 years old, had a stellar performance then with Gala coming in, with Ming and Xiaohu there as your backbone. RNG looked like a force to be reckoned with come Worlds.
They certainly are, and unfortunately for T1, their lossless series streak
best of 5, yeah.
will be broken here today, but I imagine that returning to the LCK, there will be a powerhouse once more. This is a team that can very clearly challenge the world's best, and I'm excited to see what they have in store for us in summer.
But massive congratulations once again to RNG. A consistent Rumble stage, a consistent performance throughout the playoffs, and a team that everyone will be watching as we get closer and closer to this year's World Championship.
I mean, I think it's inarguable. RNG had the highest level of performance, I think, across the event. You know, they were not a team that had almost any low lows. They were very solid, very strong, incredible stuff.
It really was incredible stuff all round by RNG. T1 as well had a superb performance. RNG, your 2022 MSI champions.
Busan, South Korea, host of the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational. The fans have shown up in full force. The reigning MSI champions are representing their region once again.
Flash Ignite, they're going in for Gala, cleansing it away from the slows, not gonna find the kill. Falcon could tie the flash follow. Gala needs to die, they're gonna trade it back, but support is when he gets the kill, but Danny has no way out. He's got no summoners. He's an auto from dead, the flash to follow. Ming's gonna block him off, a double kill. Ming!
I mean, they're going to ignite him right now. It's a 3v1. They go straight in with the Void Seeker. He's ticking down. Will he get taken out? He will not. But you will remember this as the day you almost caught Bin on Gangplank.
When we get to the mid-game, it's clean, it's clinical, and it just looks like a completely different team.
The Dragon available here for RNG. Jojo again in trouble. He's going to go down to Gala. And now Gala's going to keep on going. Bing with the wraparound, but KI over the top. And that's 2 kills for Wei. It's the Dragon is one of them. Gala going to pick up yet another kill. It's a double. It's a triple. Is it a quadra? Is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again! The penta kill for Gala! Gala, this man is ridiculously huge. Look at him go! It's a kill! It's 2 buttons! He pressed 2 buttons!
Xiaohu is to me the kind of epitome of RNG.
Here comes Bin into the pinch. Xiaohu ults in as well. Heartbreaker's across. 2k health in the Baron. Early smite. Wei gets it. Wei gets everything.
This is just pure domination right now from RNG.
RNG tear G2 apart, systematically dismantled. It is an absolute massacre for RNG.
RNG clearly the best team at MSI.
RNG on the way to their 3rd MSI title.
What a tournament it was by RNG. Only losing a couple of games in the Rumble stage, obviously no games in group, and then defeating EG 3-0, and today being able to take down T1 in the 3-2. Their evolution across the course of the tournament was just sublime to see.
It certainly was, and we were really impressed with how the draft evolved throughout the series. I was a little surprised that T1 was willing to take that Ahri matchup again, because we expected the Lissandra to come through from RNG, but the way in which they executed upon that draft was also incredible to see.
I mean, it's really interesting, right? And I think anytime you lose a close series, you're going to have so many regrets. You're going to have to think about so many things. What if we had played this situation differently? What if we had picked a different champion, you know, in different situations? I think they're going to be looking back at the Jace as well. You know, the Jace is the answer to the Gwen. Never felt to me like it got enough done. Yeah. And then the Gwen was just monstrous in the team fights, right? And we even saw just in the way that I think Gumayusi had to play out a lot of those fights that he didn't really feel like he could even enter because there's that threat of the Gwen onto him.
Right.
And it's one of those things where if you have that pick prepared, like if you had another pick prepared, maybe it could have looked differently, right? And they never had the confidence to go to something like the Jax, which I think could have been a little different dynamic in that matchup at least.
And I think something you brought up pretty consistently, Zell, was the Wei difference. Like, we saw him consistently perform throughout the series, the fact that he was able to find these early game advantages, and him on Viego, and this use of mid-prio, the way in which both junglers tried to leverage the fact that their mid lane was able to generate pressure for them to work off of, was something that we saw back and forth throughout the series. But at the very end, it was Wei that seemed to find the better of Oner pretty consistently.
And I mean, I just loved how they worked in concert with the solo laners, right? You know, we look back to the earlier game where he was actually invading and fighting Oner. You know, he was playing Viego, and both of the solo lanes from RNG immediately start fighting their opponent, right? Denying them the ability to actually just go for an easy collapse and get the kill. You know, Faker even being chunked so low that even when he does come to support his jungler, he just has to flash out of there, right? And all these things I think were so well coordinated. It made so much sense. The timing around the summoners, you know, punishing cleanse every time we saw Faker get cleanse. They're tracking that cooldown constantly. They're always there to repeat and punish.
And how big is that for Wei, right? Like, you look at last year, and often he was seen as perhaps a weak point of RNG. You look at the fact he replaced MLXG and Castle. Like, the names for RNG, the junglers for that team, are on top of the world. And today, him and Xiaohu really just made Faker's life a living hell in that mid lane. Like, he died 3 times before like the 8-minute mark. It was just domination from the RNG mid jungle.
It certainly was. And I think that one of the things I really enjoyed seeing in the series was the battle of the supports. We saw exquisite support play from both Keria and Ming in this series, and like they really are the pinnacle, the benchmark of what all supports are trying to do. And it's not just because of their mechanical prowess, it's also just their map control and the level of coordination that we saw from RNG and T1 at various games throughout this series was on another level, and they really set the benchmark for top League of Legends in the world right now.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I think that these are the two best supports in the world, right? And we got to see them play a full best of 5 against each other, which was
play, right?
which was really incredible. Like I said, the two best supports in the world. They're not a world champion in this game. And it was honestly amazing to see, right? I think Keria was getting the best of him in some of their wins, and when we looked at this final game for Rakan, it was Ming really coming out on top.
And it was RNG coming out on top in the end. We are just waiting on an interview with RNG. I believe we're getting that ready right now. So to hear from the new MSI champions, let's send it over to Carcinogen. We will send it over to Carcinogen in just a minute's time. Apparently, we're just having a slight technical issue with the interview, so apologies. I set you guys up and then I let you fall. I baited you. Didn't outsmart you, though, sadly.
Yeah, and as we're warming up, obviously, we got to see some fantastic League of Legends, and a lot of teams are going to come back. There's going to be a lot of hungry players eager to prove themselves when Worlds comes around, and that's going to be the big race, right? Who will be able to compete? Who will be able to challenge? Who will be able to step up? And obviously, right now, as a Westerner, it feels like there's a massive gap between the top of what both the LPL and the LCK can show. I'm excited for the potential, but right now they look like the powerhouses that rule the world.
And it could be, such a different dynamic, right? Because there has been the durability update, such a massive sweeping change for League of Legends, which could really reshape how people have to play. And I think it's actually going to be really exciting, going into summer in these regional leagues and onward towards Worlds to see who is actually the teams that are the best adapting to this, what sort of play styles actually do evolve that were maybe not working now.
And that reminds me that we should tell viewers, if T1 and RNG struggle at the start of the split, I think that's
kind of
fair
to be
enough.
expected, A short break with a massive patch.
And they're going to go straight back into the difficulty of the season. So here's hoping they can have a good start.
Yeah, here's hoping now to hear from our new MSI champions. We're going to hand it over to Carcinogen.
네, 이렇게 해서 2022 미드시즌 인비테이셔널
Congratulations to the champions of the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational, RNG from LPL.
네, 이제 바로 시상식을 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 시상에는 리그 오브 레전드 e스포츠 글로벌 총괄을 맡고 계시는
To start, now it's my pleasure to introduce Global Head of League of Legends Esports, Naz Aletana.
Thank you, Caster June. And thank you first to all of the teams who competed at MSI this year and showcased the very best of League of Legends esports. I'd also like to thank the city of Busan for their partnership, and the fans here in the arena, and the fans all around the world who have been tuning in to support the teams they love. It has been an honor for us to bring MSI to Korea for the first time and to see such an incredible finish to this tournament. Congratulations to RNG for their hard-fought victory and their third MSI title.
네, 나드님, 말씀 감사합니다. 자, 그러면 우승을 차지한 RNG 선수들과 인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And now let's have an interview with all the RNG players.
네, 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Congratulations again and hi.
축하합니다, RNG. 뭐 그런 뜻이라고 배웠습니다. 자, 먼저
Congratulations again. So let's start from Bin.
월드 이후 두 번째 국제 대회고 RNG 유니폼을 입고는 처음으로
After 2020 World Championship, this is your second international event, and this is the first time you joined as an RNG player. So how do you feel at this moment?
那在这种情况下，你又获得了冠军，现在心情如何？
这次 MSI 一路走来还是有挺多坎坷的吧，最后能3比2拿下冠军还是很开心的，就是也很感谢我队友还有我们的团队。
I think through this MSI, there's so many difficulties and obstacles, but we were able to get the victory with the 3-2. So I really give my appreciation to all the teammates and also the whole team. I'm very happy.
정글 웨이 선수와 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
And the jungler Wei.
위력이 대단했거든요. 오늘 본인의
Your Viego really performed so good for today's game.
스스로 좀 평가를 해주신다면 본인의 비에고 오늘 어떠셨습니까?
And definitely, your Viego is the key for today's victory. So, what's your thoughts towards your Viego?
决胜的一张利剑。那在这种情况下，评价一下你今天的回合，你觉得你怎么看待？
我觉得我今天表现那么好的话，就是都是我队友的配合吧，因为他们控住，然后我就能把人杀了吧，就很感谢我的队友吧。
I think the reason that my Viego can have a very good performance is we have a very good team synergy with all the teammates. So I really appreciate that.
네, 멋진 팀 플레이가 정말 돋보였고요. 자, 다음은 미드 플레이어 샤오 선수와 이야기를 나눠보도록
And also the mid laner Xiao Hu.
MSI 최초 3회 우승입니다. 와, 그리고 탑에서 미드로 전향해서 우승을
You are the
더욱더
first player with the 3 MSI titles. I believe this is very meaningful. So how do you feel?
打过上单，打过中单，然后在 MSI 上获胜过3次，在这种前提下，你现在心情如何？
因为其实这是RNG首次在 BO5 中战胜 T1，所以我觉得就是算是历史性的一刻吧，然后也为我们RNG的所有人感到开心。
I
believe this is the first time that RNG were able to get a win against T1 in Best of 5. So I believe it's a very meaningful and historic moment. I'm very happy about this.
네, 그 스토리도 깬 RNG의 값진 우승이었습니다. 꽁석꽁석 샤오. 다음으로
Yeah, definitely a very precious victory. And also the bowling player Gala.
이번 MSI 우승 차지했습니다.
Your performance super impressive.
어떤 장면들이 제일 생각이 납니까, 갈라 선수?
采访一下Gala选手，今天你的下路表现的可以说是非常的完美，在这种前提下，
And I would like to talk a bit more about this MSI journey. So, what's the most impressive moments in this MSI journey?
就是刚才瞎打金克斯吧，因为我自己出现很大的失误，然后导致被反杀，不然我觉得那一把只要我单杀了，我们就可以赢下来。
I think the most impressive moment is in the first game, the Xayah, when I used Xayah to play against Jinx because I was amid Mystics. So I got solo killed by the opponent's Jinx. So I feel this a bit pity about that part.
우승 축하드리고요. 다음으로 밍 선수와 이야기 나눠보도록
But still,
하겠습니다.
congratulations. And Ming.
MSI 최초 3회 우승 타이틀을 가져가셨습니다.
You alongside with Xiao Hu becomes the first 3 times MSI champion. So how do you feel at this moment?
第一个3次夺得 MSI 冠军的这么一位选手，今天分享一下你的心情吧，一定要采访一下你。
其实能跟队友们还有教练一起拿下这个3次 MSI 的冠军，自己个人还是感到很开心吧，也很荣幸。然后就是也很谢谢大家这段时间的付出跟努力吧，就回馈的还算不错嘛，又拿到冠军了。
네, 팀이라 코치님이라 너무
So
감사드리고요.
I really would like to give my appreciation to all the teammates and the coaching team. I feel very happy and honored because we feel all the efforts just got paid off. I'm super happy about this part.
켄주 감독님께 말씀 여쭙도록 하겠습니다.
And also, the next question is over to the coach Kenju.
그 힘이 어디에서 비롯된 겁니까? 원동력이 무엇입니까?
Together with the whole team is the previous year's EDG and this year's RNG, you're able to have a very good result. So what's this motivation comes from?
最重要的目的就是最重要的原因就是因为对这个游戏的热爱以及对这个最后这个冠军的这个渴望吧。我觉得这个很重要。对。
I think the motivation is a passion towards League of Legends this game and also the willing of winning this champion.
네, 그리고 원모 많은 팬들께 끝으로 우리 켄주 감독님 팬들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
And last question, our coach Kenju, do you have any words you want to say to all the fans who keep supporting RNG?
非常感谢各位坚守在电视机前观看我们比赛的这个。 热爱英雄联盟的粉丝们吧，我觉得没有你们支持，我们没有办法走到这一步。 同时，我也很感谢我们的选手，就是他们在这1个月里边，其实没有假期，也没有就是没有休息。可能别的队伍都在放假的时候，我们还在坚持打训练赛，我觉得真的特别辛苦。然后也要感谢我们的另外2位没有上台的教练，包括小白，包括他比，他们也是给了我很多的帮助。包括我们的队伍的领队和经理也一直在为我们保障后勤以及其他的工作。然后最后我还是要感谢一下 EDG 吧，因为他们在备战12点，其实他们是在备战夏季赛12.9和12.10的这个版本，然后他们还抽出了好几天帮助我们一起练习12.8，然后为我们模拟演练了很多，就是这次比赛里边，就是尤其是在对阵 T1 的时候，觉得可能会面对到的一些阵容，他们都在帮我们模拟演练。还有包括像炫君也是抽出了时间帮我们的上单选手冰，就是练习了很多就是上单的这个对局吧，就是也要感谢一下 EDG 这个队伍，对。
So definitely I would like to say thank you to all the fans because without you guys, without the support from you guys, definitely we can't be here. So I'm really grateful to all of you. And also I think all the players, we have very hard time in this month. We have no vacation, no rest. We need to practice. All the players, they just work so hard. And also I want to give my appreciation to Top, to Tabi, to Xiaobai, the other coachings and all the staffs from RNG. And also I'm very grateful to EDG as well because they should preparing the new version, new patch of the 12.9, 12.10, but they would like to help us to make the improvements together. So they just help us to practice the 12.8 version. So they made some trainings with us to help us to make some strategies, to help us to explore our potential in this game. And also Flanger helped Bin as well for the top laner. So I would like to appreciate EDG as well. So congratulations again. And also, let's see who's the FMVP.
Guns and Bin chases down the kill as RNG rip PSG to pieces. Bin is a monster!
Gwen unable to be damaged though, but she can do the work herself. It's going to be baited out though. Xiao with the perfect flash.
Ignite on. Danny could be dead. Chakras come down. He's walking away, but not fast enough. Saves his flash, but dies. Well played, RNG. Find the charm. Is it going to happen? Here comes Bin into the pit. Xiao who ults in as well. Heartbreaker's across. 2K health to the Baron. Early smite. Wade gets it. Wade gets everything.
The Dragon is one of them. Gala going to pick up yet another kill. It's a double. It's a triple. Is it a quadra? Is it a penta? Gala's going to get it again. The penta kill for Gala.
It is a pleasure to award the 2022 ONE+ MSI MVP Finals Award to Wei.
자, 웨이 선수에게 다시 한번 큰 축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다.
So congratulations, Wei, on getting the ONE+ Finals MVP.
네. 그리고 시상현식 나진님께 다시 한번 감사의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 자, 그러면 MSI 2022 ONE+ 파이널 MVP 우리 RNG의 웨이 선수와 인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
So the MSI 2022 ONE+ FMVP. Wei, let's have an interview together.
정말 좋은 모습 보여왔거든요. 자, 웨이 선수 MVP 소감이 어떠십니까?
You have really shown us a super good performance. So congratulations again. And how do you feel to be the FMVP?
你4-5局的表现也非常好，现在获得了这个 MVP 后，你的心情是如何的，魏选手？
就是能拿到这个 MVP， 很感谢我的团队嘛。对，首先就是很感谢斌哥对线很强吧，然后会让我野局玩得很舒服，也很感谢申明和虎哥，就是给我宝贵的经验和建议吧。对，然后也很感谢陈伟在中后期一直是我们胜利的保障。对。
네, 일단
So I'm really grateful to all the teammates, the top laner being, he can always play so dominantly to help me to play very comfortably, and also Xiaohu and me, they can always share the very precious experience to me to help me to grow. And also for Gala, he's always can be the trustful late game carrier for the whole team. So I would like to give my appreciation to all the teammates.
자 이제 바로 트로피 세레머니, 이제 우승 세레머니 해야 될 것 같은데요. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수로 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 2022 미드시즌 인비테이셔널 영광의 우승은
And now let's congratulate on the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational champion RNG.
네, 함께 해주신 여러분 진심으로 감사드리면서요. 자, 이것으로써
Congratulations once again to your 2022 MSI champions in RNG. We are going to head to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be closing out the tournament with MSI Cooldown. Catch you in a few.
And I'm not, 'cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no face. I'll show you. A heart full of fire. Looking at the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah.
Take a fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Hello and welcome to MSI Cooldown. It was a grueling 5-game series between two of the best orgs League of Legends has ever seen. But RNG comes out on top in 3-2 fashion, my friend.
I'm just so happy for this team, for these players. Xiaohu, the Tiger King of Spring, overall the Spring Emperors. it feels like every time RNG have to just reprove themselves. They had a really rough split coming in. None of us in the LPL thought that they would get here. And the fact that they do get here and then win out in the end against an org they've never beaten before is just so wonderful.
And the big difference, like obviously we saw his MVP interview, but the big difference maker for me in this series was Wei, right? Like he got on a ton of his comfort picks. We talked about how you want to attack mid jungle in game 5. He was crucial in their game plan. And overall, RNG, like we talked about how they would win. It was through their better map movement and vision control, and I believe that's what we saw.
We even had one game where Wei 2v1'd the mid jungle with his Viego invade, Giga Chad to the very core.
Hey, Xiaohu was coming, you know?
He was coming, he was coming.
Yeah, that's the solo queue classic though. The things. And like you're 30 seconds into the skirmish, you're like, you're still not here? I want me doing them. Turns out I don't need you.
Yeah, honestly though, because also is important in draft where, you know, they're sacrificing, okay, you're gonna play the Lee Sin side of the Lee Sin Wukong matchup here because everybody knows this Gwen is so important, and there is no problem there for Wei. He picks it right up. He's like, yes, I agree. We should be first picking that Gwen instead because it was so big for them.
I am just so happy that it did go the distance, but to the point that you made, Lyric, about the fact that it does seem this team has had to prove themselves so many times, they've done it.
Yeah.
5 games against an organization they've never beat, the most winning org in the history of the game, the most decorated individual player in the game, and they have finally overcome that. That's that final hurdle that this organization needed to overcome, to start the conversation about them being the giants that people need to topple.
And I think especially now, right? Because now RNG have the most international titles coming out from LPL. They were tied with EDG coming into this, but now having 3, they have 5 LPL titles. I think Xiaohu, I think there's no argument, is the best domestic mid laner to ever come out from LPL. The accolades, the lane swap, just what he's been able to do, prove it. And yeah, I don't feel like you're able to doubt RNG anymore.
I have so much respect for Xiaohu to be able to, swap lanes. He's lived in so many mid laner shadows too. Internationally, Faker in T1, yes. Yeah. But even domestically, Knight and Rookie and these huge names that get so much more praise. And Xiaohu just puts in so much work for this team, so flexible, and again, such a critical part of the direction that they take with their strategy.
We're talking about him, but rightly so, because again, it was our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz at the top of the day. It was the mid laners, right? It was Xiaohu living in the shadow of Faker to a degree, a losing record against him all time. That's irrelevant at this point in this series. Xiaohu is the one who gets to hold this trophy high. He's the one with 3 MSI titles in his case. And to again have done it in multiple roles is still something I will never get over.
Well, and who saw the Lysandra pick coming in too, right? Oof. Because obviously, we see it going both sides in this lineup, but that is like Xiaohu was the one who was like, you know what? I'm going to take the Lysandra into stuff like the LeBlanc, like the Ahri, and kind of pioneered it before this match started.
I also feel like he has been the one to show both sides of the matchup the best. We saw him bring it out against EG, and it felt like it was winning a lot harder than maybe it should have, like JoJo wasn't familiar with it. Then we come in today, Faker performs better on it, but still, Xiaohu, I feel like, in both sides of the matchup, was typically the one who was able to find priority and roam on the map first.
I was gonna say, that's where I'd call out him and Wei working together, right? Which is when we've seen this RNG team at their best, it has been with these two really helping to set up those plays, especially with such a volatile, it didn't look as volatile today, but such a volatile side laner in Bin.
They certainly killed the unkillable Demon King in this third game. Over and over and over in the game.
They didn't listen to you, Kobe. They didn't listen to you.
In the game where we're fighting
RNG
over.
listened to you, though.
Yeah, they listened to you, I guess.
we're like, I want mid jungle to win early, and you're like, I want.
Only one side of that can win out, I guess. That's the way the cookie crumbles this time around, and that speaks to, what it means to step up in the highest pressure moment on the international stage, right? Faker's been knocked down. He's stood up a million times before. I'm certain we'll see it again. I'm extraordinarily excited about this T1 squad. If anything, because yes, Faker is still proving that you can be playing at this level, but as we've talked about all throughout this tournament, the 4 pieces around him and highlighting their I'm going to air quote it because they still played internationally a number of times, but their lack of experience comparatively, this is the kind of experience they need to come back that much stronger next time around.
100% agree. I think the trajectory for this T1 squad is still to the moon.
Yeah.
They have so many really young components, and already, you know, they've shown so much success on the international stage. And you can see some of the areas that they're getting outplayed and some of the areas where RNG are better than them are things that will come with more time together and more experience, you know, at international competition. It was some of the inflexibility in draft, not being able to come up with the better counters to the meta, as well, you know, the importance of the flexibility of the components like Xiaohu moving around, doing what the rest of the team needed. Honestly, I really am hopeful for the Faker comeback story was delayed, but it's still alive. Save those tweets for next year.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because I still think, like, if you look at them going through Worlds last year to where they ended, you know, 1 game away from making the final. This time, they're 1 game away from winning the final. Obviously, I still think, so even results aside, I also think you can see a market improvement in how they play. I do think Zeus is, again, he brings a lot more flexibility to the top lane. Obviously, we saw a few mistakes from him that could have been, you know, pressure related, some overextensions that weren't typically categorized by his play domestically. But this, I hate to say the word upside because I feel like it's such a meme, but like this roster still has so much potential that I don't think they've tapped into yet.
I was going to say, at least you didn't say potential. And then you said potential.
And then you did it. Oh, yeah, the double curse.
Yeah,
it just cancels,
get it all
they
in there,
cancel
right?
each other
Yeah, that's
out.
what it is, the double negative.
Yeah,
right?
they have so many stars in the making on this team,
Yeah,
though.
absolutely.
And I feel like it's exactly what you said, Kobe. Like, once they get more experience, I mean, even just compare a player like Xiao, who, like, you know, 4 years ago to now, I feel like that's going to be the growth spurt we're going to see in a lot of these T1 players.
Sorry, I was getting an update on the interview, so I actually did not hear what you just said, Lyric, but everybody turned and looked at me in that moment, and I don't know where to push the conversation.
Kobe is a genius.
Kobe is
a genius.
Yeah.
Now, that is a statement I can
This
get
makes me
behind.
very uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm sorry to have done that to you. Go ahead.
If someone gives you a compliment, I automatically assume they're trolling.
Oh,
all right?
no, we're definitely not trolling, Kobe. In no way, shape, or form. Let's bring things back to RNG though, as the championship-winning squad, and how this sets up for the rest of the year. That's something you brought up in Countdown, Lyric. Just like already the idea of these two teams neck and neck, and how they're going to push each other, and kind of the global level of play. If this series is any indication, we're in for a treat come Worlds time.
Yeah, I think Worlds is going to be absolutely insane, right? Considering that, I mean, both LCK and LPL have multiple teams who can compete at levels like this. Specifically for these two squads, we were just sitting on T1 and their ceiling. For RNG, I feel like it's the same. I don't feel like we've seen them fully integrate Bin the same way that they played last year with Xiaohu and Cryin in the mid lane. So I think once they can do that, they don't need to maybe Band-Aid Bin with the Glens, the GPs coming in, just getting him on those really strong meta picks, and they can get him on the Camille's and start having him on comfort and still be able to carry. This RNG squad is going to be even scarier.
Yeah, I'm super excited because a lot of the strength of the LPL is in the depth. You know, as is shown by, we keep mentioning, oh, the LPL, you know, they've got, well, now 6 of the last 8 international titles, and it's spread out among so many different teams. So at Worlds, it's really fun when you get multiple representatives.
Yeah, rewind a few weeks, a month, and there was conversations about RNG not even being the rep at this tournament, let alone winning the whole damn thing. Now, MSI may be coming to a close, but fear not. You can get your final dose of the finals in the next episode of the Spotify-exclusive podcast, Riff Reactions, hosted by Travis
With
Gafford
Emily
and
Rand?
our very own Emily Rand.
Let's go.
Bet you didn't know that. It'll come out on Tuesday, and they'll be taking a look at the thoughts and reactions you've submitted
how does
throughout
it
the tournament
feel?
via the Spotify app. So sneak in those cheeky predictions now that you know the results to act like you knew what would happen this entire time. Also, shout out to Blaze Olive, who is the only person we saw
He was the
on
only
social
person on
media.
my timeline as I was skimming through
I'm
this.
sure
so
there
I
are
got
other
the
people
right
that
prediction.
predicted this, but it was the only one that we saw on our timeline. We have the 3-2 prediction for RNG.
Munchables, I'm sure, as well, will probably have predicted that.
called it a 3-0, though. So. All right, congratulations once again to Royal Never Give Up. And to hear more from the back-to-back MSI champions, Yinsu is joined by Ming in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. I've got Ming with me here. Ni hao Ming, gongxi, congratulations on the victory today. You've managed to defend your title from last year and pick up a third trophy here at MSI. How much does this achievement mean to you and your team? Your team were able to beat T1.
那你们也是确实有非常非常多的一个成就。那其实，在今天另外达成的一个比较有趣的成就，也是你们 RNG 终于在 BO5的时候正面击败了 Faker， 击败了 T1。你们也是曾经交手过很多次，那你觉得这一次是有什么样的不同？为什么在这一次你们可以拿下这场比赛的胜利？
其实之前也输过很多次 Faker 选手，然后还有 T1 嘛，然后这次能赢的话，就可能是这次版本各方面会比较对我们比较有利吧，然后还有英雄上面的东西对我们比较有利，然后就是打法跟以前差的也很多，然后就是就觉得就是大家状态也比较好。
Yeah, previously we really got so many loss to Faker, to T1 because we faced them so many times. But I think the main reason for this time we were able to get the win, I think, is because the meta, or because this meta's champion, there's a champion that maybe put us in an advantage. And also our playstyle really shifted a lot. Our playstyle changes a lot. So I think maybe because of this part, we were able to get this precious victory this time.
Well, today wasn't easy either. It was a really difficult match for both the teams. The tournament in general also has not been very easy for you guys. What would you say is the main factor that helped you to overcome these challenges and difficulties along the way?
那其实不光可能今天的这个 BO5 之中也并没有那么一帆风顺，可能纵观你们整个这个 MSI 的赛程，可以说中间也遇到了一些重重的阻碍，你们也是突破了这些阻碍，最后成为了冠军。所以也想问一下，能够帮助你们可能克服这么多重重的关卡，最后获得胜利，最重要的那个因素和原因是什么呢？
其实这些因素的话，我觉得是大家的付出吧，然后还有就是教练组啊，还有后勤工作人员，就教练组一直去考虑一些 BP 上面的东西，然后我们选手的话就是正常的训练，然后也去参与一些 BP， 然后后勤工作人员的话就是一直在帮我们弄一些外界的东西，然后就是我们去理解版本，然后去找一些版本上的答案，然后就是一起，比如说从输的里面找，有些也是在从赢的时候在里面找这些问题的所在，然后就一点一点的把它磨合成今天。
So I think the main factor is the effort put in by all of us. Definitely the coaching teams, they would like to just put the full attention to the ban pick strategy, to try their best to make some studies in the ban pick. And also as a player, we just made the training. We are very diligent. And also all the other staffs from RNG, they also helped us a lot. We would like to just try our best to find the meta answer to help us get the win from those victories and from those losses. We were able to learn so many stuff from them, and this can all change to the experience to help us to get this precious win.
Well, thank you very much, Wendy and Ming, as well, for your insight. Congratulations once again for becoming the 3rd MSI champion. And I'm going to throw this back to Dash to close out the show.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Glad we get to hear from Ming as well, because you heard the casters talking about it all series long. 2 of the best, if not the best, supports in the world going toe-to-toe across 5 games, and Ming comes out on top.
And I love how every single member of RNG that we have interviewed, they have all thanked their coaching staff and cited meta and champion picks. Like I have never heard a team with this much love for their coaching staff and really hammering that home. It shows up in a lot of our talks about the strategy and the discipline of this team, but it was incredibly critical here in this tournament.
I've also seen a lot of posts already cropping up on Twitter that have been translated from Weibo posts, thanking, like, for example, Flandra for apparently having one-on-one sessions with Bin. I really want to know what those were like, to be honest.
EDG, training with them as a whole team.
So
like,
just a lot of thanking other LPL teams as well for helping them.
And I mean, just overall, right, even talking about thanking their coaches, I mean, just something we haven't gotten hit on yet is Kenju completed the journey.
He did it.
LPL Summer, Worlds, LPL Spring, MSI. What a champion.
First person in league history to just win everything in a 12-month calendar year. So kudos to him in that. I'm excited to see what RNG can accomplish throughout the summer split. And then, of course, hopefully see them at Worlds, because I want to see this team get tested even more.
Another title, James.
Okay.
I want to see T1 back again. Give him another shot. Let's see that another shot.
Absolutely. I want to see those 2 teams leading the charge and everybody else chasing them and pushing them to even greater heights. That's going to be it for this year's MSI. LCO starts on June 6th. Mark your calendars. LCS, LEC start on June 17th. But that's it for us. We're going to go celebrate the end of an incredible event. Until we see you next time, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other.
Hear the music.
Good night.
Yeah, the music's fun.
Welcome to League of Legends Esports. RNG and T1. 2 teams that have absolutely crushed their opposition. One of these 2 teams will once again go down in League of Legends history tonight.
No, they're going to have Inspired go for a flank play instead. He's on top of the wards. They got to be careful. Shao's there. Shao is in the brush.
Blake Oral is fantastic. The depth charge gets the flash out from Flank, and Dota just kicks him through. But that was some pretty sexy Lee Sin play, I'm not going to lie.
The Naka moves for Wei. They will maybe kill him finally. Naka's going to land. They get one.
Yet there was so much used by RNG, though. And
He's gone. He's kidding me. Jojo. Okay, you got to make sure you land the smite. It was stolen last time. Shao dives in. Early smite required. Who's going to claim it? 1 kill. Viego gets it. He gets the Baron. The top river. The Baron. It belongs to the LCS champion. And there are no smites. Even Impact is dead. Gala comes down the Jojo Pyun.
G2, now can they get out of this one is the question. Oh, just dives into the knockup. The setup was just beautiful. Bubble is going to go down as let's see whether Faker finds the right spot. He doesn't. He's going to flash into the sick. Even flashes over the wall. Be able to keep Yurishi alive. Cap splashes away, but Faker just assassinates Blacken in the backline.
There's look for Bin just in the 1v1. The TP coming in behind him. Bin's winning this one, though. Gwen can do no wrong. Frozen Tomb available for him. RNG calling T1's bluff, and Faker finds them all. Yumayushi, Carrier, and Faker will not go quietly into the night. Rubisabu has the Frozen Tomb to get out of it. Owner in the backline with the Cyclone trying to do what he can, but Ming with a 4-man charm. Carrier dives up, but in goes Wei. The kick back onto Zeus. RNG just sweep the floor with T1. The LPL continue their era of dominance, and they are leaving no one alive. It's RNG's world, and we're just living in it.